February 18th, 2000. Squaresoft showed something to industry insiders behind closed doors. Square promised a brand new game helmed by a veteran Final Fantasy staff member on PlayStation 2, where Cloud Strife and Aya Bree join hands with Goofy and Mickey. No! We're not kidding. They're just wrong. Slowly, over the course of the next 2 years, Square drip-fed more and more information about this strange game. No one knew what to expect from such a strange title. Then, after Final Fantasy X and a lot of Sony money brought the company out of near bankruptcy, expectations for this strange experimental title went up drastically. Expectations that it thankfully hit. It received nearly universal praise, appealed to those of many age groups, and went on to attain 10th place for most sold PS2 games. Tetsuya Nomura and his team gave Squaresoft a new series that could rival their own Final Fantasy series. However, that's not where my story with the series started. It started for me in a pretty average way. My dad came home from work with a new game he planned to play on his PlayStation 2. He saw some ads that piqued his interest because the developers who made one of his new favorite role-playing / fake sports games had their logo on the box. He also knew that my mom would let him play it in front of my brother and I because, look, Donald and Goofy appear on the cover. He got in trouble for GTA 3 already. So eventually, after watching him play it, my brother and I played it for ourselves, and it blew away any other game we had played in scope. Like typical 5-year-olds, we played through it at a 0 degrees Celsius speed. But since we only had a few other games to play at the time, we eventually got through it in some amount under a year. It became a big example of a game the three of us could bond over. We weren't old enough to play the new games he got into like World of Warcraft or Mark of Creed because of all the reading or blood, while the games we played were either ones he had already played years ago or was aimed at a younger audience that he no longer landed in. Kingdom Hearts, leading to Final Fantasy, Jak and Daxter, and after a few more years World of Warcraft were some of the big games we could bond over during my brother and I's younger years. Additionally, back then, anytime a sequel to a game came out, we'd sell the first title to afford the sequel. But Kingdom Hearts was the exception. After the long wait for Kingdom Hearts 2, we bought it and kept the first entry because it was that special. Then, after completing KH2, considering it peak, we all became hyped up for Kingdom Hearts 3 on the PlayStation 3. As time passed, however, Kingdom Hearts 3 still had no information. My brother and I played 358 over 2 days on DS, and then I played Recoded, but Birth by Sleep releasing on PSP made me not lose interest, but had me divert focus elsewhere. I have never owned a PSP, so my only experience with games on the system comes from ports or emulation, which at the time had major issues. Because of this, I had some new extreme FOMO with the series. I knew only a few things about an integral part of the story that only got exacerbated with Dream Drop for all the reasons I talked about before. And so my interest shifted, especially to the new Square Enix project with gameplay that looked mighty close to Kingdom Hearts. Despite the lack of any information about Kingdom Hearts 3, Square Enix still kept my attention with their Fabula Nova Crystallis project. FF still maintained top dog status, so I had every reason to believe Square Enix had the coolest shit ever in store, especially Tetsuya Nomura's Final Fantasy Versus 13. A battle system ripped straight out of Kingdom Hearts with the command menu, party members on the side, a new immediate weapon switching mechanic, music by Kingdom Hearts composer Yoko Shimomura, the most modern character designs in Final Fantasy yet, promise of an interesting relationship between the hero Noctis and a mysterious woman called Stella Nox Florent, and of course, amazing graphics featuring high-quality character textures, impressive night lighting, and city skylines only possible on the PlayStation 3. I knew that regular 13 and Versus 13 could tide me over and give my PS3 something to play while I waited on Kingdom Hearts 3. And if your mom popped you out before 2000 or you've already seen my Crystal Chronicles video, you know what happens next. Final Fantasy 13 received really mixed reviews, Final Fantasy 14 flopped hard, and many spin-offs flooded the market, putting the series' general reception to a new low, while Versus 13 went completely radio silent. Between 2006 and 2010, the only thing Square Enix and Nomura ever said was that it had not ceased production. While the wait for Versus 13 killed me, I at least understood that this partially happened due to Nomura stretching himself super thin. Between Kingdom Hearts 2's release in 2005 and the first Kingdom Hearts collection on PS3's release in 2013, Nomura worked on 18 different projects, not including including ports he might have overseen and special thanks he received. If I wanted to play Versus 13, maybe the most ambitious game Nomura ever directed, I needed to understand the circumstances. Meaning now, I had two large Square Enix games on PS3 I had to wait on. Kingdom Hearts 3 with the additional worry that I still had to play Birth by Sleep, and Versus 13. But then, more time came and went. Eventually, I neared up on finishing high school, shifted focus to some newer series I never played, and moved on from those two games. Square Enix eventually properly announced Kingdom Hearts 3 and re-announced Versus 13 as Final Fantasy 15 with a new director and a heavily altered story, but by then the company had trained me to keep my release date expectations in check, something I could do a little easier as I entered college. Going to college led to a big change in my life. I left my hometown of Houston, where I grew up, to go to Erie, Pennsylvania thanks to a scholarship, a city I cannot recommend at all. Drug epidemic no one wants to talk about, uncountable numbers of college students getting plastered every night, tons of abandoned factories, and the worst of all for me, way too much snow. Going from Houston, where I had seen about 2 inches of snow over 18 years, to Erie, Pennsylvania, where I experienced country records for snowfall, y'all can guess how that went for me. I ditched my friends and family for a city like this to get a degree I don't even use. Now, I do believe every choice I've made has led to where I am today, but I also think I wasted my fucking time here. I did have some fun, especially during the year and a half when my brother joined, and the last 2 years I had a really good roommate, but I only have a few fond memories of Erie, some of which having to do with when I obsessed over a game. In this case, Kingdom Hearts. As I said, I mostly moved away from Kingdom Hearts at the end of high school and most of college, though I had returned every so often. I replayed KH1 and 2 one summer on PS2, and when 2.5 came out during my last year of high school, I finally played Terra and Aqua's story on PS3. Then I accidentally saved over my Aqua story while going through Ventus, leading to a rage quit. You need a complete save for everyone to fight Xehanort. Then, in late 2019, during my senior year of college, Square announced a little something interesting. Kingdom Hearts: The Story So Far, a $40 collection with everything I talked about in the last video. Despite not thinking too much about Kingdom Hearts during college, I decided to give it a play. Over the next 2-ish months, it all came back to me. Why I fell in love with the characters, the journeys, why I waited patiently for so long. Playing through that collection struck a nerve with me. Finally beating Birth by Sleep as all characters not only gave me a greater appreciation for that game and Dream Drop, but elevated Terra to one of my favorite characters in the series. Then, playing 0.2 made me realize I fucking need Kingdom Hearts 3. I immediately pre-ordered it and started looking at every pre-release interview. Info on the gameplay, worlds to see, accidentally seeing parts of the ending because the KH team can't properly make a trailer to save their life, and most puzzling, Nomura's sentiment. Of course, Nomura said a lot in the lead up to Kingdom Hearts 3. Some a little less consistent than others, but he had one that never changed. Many interviews asked him how it felt to finally finish the Kingdom Hearts story, and he always said some variation of Kingdom Hearts 3 ends one story, and it begins a new one. So to me, nothing has stopped. I had no clue what he meant by that. It only grew my curiosity. Even if I had forgotten about the series over time, I suddenly felt the 13 years of waiting pierce my heart. I only had to wait about 2 more weeks for January 29th, 2019. On Tuesday, January 28th, local news started warning about a horrible snowstorm coming to Erie. As much as I hated it, my college never canceled class for snow. Due to that, I didn't change my plans. Next day, I'd get to play maybe an hour or 2 of KH3 and then obsess over it during the weekend. However, something crazy happened. On January 29th, after going to half of my classes, power went out in a few buildings on campus. No power means they legally have to cancel class, leading to a cancellation of classes for the rest of the week, as well as a closure of all school facilities in 2 hours. To combat that, I rushed to the mailroom, waited in line until the last last few minutes of operation, got my copy of Kingdom Hearts 3, and immediately also ran to the grocery store. We had a snowstorm, and my very cool roommate asked if I could do that since I had the working car. Following that, I sat down, pressed start, and from Wednesday, January 29th to Sunday, February 3rd, I only left my room to eat, shower, and use the bathroom. I did not allow anything else to distract me. This became one of my most cherished gaming memories. Easy top 3 during college, maybe number 1. Rolling credits, witnessing the Xehanort saga's completion, obsessing over the details I'll get to soon, I decided that Kingdom Hearts 3 was either the second or third best in the series. Look man, KH1 and 2 had 13 and 17 years worth of nostalgia on it. KH3 could not beat my personal bias at the time. However, returning to it for this video, I'm realizing that I have heavy nostalgia for this time as well. Today, I have a bias towards this game for bringing me light during a time when I felt down. You may think I've wasted time sharing this story, but truly I think I had to, because you can't look at Kingdom Hearts 3 from an objective standpoint. Hey, what's up? It's me, I'm Roman, also called NovaZone on the internet. Over 3 years ago, I made 4 videos about these stories in the Kingdom Hearts series. I wanted it to mostly stay focused on analyzing aspects like terminology to show how easily you can jump into KH1, look at how KH2 and Chain of Memories use the first game to complete a story, followed by Birth by Sleep and 358 expanding past that initial story, and ending with a 4th video about Dream Drop Distance, which sets up the final chapter by synthesizing all that came before. Though admittedly, I diverged into plot summary more than I would have liked. With my newer videos after that, I think I found a better balance of summary versus analysis. Also, I briefly brought up Coded in the 3rd part and 0.2 in the 4th one. I still stand that Coded has nothing I feel worth mentioning story-wise, so whatever, though 0.2 I skimmed even more than I remember, so I may retouch on a few things about it again today. Even though I said 4 videos, I know a vast majority of y'all know me from the compilation version. It has a moderate amount of views. Yeah, I did not expect that to happen. As someone with around 900 subscribers, I made all 4 of those with the idea that whoever might view them knew a few things about Kingdom Hearts or watched someone else's video before mine. As such, I skipped a few of the more well-known facts of the series. If I knew that I might grant some people their first exposure to KH, then I may have written a few things differently. Though that did help me start figuring out one of my writing rules where I pretend I'm sitting in front of both someone who has never engaged with the subject and someone who has experienced it. I think that prevents me from saying too many dumb obvious things or boring newbies with the most minute detail that means nothing to non-fans. Real mega fans of whatever game I discuss move over to subject tubers that laser focus on a given content anyways, which my ADHD prevents me from ever becoming. I hyperfixate for a month or 2, then move on. Said ADHD made continuing the KH videos after Dream Drop kinda tough. Back then I balanced the video production with work and grad school. I did not have time to work on that Dream Drop video. I got parts 2 and 3 out during the summer, took a break for a dumb little Alex Kidd video I have a soft spot for. Fun fact, I only made it because I shouted the title while my friends watched me play it, and then only had enough time to slowly inch through that Dream Drop video, which meant in total, I had Kingdom Hearts in the back of my head for over a year. On its own, not bad, but those videos performed badly analytically. My Mega Man videos did way better, so the whole time I just thought about how I talked to no one with those videos. As such, I didn't cover Kingdom Hearts 3. Actually, in the non-compilation version, I had a short 1-minute section where I stated how I only planned 4 parts of a KH3 video happening if they did well enough. I removed said line in the compilation not because I disliked it, but because the fucking NewTubers subreddit said I should. Advice for anyone trying to make YouTube videos: do not go to an upstart subreddit for advice on YouTube. 4,000 subscriber dude bros tell you what they think gains the system, rather than how to craft genuine videos to yourself. Anyways, yep, here I am, finally talking about KH3, somewhere in this video. However, I have lots of cleanup to do. While at many points of the other videos, especially Dream Drop, I kept alluding to how it sets up things to perfectly lead into KH3, I do have one very large subject I need to cross before I can get to KH3. One of many reasons I didn't do this earlier. Between low viewership on the individual parts, losing lots of my footage, getting more interested in other subjects, and the necessity to discuss Key a little bit, I did not feel a need to jump into it. But over all of that was the announcement of Kingdom Hearts 4. In old videos, I liked how much I could joke about and allude to later titles. I never spoiled beyond my current subject for newbies, but longtime fans knew what I did. Kingdom Hearts 3 drops a lot of hints about Kingdom Hearts 4 in there, which, depending on what Kingdom Hearts 4 does, can potentially change the quality of 3 retroactively. Because of that, anytime I felt like responding to a comment asking about KH3, I used the KH4 excuse. Sure, I had like 5 reasons, but people react better to a single answer. However, quite a bit of time has passed with no news of Kingdom Hearts 4. I gave the waiting for KH4 answer so often because I had a strong conviction that by the end of Tokyo Game Show 2024, Square may bestow upon us a release date. By that, with a Sonic the Hedgehog video performing badly after my hiatus, a friend playing KH2 for the first time, and beating Final Fantasy 15 for the first time, I had an urge to return to the Keyblade Boys' journey. Anyways, the real cleanup. Gotta say what to expect today, what not to expect, and as I do with every sequel video I make, go over corrections I either noticed myself or saw in the comments. If you expect this to feel like you can finish listening to me talk about Dream Drop Distance and magically jump in here, mostly I guess, yeah. While I have gone through a lot in the past 3 years, some too personal to share on the channel, I'm still me, to my knowledge at least. If you have followed my channel through everything, this should feel more like any of my more recent lengthy retrospectives. I read both the nice and critical comments on that compilation, which I applied to my newer productions, so I definitely thank y'all for that. Speaking of comments, list of corrections time. A few I skimmed to move on, sometimes I made a joke that got misinterpreted, and others straight up mistakes. Going quick, in the 3rd video I mentioned what Vexen called Xion during her experiment phase. In the video I read it as number 1, when he actually called her number I, for imaginary number, representing how he did not see her as anything. I caught this when I first played the game on DS, likely because I had just learned what an imaginary number was in school, and did not think about that once when making the video. With Birth by Sleep I called Zack Fair Zack Strife when quickly racing through some things, though personally, Cloud got their identities mixed up in 2 universes, so I think I'm allowed to do it once. Birth by Sleep itself got this kinda wrong. I said that you pronounce the funny Greek letter as ki or kai, the meaning is the same, because that's what Xehanort said. But more linguistically studied viewers said that in Greek, it should sound closer to he. For this one, don't hate the player, hate the game. Hate the player for the rest. I called non-English, non-Japanese titled songs in the OST Latin when they actually have modern Italian names, and I also said the title of 358 Days Over 2 wrong a few times. I said it inconsistently in the video and never corrected it when I noticed because I felt like it made that part of the video less boring, but some people got confused by that or said I'm just an idiot who doesn't do his research. For 2, I noticed that no one called me out on it. Near the start of the video, I said I planned to talk about the major issues with playing Days before Kingdom Hearts 2 as the collection menu implies you should. Yet I didn't do that. To summarize what I think I wanted to say, one of the big mysteries that entices the player during both Roxas's prologue and during the main parts of KH2 relates to the organization, their plans, and their identity. So playing 358 removes that mystery. An entire major plot thread of KH2 has significantly less tension by playing 358 first. So play KH2 before 358. Also, when initially discussing the Heartless, I said that some Heartless could have more than one heart inside of them by killing those in the Realm of Light. After playing the games again, I don't think that happens, or at least not often. Every Heartless seems to possess only one heart, and the strength of their darkness affects how strong of a Heartless they become. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think I got it wrong in that video. I think the first scene in KH1 imprinted a little headcanon onto the 5-year-old me that I never quite realized doesn't happen until right now. In relation to the collections, I made 2 half-lies to keep the video rolling. When stating why they didn't remake 358 encoded, I claimed it was because playing them back-to-back with the other games could get repetitive, which may have strengthened their choice, but the main reason was that they did not want to remake those games from the ground up. Given how they had to remake Kingdom Hearts 1 for 1.5, they probably made a fair choice budget-wise. I then called Kingdom Hearts back cover a recap of Kingdom Hearts Key. I'll come back to this, I'm not entirely wrong. Only other major mistake I made relates to how Roxas obtained his dual Keyblades. I said that he could do this because over the course of 358, Xion and Roxas split who used Ventus and Sora's Keyblades. I said this very confidently, because that made a lot of sense to me. Sora has 2 Keyblades and 2 copies, one goes to each. However, they never said this in-game or in the Ultimanias. In fact, Nomura said that they both use Sora's Keyblade simultaneously at various points of power depending on the strength of the user. Neither of them used Ventus's Keyblade until the end, when Roxas awakened to its power upon Xion's death. Big whoops on my part for that one, I guess. For clarifications, one very early, I like to joke about how Riku said the whole "there can't be 2 Keyblade masters" thing when Mickey shows up with a second Keyblade in this game. I in no way ever implied that I consider them adding extra Keyblades a retcon. The point of Riku's statement, whether it's in the English version or the Japanese version, where he didn't say master, was that he doesn't know shit. Riku left the island when you did, so he only has slightly more knowledge of the outside world. His exact wording doesn't matter because Riku is a faulty narrator either way. Additionally, later with Kingdom Hearts 1, I made a joke about how this little room never did anything in the Dark Seeker saga. Many commenters zoomed in to correct me on that one. Weird, since I didn't say anything wrong. This machine but does nothing in the video games counting as the Dark Seeker saga. I also kept making jokes alluding to this big freakout of how Axel getting a Keyblade only happened for dumb fan service, but then I replayed Dream Drop and realized I don't care that much. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, some people said I should play other games because clearly I have a small knowledge of gaming if I enjoy Kingdom Hearts. Well, good news, I spent over 3 years playing other games. With those out of the way, let's talk about scope today. Upon returning to Kingdom Hearts, I realized just how deep in my heart I cherish that snowy week. I don't have the same nostalgia for KH3 as the other games, but I still have fond memories of it. Because of this, I don't want to do this video wrong, which is why I plan to minimize how much I respond to criticism of KH3. In the 2-ish year span after release, Kingdom Hearts 3 discussion could get polarizing. KH3's hate train steamed forward fast with many fans. I don't want to seem deaf to the common criticisms, but I don't want to turn this video overly defensive either. So I'll only mention a few common complaints and try not to strawman arguments too much. I got told I did that in the Shadow video when talking about the current Sonic Twitter crowd that sometimes might kinda deserve the strawmanning, not gonna lie. I want to primarily focus on the story of Kingdom Hearts 3, both analysis and recapping important bits because I have fun doing it. However, I do plan to bring up gameplay in more depth later. I didn't really talk about the gameplay in the past videos because I wanted the last ones to stay focused on story, and truthfully, my opinions don't diverge much from common fan consensus, which I can briefly zoom through later before talking about KH3's gameplay. I guess I don't agree with the new consensus that Coded secretly has peak gameplay. It has good combat for a DS game and a fun flow for the deck system, but the lack of a new narrative, repeated levels, and those fucking datascape areas still have me putting it near the bottom of my KH tier list. Additionally, if anything in the base game changed through an update on KH3, then assume I mean the updated version. And for the footage you see on screen, I replayed the main story on Proud to save hard drive space from death footage, and on New Game Plus for the fun abilities you get and to use a varied assortment of Keyblades earlier than the game lets you. You unlock my favorite Keyblades pretty late, which prevents me from having the footage variety I wanted. If you have an issue with that, then I don't know. You make your own video. And lastly, the Key series. I'm sure tons of people wonder how I plan to do that. While thinking it over, I realized that talking about Kingdom Hearts Key in my usual deep dive style risks making the current video into a Key video instead of a KH3 video. However, I can't just ignore it, especially for when we reach the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. So I'm gonna carefully introduce the Key series because I know lots of people find the releases confusing, go in depth on what I consider the first half because you flat out need that for KH3, and mention a few other minor details KH3 plays with. If this video does well enough, and I mean really well, I still have that Simon's Quest script on the back burner, I'll find a way to properly cover the Key series. But a lot of people have already done that, and the game has gone fully offline, so if I want HD footage, I'm gonna have to ask around. BlueStacks has already failed me here. For today, I'm gonna use footage from KH Insider. It's not the highest quality footage, but they mark their uploads with the Creative Commons license, permitting other creators to use their footage. With that said, let's go right into So back in the late 2000s and early 10s, before Square Enix had the opportunity to throw a bunch of dead franchises or titles with lots of potential onto mobile devices, they started pushing for their popular series to have flash games on Facebook and other web browser sites since the Web 2.0 boom made that look like a good new service to focus on. Barring any fan preservation efforts, I believe every browser game Square made during this period has gone offline, including our main subject, Kingdom Hearts Key, the first of the Kingdom Hearts Key series, a series of Kingdom Hearts materials taking place a nondescript very long time before the other Kingdom Hearts games. When Square still updated the app, I headcanoned multiple thousands of years ago, though through comments Nomura said a few years ago, it might land more in the 200-300 years ago range. We're still missing the important link, but either way, that's irrelevant for today's discussion. I wrote that sentence before Missing Link got cancelled. The Key series effectively consists of 3 parts with an extra one attached as seamlessly as a tumor. First, we have the original Japan-only Facebook game, Kingdom Hearts Key. Here you play as a self-insert Keyblade wielder going on Disney adventures who, for most of the runtime, does not perform anything very consequential. Then we got Kingdom Hearts Key back cover, a short film bundled with Dream Drop Distance and 0.2 on the 2.8 disc. I initially called it a recap movie in my old video just to speed past it since I wasn't going to talk about it, but that's not exactly true. Back cover shares events from that same time period as the Facebook game, game told from the perspective of a group of characters with more narrative significance. So, you know, it hits most of the important beats you need for Kingdom Hearts 3. After those two came the mobile release, originally called Unchained X, though later they changed it to Union Cross, and no one ever really calls it Unchanged, we can ignore that name. Union Cross starts by having you play through nearly all of the Facebook portion story for about the first 2/3 of the missions. Page fans, please don't correct that statement, for today it works. And then slaps you with an extra third taking place afterwards with very little Disney parts that's actually very interesting, but held back by production delays and telling the story through this really slow storybook art style that tended to tell the narrative non-linearly, which presented a problem since you might play new chapters literal months after the prior one and not know if you forgot something because it jumped back to who fucking knows when. It made following the story on release tough, especially with the length of these cutscenes. The new Union Cross section accounts for a little over 1/3 of the missions. Something you may not realize today, because if we look at the most popular upload of only the important Union Cross cutscenes, as in it cuts out all the Disney parts, it takes 5 hours to watch. Way more substantial developments occur during the Union Cross portion. And if you want to experience the story, you have to watch the scenes on YouTube at the moment because Square Enix has shut down the actual app entirely. Suffice to say, the Union Cross portion really needs a movie or remake. Now, those 3 parts make up the true Key series. A Facebook game where you play as a self-insert that lets you discover the world during the Age of Fairy Tales, a super character-focused movie where you see what the important characters did during that time, and a phone app that's both a remake and sequel of the first part. When I say the Key series, I typically mean those 3 titles, though Square did make a 4th part that doesn't really connect to the Key games narratively, at least no more than the rest of the series does, but Square Enix put it inside the same app. It shares the art style and gameplay of the original Facebook game, and most Kingdom Hearts fan resources choose to call it a Key series game, so I guess I have to comply. Kingdom Hearts Dark Road, a prequel story before Birth by Sleep following a young Xehanort and Ericus. Possibly the biggest snooze fest in the series because of some real COVID fuckery, and that's competed with the coded movie. Either way, I only plan to talk about Key and back cover today. Dark Road started sometime after Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, and Union Cross released Chapter 1 well before KH3, while the final chapter dropped well after KH3, meaning Nomura and the rest of the writing team worked on Union Cross and Kingdom Hearts 3 simultaneously, causing a few minor winks and nods from the two to bleed into each other. Due to this and the long length of Union Cross, I don't see a good way to do it justice without taking focus away from Kingdom Hearts 3, but I also can't say everything I want to say about Kingdom Hearts 3 without at least back cover, which at that point I may as well get into Key as well, so let's just fucking start already. If this video does well enough, I'll discuss those two and I guess Melody of Memory on their own another day. The Kingdom Hearts Key series takes place during the Age of Fairy Tales, the era first mentioned by Kairi's grandma way back in Kingdom Hearts 1, a time before the worlds became disconnected, the light bathed the world, and the Grand Keyblade War that Xehanort grew obsessed with hasn't occurred yet. Everyone lives peacefully, led by the 5 foretellers Ava, Aced, Gula, Envy, and Ira. Each of them have their own unions of Keyblade wielders with the task of collecting light, called Lux for gameplay reasons, for their respective unions. When you begin the actual Key video game, you, the player, make a self-insert Keyblade wielder to join one of those unions. After you've done that, you receive a Keyblade, a Dream Eater companion known as a Chirithy, a power bangle that converts the darkness of Heartless into light power, and then you go on a fun adventure where you try to gain more Lux than the other unions in hologram recreations of Disney movies, with hologram recreations of Heartless that the Book of Prophecies foretells. That way they can use Emblem Heartless designs, since those only existed after Ansem the Wise's research, and reuse Disney movies already in the past games. Now personally, I really don't like this plot point. I think it only furthers the notion some people have that the Disney worlds serve no purpose besides padding the game time. Many entries in the series try to integrate Disney into the main narrative's themes, while Union Cross only pads itself out with multiple hours of Luke doing the VR lightsaber shit. Due to this, very little truly happens in the Facebook portion until we reach the end. And even the parts in the hub area, Daybreak Town, mainly exist to flesh out the era of the Age of Fairy Tales in a way that back cover does a little more concisely. Still, if I had to give Key something it does, which you can't get out of back cover besides one character I'll have to get to, it does naturally show the ways that Keyblade wielders from each unions view their fellow wielders pretty well. Whenever you go back to Daybreak Town, your character might meet up with people from the same union who they instantly have some kind of bond with. Maybe you see some friendly rivalry between those of opposing unions, and sometimes union members reach across the aisle to find friendship. It lets you see the day-to-day joy Keyblade wielders have during this supposedly perfect light-filled era, despite the impending darkness we know comes soon thanks to Kairi's grandma's story. A darkness known more by the foretellers over in back cover. As the name implies, back cover follows the story of Key from the perspective of those in the shadows, meaning the foretellers. While Key focused on world building, back cover gets knee-deep into the character of the foretellers. We learn about their purpose, worries, interpersonal conflicts, and the smallest glimpse into their backstory over the course of the film. Before they began the unions, they studied with a sixth member named Lushu under the tutelage of a master titled the Master of Masters. If they fucking reveal that this man had a master other than Nomura himself, I'm gonna flip. Mom here has stolen the title from Backwards Disney and Anagram Square to become the new oldest Keyblade wielder ever shown in the series. He trained his 6 apprentices in how to use the weapon, with him giving a little extra favoritism to his boy Lushu by letting him have his greatest invention of all time, the black coats. The Master of Masters is a pretty interesting scrunko. Discounting some Disney characters, Kingdom Hearts has never given us a dude this unserious. We technically only see him during flashbacks where every time he shows up, he creates something to give his apprentices like the Chirithes or assigns them with their unique roles. Roles which somewhat relate to his most infamous invention, the Book of Prophecies. Mom wrote the bop which foretells of the events he's seen in the future. Since he already knows what the future holds, this likely leads to his unserious demeanor. Mom already knows what comes next and how to lead to it, so he doesn't feel the need to stress about it. As long as he tells his apprentices their roles and give them copy of the book shall not have error. So he gives Ira, the serious and reliable unicorn, the role of leading the foretellers if the master disappears. Aced, the large, powerful, thick-headed bear, his role to support Ira at all times. Ava, the normal, ooh-woo, cute, nice girl, receives the task of creating an extra 6th group of Keyblade warriors with the strongest hearts to survive and spread light after darkness overtakes the land. Envy, the underdeveloped snake, needs to make sure the foretellers don't fight against each other. Mom informs young Gula that one of the other apprentices betrays the others, so with the help of a lost page the other foretellers don't receive, he needs to figure out the traitor's identity. And then Lushu earns a special role the others do not learn about, so we'll come back to him later. To aid the foretellers in their task, all but Lushu earn a copy of the bop. Using their books, the foretellers learn about something pretty scary, the Keyblade War. The Key series makes the Keyblade War into a big anchor moment of the overarching narrative between the 3 titles. Key on Facebook ended with it, Union Cross's new narrative takes place after it, and everything the main 5 apprentices do in back cover comes from their fear of it. Only the 7 of them know of the inevitable war, and the Master clearly stated that they can't prevent it. Then, after the Master vanished, they gotta really focus on finding a way to leave someone to survive afterwards, maybe themselves, and figure out what causes it. For that, they start trying to parse the cause through a nightmare Chirithy that Ira finds. See, when the Master introduced the Chirithys, he said that if a Keyblade wielder fell to darkness or let darkness overtake their heart, their companion Chirithy suffers the same fate. So by the existence of a nightmare Chirithy, the gang knows someone fell to darkness, and since they gave every common Keyblade wielder the power bangle, which they believe turns darkness to light, they feel a little more confident that the traitor is one of the foretellers, so long as the power bangles work as intended. But honestly, even knowing the end, I don't know if they do. It's one of those times when faulty narrators talk about the band, but it's only mentioned 3 times total to my knowledge, and no one states their functions with too much confidence. Either way, Gula, the only one who knew a traitor existed prior, gets pretty upset with Ira about this since his accusations of the rest of them has set up the first feeling of mistrust within the group, maybe causing a traitor to exist in the first place. This hunt for the traitor, mainly spun on from their fear of darkness, becomes a major point of friction for the rest of the film. Though while that happens, Ava has to go do her own separate quest the Master gave her. Create a new group of wielders, known as the Dandelions, to survive after the war. And this puts Ava in an interesting situation. Of all 5 foretellers, Ava is the one who appears the most in the phone game story, making her into somewhat of a bridging character between the Key story and back cover. During a majority of Key, you don't know about the mistrust growing between Union leaders, while Ava shows up to do some ooh-woo girl shit with the player and 2 other named characters, Scold and Ephemer. Likely due to the task the Master gave her, Ava cares the least about the Keyblade War. She still fears it and really does not want it to happen because that means dying, but her role hinges on the war occurring, and I think that gives her less hope of preventing it. She's more so accepted that she needs to keep the light going through her Dandelion's union than the other four, and that does make sense. Hava's role technically has a more set-in-stone endpoint than the others. If she gets the Dandelions past the Keyblade War, she succeeds. While Ira, Aced, and Envy's roles all rely on supporting each other in a vague way that could go on infinitely, and Gula has to stay focused on finding the traitor, even if the traitor wins. It makes Ava into probably the most recognizable as the hero of the five, though she really sucks at keeping everyone together. Everyone else has their big fights while Ava just shouts, I don't want to fight. Like, you're not fixing anything, bitch. She just cannot pick sides or convince anyone to help each other. Now, while I just blazed through a lot of things really quickly, let's back up a little to some key specific things. I brought up Scold and Ephemer, and I think we should look at them because their introduction starts up Key's actual story. After your player spends over 300 missions hanging out in VR chat with the crows that say words you're not quite sure they have the pass for from Dumbo, he meets Ephemer in Daybreak Town. While Ephemer joined a different union from player, and yes, he does say this for any of the five you pick, he really doesn't care much about the competitive aspect of Lux Gathering, resulting in Ephemer befriending the player quickly. With his newfound trust in Ephemer, player lets him know about a weird room he saw in a dream, leading to Ephemer promising to help player out with finding it. However, once they find the entrance, Ephemer stops the duo before they proceed. He promises the player they can go together the next day. He doesn't show up. We only get the reasoning behind his sudden change of heart by looking at back cover. There, we witness a scene where Ephemer tries to cheer up Ava, who feels disgruntled with the Master's decision that the unions have to compete for light rather than work together. And while neither title directly states this, we can assume from their slight familiarity that Ephemer has a closer relationship with Ava than the other common Keyblade wielders, and seeing her upset drove his decision to ditch the player. While player then goes on to do a few missions with this girl named Scold, who used to quest with Ephemer. The two of them later hunt for Ephemer, eventually leading to them finding Ava, who reveals to the player that she not only enlisted Ephemer into her Dandelions, but gave him a special task to stay as far away from the impending Keyblade War to ensure his survival, and then extends the same invite to Scold and player. An invite Scold takes with little hesitation, while the player wants more time to think it over. By this time, the player of Key has already witnessed a scene where Aced and Ira battle, so the common Keyblade wielders know something bad may arise soon. It leaves the player with some inner conflict, not helped by Scold wanting him to join the Dandelions so they can survive and meet Ephemer again. Now back to the cover. After they discover Chirithy, the film swaps between scenes in the past where the Master presents everyone's role in greater detail, and ones in the present where the five of them try to suss out the traitor. Their actual sussing goes about the way you expect, just moments of, oh, I think you're the traitor, followed by, but I saw him performing his tasks, meaning he can't betray us, on repeat a few times. They legit go about this the same way you and your friends go about Among Us. Instead of crafting a well put together mystery, that's for Union Cross, the story's appeal comes from the inner conflict the foretellers have in fulfilling their roles for their master, while also trying to live with knowledge of their impending demise. For example, with Ira, he knows he needs to keep the foretellers together as a connected group, lead them to keep the light going strong. However, by bringing up the possibility of a traitor, he puts that first bit of mistrust into the rest of them, especially Aced, who no longer feels comfortable supporting Ira. And it's at that point when it clicked with me, oh shit, these five have a loose Gatchaman or Super Sentai setup. Most obviously with Ira and Aced, who go through the obvious Red Ranger, Blue Ranger, or Ken the Eagle, Joe the Condor kind of relationship. Aced betrays the Master's orders by trying to join together everyone except Ira, causing yet more strife. However, Ira chooses to let Aced survive, proving to Aced why he deserves to lead. So anyways, with Gula, here's where it gets interesting. Way earlier, Ira figured out that the Master took a page out of the books. Ira studied the book harder than the others, so this really bothered him. After Gula let Aced know he has the page during a fight, who then passes that knowledge on to Ira, Gula gets into some tough shit. Ira really needs that page because he's convinced that it can save the world. Aced's still pissed off because of that fight, and Envy really just does whatever Ira wants. I think she wants the unicorn horn, if you know what I mean. Ava's the only one who doesn't fight Gula because she's a wet tissue when it comes to conflict, leading to her hiding him from the others. While hidden, Gula admits that the page is actually vague as fuck. It just says that the one bearing the Riku sigil, hope you remember that from Dream Drop, might be the traitor. Gula, at his wit's end, decides he needs to get the answer directly from the Master, which he can only do by summoning Kingdom Hearts, a desire which leads directly to the Keyblade War, a fight that every Union member needs to take part in so the strongest can survive, all except the Dandelions, including Scold and Ephemer, who Ava sends away for safety.
May your hearts be your guiding key.
「君の声が聞こえる」
So here's where real-world development stuff gets a little iffy. In the original Facebook game, you flat out play the Keyblade War to finish the story. The foretellers bickering gets to the point where they decide it all ends at high noon tomorrow, and the player goes to fight in the war since he didn't make up his mind on if he joined the Dandelions. There he fights all 5 foretellers, falls to his knees because those dudes hit like a fucking truck, and he ends up as the only non-Dandelion to survive, followed by one more scene at Hologram Enchanted Castle, which did not appear in the Facebook game prior, featuring the actual Maleficent, who warped here immediately after her boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 1. It's at this period after the Keyblade War where she learned about the Black Box and the Book of Prophecies, hence why Square Enix added that one scene into the coded movie where she mentioned it to Pete. This plot thread is a little stupid, and Union Cross picks it up, so I'm not going into that today, which you can say about the whole ending. It ends in the exact way to set up for Union Cross to tell a story after the Keyblade War, where the Dandelions need to bring light back to the world, starring your player character helping the new 5 Union leaders consisting of Ephemer, Scold, 3 other characters not in key, and 2 other BFF girlies that show up later. But we don't end there. In the Union Cross phone app, the only way those outside of Japan experience the story, they skip the Keyblade War scenario. One moment, Ava tells the Dandelions to hide away. Next moment, actually a filler beach story followed by Disney shenanigans. But after that, the Keyblade War is ended. Square Enix did not put the Keyblade War scenario back into Union Cross until after Kingdom Hearts 3 released. And even then, you needed to know they put it in. They did not add these missions to the main mission numbers, so many players, I am projecting here, did not know they put this in. Kingdom Hearts fans, again projecting, thought they purposefully skipped the Keyblade War to keep the mystery going for Kingdom Hearts 4 or something, when in reality, they kept it mysterious in Union Cross's story for a reason I'd have to keep for the Union Cross discussion. Either way, that's where I end with Key and back cover. Ava directed the Dandelions and how to survive the Keyblade War, player survived it on his own merits, Gula caused Kingdom Hearts to appear after feuding with a set in era, while Luxu, fuck, I forgot Luxu, this is the important part. Luxu is probably the most interesting of all the apprentices. During Key itself, a 6th apprentice is mentioned briefly near the beginning when it introduces the 5 foretellers, yet never brings them up again until the Keyblade War scenario, when player and Scold confront Gula for a few questions. Luxu has completely hid himself, because the Master of Masters required him to hide. Unlike the other 5, Mom did not give Luxu a Book of Prophecies, because he had the role to help write the tome. Mom gives Luxu a familiar-looking Keyblade called No Name that gives the Master knowledge of whatever it sees due to putting his eye near the tip.
Ew! Oh, you think that's gross, do ya?
Mom calls this the Gazing Eye, and if you look closely at weapons used in other KH games, you can see it there as well. Because the Master doesn't just want Luxu to observe up until his death. He wants Luxu to pass the Keyblade to his apprentice's apprentice, and so on for as long as possible. This lets us know 2 things. For one, Luxu succeeds in his role, but also, we, the ever-observant players that watch NovaZone videos, get this new feeling in the back of our minds that, oh shit, the Master of Masters knows every event from the other games. Double meaning, with Xehanort having the no-name Keyblade himself, Mom has seen Xehanort's shenanigans and chooses to make sure nothing gets in the way of that happening. If the Master has an all-important reason for Xehanort, and by extension Sora's journeys, we have not seen it yet. For now, the Master sends Luxu off with the no-name Keyblade and a black box he has to protect, yet never open. Thankfully, Mom feels nice enough to tell Luxu the contents, in a tiny little whisper so the microphone can't pick it up. From then on, Luxu and Mom only observes the foretellers fight, the Keyblade War, Union Cross's events, and the entire Dark Seeker saga by eventually passing the eye on to Xehanort.
May my heart be my guiding key.
With that, we have caught up to Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. Now, how it relates to the overall narrative of the franchise is hard to say right now. We definitely need to keep this series, especially back cover, in the back of our minds while playing Kingdom Hearts 3, though obviously Sora, Riku, Mickey, Donald, and Goofy have no clue about the events of that era. Don't even try to discuss that one event with Mickey and Key, that shit has to be a Book of Prophecies Mickey. Though besides that, it does flesh out an era teased ever since the first game pretty well. Now personally, I never begged for them to go in depth on this time. I kinda liked how for up to interpretation it was, but with where it goes, especially by focusing on the foreteller's fear of the light expiring, it paints a great contrast with Key, where the common Keyblade wielders look up to the foretellers as nearly omnipotent sources of guidance. I know some people really don't like just how many Keyblade wielders get added through it, though I think in this instance that doesn't matter much. For one, everyone dies, they're gone now, and for two, we already knew that the past had hundreds of Keyblade wielders due to Birth by Sleep's ending. Birth by Sleep already opened the lid for more Keyblade wielders than the initial 3, so these additional hundreds previously teased, it doesn't change much. Scrolling back to my old video for a minute, back there I said I personally don't like how many Keyblade wielders Birth by Sleep added, and I kinda regret that statement today. And it's strange that I even said that when the whole video, as in just the third part, don't forget it's a compilation video, I tried to make a point about how 358 and Birth by Sleep tried to introduce new concepts to create the new goal for Sora and Riku without their involvement, yet complained that the main characters used fucking Keyblades. I bought a Kingdom Hearts game, that's what I should use. Anyways, I'll have time for way more tangents as we move into Yes, we are actually at Kingdom Hearts 3 now, so we're not going to waste any more time, we're gonna go right into it, if it weren't for how KH3 has its own little time wasting at the beginning to stop you from playing as Sora in the little journey. First of all, when you turn the game on, you get this nice little credits recap. It's not the real intro of the game. It's cutscenes from all the past titles with still the old art style, and a few from Kingdom Hearts 3 put in there. Truthfully, you can skip this if you want, just press start, go to the title screen, play the game, then when you start the game, you get the real intro. The most insane fucking CGI I have seen in a video game up to this point. It's mostly Square Enix that beat it afterwards, by the way. Similar to the Kingdom Hearts 2 intro, this one blazes through the story of the other games before, but unlike KH2 that only had 2 games to go over, Kingdom Hearts 3 has 8, 9, I don't know, you can count it a few ways. Okay, it gives some way less time than others. I don't care, because all of these flips, these lights, the characters, the emotion, it's just so fucking raw. And then after that, we still don't start. We have to watch these 2 young, mysterious boys play, not chess. Yeah, they never explain what this board game is or the rules. One of them controls the dark pieces, one of them controls the light pieces. Now, while the intro doesn't actually say who these guys are, we know what it is. It's Ericus and Xehanort. They appear now, and one more time way later. We'll get there when we need to, just to kind of imply that this is Xehanort versus Ericus this whole time. I don't think Ericus really does that role throughout the series, but we'll come back to this topic. Then, still not done, we need to do Sora's little dive into the heart as he does in the other games. Just picking if you want more HP, MP, all that jazz that we've done all the time. But now, finally, we begin Kingdom Hearts 3 proper, and I think it has one of the strongest starts. If we ignore the cutscenes that I just mentioned, Kingdom Hearts 3 does not waste any time setting up. When it comes to the setup, Dream Drop Distance already did it. So now, Sora, Donald, and Goofy are on their adventure. And to recap where everyone went, Xehanort and his Xehanort sit menacingly at an empty Toriyama-approved canyon. Kairi and Lee go to train in the not Toriyama-approved hyperbolic time chamber, Not Enough White. Riku and Mickey go to the Realm of Darkness to save Aqua, while Sora, Donald, and Goofy adventure through other worlds for Sora to regain his strength and learn the power of waking. That may sound like a lot right off the bat, but remember, they just re-released every game in the story so far. If you chose to jump right into Kingdom Hearts 3 without playing the others, then you only have yourself to blame for any confusion. It's the same as if you started a TV show on Season 8. Because for myself and other KH fans, we did not want to wait anymore. If you really want it, KH3 technically has some little recap films you can watch, and honestly, they made them pretty well, but I feel these serve better to remind players who had played the series a while ago, rather than people who want to jump right into Kingdom Hearts 3. Honestly, I think it's a little sad how many people wanted to do that after Kingdom Hearts 3. I saw loads of people wanting to buy Kingdom Hearts 3 when it released without touching the other games, which I think belittles the quality of the others. Each of them pushed the systems they released on to their absolute limits for their year of release. And I get it, you might have felt a FOMO from Kingdom Hearts 3 that story so far didn't give you, but if you jump right into Kingdom Hearts 3, you have signed on to get the absolute minimum out of it for both the story and gameplay. Thankfully, I feel like today that sentiment has gone down a little. Seems like anyone interested actually wants to play the whole series as Square Enix presents it, which, besides leaving 358 as a movie, thus making it seem equal to Coded in importance, doesn't cause any big problem. Quite frankly, I think you get the most out of those two DS games, which reuse a lot from KH1 and 2 gameplay-wise, if you play them later when you itch for more KH, rather than adding it to a series binge anyways. If even then you don't want to go through all of this to play one game, then I don't know, maybe it's just not for you. Play Final Fantasy XVI instead. It's like the one major Square Enix release that requires absolutely zero research in fucking forever and its peak. Do not be fooled, it's closer to Dragon Ball than Game of Thrones. On the surface level, it seems as though Riku and Mickey have the most important role since saving Ventus and Terra hinges upon Aqua's knowledge, while Sora, Donald, and Goofy seem to just fuck around in the Disney worlds. Though as we go forward, I'll argue as to why I feel some of KH3's strength lies in these parts of the game. But for now, I'm gonna make some ignorant little jokes. Riku does important things because they have some semblance of competence, while our funny boys from the past goof off with Disney characters. Except they haven't decided which world to go to first. Unlike KH1, where they searched randomly because they didn't actually have to hurry that much to find the king, Riku and Kairi, or KH2, where unlocking paths led them where he needed to go, the boys just sit out in space confused. Sora only has one hint from Yen Sid, and that's to converse with someone who has regained power after losing it.
May your heart be your guiding key.
Huh? What's that?
Our intelligent man, Goofy the Goof, recalls a certain phrase Yen Sid allegedly said under his breath before every adventure. One which may sound familiar to those that watched back cover. Said little phrase inspires Sora to let his heart decide the gang's course, resulting in a trip to Olympus. And before I talk about that, I know in the other videos I tried to fight against the notion that KH retcons a lot of stuff because I feel it expanded concepts rather than changed rules, but I must concede that Goofy telling us Yen Sid has always said this is a pretty obvious retcon. Though at the same time, I think we should accept that not all retcons are bad, because I find this interesting. It adds a grander reason for why Sora, Donald, and Goofy met back up with characters from Kingdom Hearts 1 during the events of KH2. It seemed mighty coincidental that everywhere they went had people the gang already knew, so saying that Sora's heart guided him back to where he had gone before gives it more weight, emphasizing one of Sora's core traits that no matter how little he knew someone, his heart intends to keep them connected, whether Sora knows this or not, which I think makes it even more fitting that the new big journey starts at Olympus. Kingdom Hearts 3 marks the first time we go through a Disney world as a tutorial level, and if they had to pick one Disney movie for the role, then I guess Olympus was the best option. No other Disney property has appeared in as many KH games as Olympus has, to the point where I don't even entirely register it as a Disney world sometimes. Like, Kingdom Hearts 3 doesn't even feature many returning worlds, just Olympus and one other later. Okay, well actually Kingdom Hearts 3 only has one returning world. Right now, Square Enix calls this part... At least the developers got in on the joke eventually. Reusing a world like Olympus sets us up nicely to reacquaint us with Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2's setup both mechanically and narratively, because 13 years and 4 games, or 6 depending how you count it, have gone by since we had an adventure with Sora, Donald, and Goofy featuring the command menu, and Olympus makes it clear to us that this journey stars them. Despite Sora losing all of his power after Dream Drop, Donald and Goofy keep reassuring Sora that they believe in him and swear to stay by his side, adding that they themselves got a little rusty since KH2. They don't actually specify how much time has passed since KH2, and I can't see Coded and Dream Drop taking place over more than a few days each, so the gang must have defeated Xemnas less than a month ago. Meaning these two really suck at retaining information. I don't know how you get that fucking goofy... Oh yeah, that's right. Weird Ludo narrative dissonance aside, Donald and Goofy's friendship just clicks with Sora in Kingdom Hearts 3. I'd say that's the crux of whether you come away with a lukewarm or great impression of KH3. It comes across very strongly in the cutscenes now that they finally moved to stronger hardware. They can do fancier camera angles and more expressive character models, while it additionally shines in the gameplay. Like for one, Donald and Goofy's AI got a much needed improvement. I feel like no matter what option I put them on, they kill more enemies than in the PS2 games, and when we go to the options, we can actually choose who they use items on. By PS2 standards, I'd say they got the job done back then, but now damn, they got it. The only setback debatably comes from how their limits work, though I'll save that for my more in-depth gameplay points. At first, we gotta find Herc so Sora can ask about losing and regaining power. Except on the way to do that, they learn that way more trouble has blasted in since their last visit. They land down in the city of Athens instead of the Colosseum, so they need to climb the whole mountain to reach where they had previously visited. On the way, they run into Hades, who fills them in that the other KH games forgot to adapt the part of Hercules' film where he commanded the Titans to attack Olympus, so he's doing that. They also run into Xigbar, who tells them to fuck off and give foreshadowing I'll focus on in a minute, and they also learn that Pete and Maleficent have begun a search for a black box and book like hinted at in the coded movie, which we now know slightly more about from back cover. And just so I can ignore them for a while, Pete and Maleficent get shafted really hard in KH3. No boss fight, they don't cause any of the conflicts in any Disney worlds, and only show up for gags. I consider this a huge shame. For a majority of Kingdom Hearts 1, Maleficent looked like the main villain, now she's reduced to gags. While Pete, he has the most prominent roles outside of KH2 in 358 and Coded, which a majority of new fans don't even play now. Square really needs to give them something better to do in Kingdom Hearts 4 because they have less presence than any of the one-off Disney characters. And speaking of, I haven't even touched on Hercules. Thanks to appearing so much, Herc himself has a more full character arc between games than any other Disney character. He went from as Zero in Birth by Sleep to a hero Sora looked up to in KH1 until he started hitting burnout in 358, which Sora had to perk back up in KH2. Since Sora's lost his power, he wants to get a hear from Herc on how he got it back.
You were feeling down and out. How'd you get your strength back?
All I know is that she was in trouble. Suddenly, I wanted to save her with all my heart, but it's not like I could tell you how.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Hercules says some really mushy stuff about how love and the connection between his and Meg's hearts pulled him through it, and whatever. KH2 actually had that as a core theme, seeing friends or the one you love pulling you through your struggle. I talked about it then, I think. Sora doesn't quite get the love thing, even though this shot says otherwise, so he moves back into focusing on helping Herc with saving Olympus. Though that thought process does come back into play once we reach Xigbar, who just wants to rub everything in Sora's face. Unlike Hades and Maleficent, who appeared to stress Sora out by reminding him how much shit hinges on him learning the power of waking in an implied type of manner, Xigbar just straight up says you gotta learn this and get the lights ready if you don't wanna lose. Oh, by the way, your power of friendship fucking sucks, and Herc only got to win because he had backup from dudes up high. So you know, he's an absolute fucking dick. Donald and Goofy reassure Sora that Xigbar totally doesn't know shit because he's just a sad man who hasn't done anything other than play second fiddle to an old dude for 12 years. Another part that really just proves to me that KH3 needs Donald and Goofy with Sora to pick him back up, especially during his first little trip after losing his powers. Because with their help, and Herc's because he actually joins your party, somehow a first in the series besides the turn-based parts encoded, they save Olympus, finally learn that Herc has god blood in him, and Sora regains enough confidence to go on the adventure. As a tutorial, I think Olympus works for the reasons I've already mentioned. Players who grew up with the series or recently played story so far have familiarity with the setting and get to see new parts of it. It introduces us to a Disney threat, real Organization 13 threat, and pretends Maleficent does something to remind Sora his journey has consequence. KH3 doesn't go for the slow character building of Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, or even Birth by Sleep and 358's intros, because that's not what KH3 aims to do. It wants you on the journey with Donald and Goofy to stop Xehanort as fast as possible.
May your heart.
Now, while Sora, Donald, and Goofy definitely get top billing, we can't ignore Riku and Mickey's adventures in the Realm of Darkness. In Dark World, the duo get to discuss how much has changed since their last visit after locking the door to darkness. Dark World itself has shifted since Mickey's last visit, and Riku himself has changed as well. He admits that last time he felt fear, well now he feels ready to face the darkness. Which brings up an interesting aspect of Riku in KH3, he doesn't necessarily have a story of his own. Since Dream Drop gave Riku a full journey that concluded his story that started way back in Kingdom Hearts 1, he doesn't have much room to grow within Kingdom Hearts 3's narrative. I hear some people call that a fault of Kingdom Hearts 3, though I'd argue that's actually a strength. It lets the main part of the story focus more on Sora, while the back portion, which as you can guess by the setup has at least 20 characters, can worry about balancing other characters who need more time in the spotlight. His currently complete character arc additionally reinserts a bit of his older sibling vibe from KH1, from the player and Sora's perspective at least. After Sora's failure in Dream Drop, power-up, he has quite the inferiority complex towards Riku, while Riku does not feel the same. Riku still believes in Sora, knows his potential strength, and doesn't for a moment doubt his ability to gain the power of waking. Sora's down in the dumps, but Riku hasn't forgotten the strength he saw in Kingdom Hearts 2 or the heart-to-heart they had after Xemnas' defeat. So while I agree Riku himself does not have an interesting plot going on in Kingdom Hearts 3, the overarching story as a whole rewards players for sticking through by letting us see the best version of him, and how that best version of him affects others. Even when he believes that his newfound confidence in the realm of darkness comes from Mickey joining him, the latter reaffirms that Riku's own strength gets him by, which we get to see in the gameplay as well. After the duo reach Dark Margin, the area Sora and Riku ended at in KH2, they have to face against a Demon Tide, a big ball of Heartless that I forgot to mention you had to fight 3 or 4 times in 0.2. I always figured they did that because 0.2 had a pretty small budget and staff, though someone in a Discord server I'm in said she thought the Dark Tide just really hates Aqua. I think that's a funnier way to look at it. Which makes sense, Darktide only fights you here because Riku and Mickey seem to inch closer to where Aqua resides. Her supposed trail, maybe a Dragon Ball Key type beat, ends here. While Riku still has strong moves from Dream Drop you could theoretically miss, like Thundaga, Dark Roll, Dark Froga, and Dark Barrier, the Darktide absorbs him into darkness for a brief moment. He only escapes thanks to the assistance of a mysterious, yet familiar voice. Though sadly, the event cut Riku's hair and broke his way to Dawn Keyblade. Because of that, he strikes it into the sand
for the other me
to take it, while he and Mickey head back to Yensid's tower to regroup. Miku happens to arrive at Yensid's tower at just the same time as the Quack Pack over here, where the 5 of them talk about how despite making progress, Sora still lacks the power of waking, and Riku and Mickey still need to find Aqua. Aqua Hunt Task Force think that they can only save Aqua if they find a heart connected closely to Aqua, since a similar connection between Sora and Kairi returned our heroes back to Destiny Islands.
I'll save her.
Huh?
Keep in mind, none of our main cast knows that Xehanort took Terra's body, nor that Ventus resides in Sora's heart. Sora's little outburst right here shows that Sora's double dream moment from Dream Drop and Riku's battle with the Ventus Nightmare has started waking up Ventus's heart. Any mention of Aqua and Terra makes it act out. But of course, they need to find clues, so Mickey and Riku go to find hints about Aqua, while Sora keeps trying to learn the power of waking. Since the others call themselves on Aqua duty, Sora decides that his unit will go on Roxas duty by letting his heart guide them, sending us to Twilight Town. But before we talk about that, it's time to go into redesigns. Yensid gives new outfits to the 5 Keyblade wielders, though Lee never wears his, that we should talk about. For Kairi, she technically has a combat uniform for the first time. It changes the least from her old one. I'm guessing Nomura just wanted to design a new lady outfit on the lady character. Besides giving her a hoodie, replacing these zippers with buttons, and of course changing her 2005 Utada Hikaru haircut with a 2019 Utada Hikaru haircut, it looks pretty close to her KH2 design. Mickey gets a funny one. Unlike his KH2 and Chain of Memories outfits, which I forgot were different when I did the video on those 2 games, he's ditched the traditional Mickey colors on the shirt to have darker grays and blacks. Canonically, it's to protect him from the realm of darkness, though in artistic design, I believe they did this so he matches with Riku better. However, it's not lacking entirely in Mickeyisms, since he keeps the white gloves, yellow shoes, red pants, and even changes his Keyblade up to maintain the sorcerer vibes. Mickey has Yensid fused together his old Starseeker he used in Birth by Sleep with Kingdom Key D so that he can stand a better chance in the realm of darkness. Then, as I just implied, Riku has a similar new look as Mickey, finally doing away with the loose-fitting 2006 skater vibe clothes from Kingdom Hearts 2 to wear an outfit that, while still giving a youthful vibe, makes him look confident. Belts keep his pants strapped to his legs, only one zipper where zippers should go, boots with proper straps, truly one of the most function over fashion character designs Nomura has ever made. And I don't know if he did this intentionally, but while the design emphasizes the black because he uses the power of darkness, it still implements his old yellow color scheme on the shoulders, which I like to interpret as the light he wants to lead the darkness towards. Maybe with keeping that idea, he swaps to a new Keyblade as well. Since he doesn't consider himself on some kind of middle ground between light and darkness anymore, he felt alright giving up the way to Dawn for this new snazzy Keyblade that looks more like a goddamn car key. Like, if someone rushed at me planning to bash my brains out with this, I'd shit my pants. Looking over to Sora, we finally get what I consider his best design. In Kingdom Hearts 1, they gave him the red, white, and yellow to echo Mickey's colors when next to Donald and Goofy, and accidentally look like Scion from
The Bouncer.
Kingdom Hearts 2 gave him the heavier black to emphasize his growth, contrast Roxas's white, and give him the 2006 edge. while Kingdom Hearts 3 gives him a new look that doesn't try to imitate or contrast other characters. Similar to Riku, his clothes have slimmed down to make the shoes far less cartoonish and the pants only a little baggy, while the color scheme is simplified to mostly black and red. It gives Sora a much clearer identity compared to the past 3 designs. Weirdly enough, while the KH2 design technically has more color accents with the dark blues and more prominent yellows, I get a more colorful vibe from his new outfits. Maybe because on Sora's back, the part you see most during 3D adventure games, they made his hoodie a pure red color, while the only non-black part of KH2 Sora's back went to the yellow cross on his ass. His new fit especially looks great on the promotional art. Standing on the clock tower on the main box art gives him a very striking color with the red hoodie, while here on the throne for the all-in-one package, the plaid on his collar really pops out to emphasize the royal feeling. Sora knows he's hot shit because he makes Square Enix enough money to sell KH1 4 ways on the same system. Now that Olympus has acquainted us with our main gang again, Twilight Town can serve as a more proper taste of what to expect in each world. Everywhere we go tries to make Sora reflect on the past journeys and lessons that the prior Kingdom Hearts games had, whether Sora appeared there or not, through the Disney worlds. Though Twilight Town only dips its toes in that idea. Sora says he feels like Roxas's heart misses Twilight Town, sparking him to tell Donald and Goofy about his double heart churning encounter with Roxas and Dream Drop, while Donald and Goofy try to pretend that what happened with Data Roxas Encoded has significance.
Hey, Sora! Hello, goodbye!
Oh. Go! We got this! See ya! Hayner, Pence, Olette, it's been ages!
What? It hasn't been that long.
So glad the staff at least has a sense of humor about it. Due to their vague memory of meeting him in 358, Sora convinces the TT trio to help out with hunting for Roxas pretty easily, resulting in Triple T asking around town to see if anyone knows him while we go to check the mansion. Not before the gang tells Sora how stupid he is for not knowing how to use an iPhone. Look, I get it, none of the other KH games had cell phones of any type besides maybe the Panasonic Foma P900 IV hidden in Advent Children Cloud's pocket, but that doesn't make it any less weird to see a PS2 character who has only aged 2 years maximum hold a smartphone. After saving Ratatouille, everyone meets back up at the mansion to start tinkering with the basement computer. Sadly, they can't figure it out on their own, but thankfully, Ansem had connected to his computer back at Radiant Garden, so Ienzo, the human version of Xehanort, can help Pent scan for information. But I'm not going to mention him much. Ienzo pops in to talk every once in a while as an oracle, person behind the computer type character. He, in addition to Dylan and Alias, but they stick so far in the background Square didn't even hire voice actors for them, feel remorse over their past actions and want to make it up to Sora. Odd, since technically Ienzo and Alias never met Sora, not even in Chain of Memories. Of the main apprentices, Sora only actually met Vexen and Zaldan. The former, Ienzo says they don't know the whereabouts of. I guess they feel remorse for the belittling treatment they gave towards Roxas, which deflects back to Sora. Either way, Sora has done all he can at Twilight Town for now, which means we can finally get to the funny Disney—
You think you can bring Roxas back?
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, and Xemnas stop by to call Sora stupid for trying to separate Roxas's heart from his body, because like, where are you gonna put it, you fucking idiot? Our boy, Captain Goofy, reassures Sora they can figure something out because right in front of them they see a heartless and nobody of the same person, so they must have an answer to find somewhere. Xemnas and Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, legitimately do show up just to make sure Sora doesn't fuck around too much in the story, though from an actual storytelling perspective, they have a few more points. For one, making sure anyone trying to jump right into KH3 gets a double dose of knowing that you can't just jump in here. They do not waste time boring longtime fans with a recap just so you can grasp what these two lackeys have to do with Sora. Also, reminding us to think about nobody's growing hearts. Goofy's one single line, while mostly just a fuck you to Xemnas, kinda succinctly restates how that works. If a person's nobody differentiates from their original person enough through new experiences, they can grow their own heart. That's the simple way to look at it, at least. Because if we analyze this any other way, then we'll need to wrestle with whatever the fuck is going on with the revived other organization members that act identical to their nobody form. Thankfully, we get to not think about that because now it's Disney time. First by seeing where Ratatouille went. Work. Uncle Scrooge has decided that if the rats keep invading his Twilight Town kitchen, then they better get to fucking work. Sadly, only one desperate rat fell down on his luck enough to deal with Scrooge's $3 an hour. So now Ratatouille works on his own, or with Sora. If Sora helps, then he can get some cool foods that give you some buffs. I'll come back to this a little bit later. Now we get to Disney. A lot of people out there seem to have a big problem with the Disney worlds of KH3, and while I get how that happens, I vehemently disagree with how people reach that point. First things first, KH3 structures the Disney levels differently from before. Of the main free-roaming adventure RPGs that introduced new worlds in the series, so KH1, 2, Birth by Sleep, and Dream Drop, it worked where you started in an original world, maybe saw a second, visited half of the Disney worlds, had a sort of halftime break at an original world, did the second half of Disney worlds, then ended in an original level. All 4 of those games followed that structure with only slight variation. As we already know from the tutorial, Kingdom Hearts 3 does not follow the same approach. We had our tutorial in Olympus, a very quick visit to Twilight Town, which I didn't mention consisted mostly of cutscenes within just 2 uninterrupted areas, then all of the Disney worlds, followed by the ending at the Keyblade Graveyard as promised by Xehanort. We have nearly uninterrupted Disney going forward. In place of visiting a mid-game original world, we have interludes where Ienzo calls us from Radiant Garden, cuts to Riku and Mickey in the Realm of Darkness, the organization debating what to do next, and Kairi training with Lee. These have almost nothing to do with the Disney worlds, they only set up the final world. For that reason, I'm gonna wait before I discuss both the good and bad of these. We have an entire middle 2/3 where I kinda think the journey peaks. Besides Olympus, we visit 6 Disney worlds that the team has made bigger than ever before. Well, I'm gonna talk about them all together. You unlock 2 at a time with worlds based on Toy Story and Tangled first, Frozen and Monsters Inc. second, and lastly, Big Hero 6 and Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Already you can see a bit of a difference from other Disney World choices. Besides Pirates, these all come from significantly newer 3D CGI movies that have not appeared in past titles. The KH team clearly focuses on pulling from relevant films rather than classics or films that followed a theme like in the other 4 that introduced new worlds. Though thinking on it again, quite a few of the films they picked hadn't reached 10 years old yet by the time of KH1 and 2. However, the team still mostly picked worlds carefully to fit the narrative and had some other benefits from their choices. For a more game development centric benefit, the team had a big help by choosing 3D films. When turning a 2D film into a 3D video game, the designers had to reinterpret quite a few of the locales. While with the 3D films, Disney's 3D animation studio in Pixar gave the KH3 team a lot of assets straight from the films for them to use as references. Of course, they couldn't import the 3D models or environments. Animation assets work way differently from the game assets, and I do not see a scenario where the frame rate doesn't tank with Sully's hair, but having this assistance gives the graphics a look significantly closer to the source films than if they lacked the studio support. Compare the 3D models from the Toy Story world to the original film, and they come out pretty close in overall quality besides a few different traits. Immediate aspect you can notice is that KH3's characters move cleaner, while the original film has better lighting and depth of field with the backgrounds. This comparison stays true for pretty much all the worlds. It additionally makes it possible for the team to rip tons of rooms straight from the source films. Hero's Garage in Big Hero 6, the laugh floor from Monsters Inc., and Rapunzel's Tower with the surrounding greenery have identical layouts to their film counterparts. Like, sure, if you put the film and game side by side, it's noticeable which one looks better, especially with Tangled that recreates a few cutscenes, but for a game with almost entirely in-engine cutscenes, this is really impressive. I actually hadn't watched Big Hero 6 or Tangled until before my recent Kingdom Hearts replays because I told my wife, whose favorite Disney movie it is Tangled, that my only knowledge of the two came from KH3, and while watching, I actually pointed at a few parts I recognized from the game. That was in KH3. Now, as I implied, instead of putting together a coherent theme like featuring the unseen Disney princesses and other prequel worlds from Birth by Sleep, characters finding their true self like in KH2, or a recent one I realized, many Disney characters reaching out for a new world to parallel Sora's journey, the individual Disney world stories try to synthesize themes from past Kingdom Hearts titles. Deep connections beating out distance, hearts growing in places you don't expect, ideas from past titles that sometimes the current Sora doesn't even know. Luckily, a real Organization 13 member shows up in each world to call Sora stupid, so he studies Jiminy's gummy phone logs. Unlike the past games where I mostly skimmed the Disney worlds, I want to look a little deeper into a few of them to explain my points. Kingdom Hearts 3 haters really like to call the Disney worlds pointless in KH3, well I think they have more importance here than any game besides KH1. Now Disney worlds have two important qualities to categorize them with before we continue. One important to story and one important to gameplay. Whether they let you explore a big free roaming sandbox or the most linear worlds in the series, and whether we essentially go through a movie plot or experience a straight up sequel to the source film. You can classify each Disney world from past games with those two qualities, but they never reach the extremes that the KH3 worlds do. Like Clock City from Dream Drop Distance very loosely goes through the story of Hunchback of Notre Dame, and Atlantica from KH1 technically counts as a prequel, but both still hit iconic character beats about Quasimodo and Ariel respectively. Not in KH3. You either go through the movie plot or you have a completely original sequel. Most entries like KH1, 358, and Dream Drop Distance threw you into small worlds with quite a bit of platforming and heavy guideposts to give you a midway point, while the map designs in KH3 either barely opens more than the linearity of Final Fantasy X, mainly only beating it thanks to the platforming, or opens to nearly the freedom of Final Fantasy XV, mainly limiting you by the disconnected maps. Just to get through it fast, on screen, here's the linear versus open worlds. Now, here's the movie plot versus sequel worlds. In forming a whole, I think this gives Kingdom Hearts 3 a better range than the other entries. I only ever felt like I just went through the motions in one world, and the addition of an organization member to bully Sora kept the main story on track. With that said, let's talk about one of the first worlds you unlock in a little more depth. Kingdom of Unfortunate Name comes from Tangled, a movie about a girl trapped in a tower with a false narrative fed to her by her captive, who only learns about the lies fed to her through the actions of a person lying to themselves. If you've seen the film, then you know that it ends in a way that makes a sequel tough, though my wife said that the cartoon did something to make it work. Because of that, it just follows the movie, with the big change that Flynn claims the trio we play as his sidekicks so he can force them to help him fight the Heartless. A majority of the cutscenes then walk through scenes of the film with Sora, Donald, and Goofy added in. And while that does make it one of the weaker engaging stories in terms of originality, the immediate chemistry the trio have with Rapunzel and Flynn carries it. Similar to Sora, Rapunzel dreamed of visiting a world outside of her own, so he understands the excitement she feels and joins in, making it so even if we know where the story heads, we have fun going through it, with two major aspects distinguishing the story from the film version: the Heartless parading around the forest, and the organization member who appears, Marluxia from Chain of Memories. Marluxia has come to this world because after the events of Kingdom Hearts 1, the 7 Princesses of Light have subconsciously transferred their power to a new set of random princesses to use more relevant movies to keep the light safer from danger. Knowing that Mickey and Sora don't have their 7 lights, Organization 13 wants to make sure they can get the new princesses as backup lights. These new princesses consist of still Kairi because she's in a position of safety, Rapunzel, the 2 girls from Frozen, and the other 3 we don't see in KH3. Maybe we see them in KH4. Marluxia comes to this world in particular due to the parallels between Tangled and Chain of Memories. Because if you look at Rapunzel, she's kind of a mix between Sora and Naminé's role in Calm. Similar to Naminé, she has spent her life locked away in a tower with a special power that someone else has abused. While like Sora, she only knows lies someone else told her, and now her memories wrestle with reality. Of course, Sora, Donald, and Goofy don't remember that journey, much to the dismay of Marluxia, who still holds a grudge against the Funny Boys, but it seems like Sora's heart still might. He really cares about giving Rapunzel a happy world outside of her tower. Playing with her in the water, causes dandelions to float around her, and just some other really charming actions that make the trio feel like they have a role in this party. Maybe internally trying to make things up to Naminé, who he still has never thanked. Up until the end at least. Marluxia turns Mother Gothel into a Heartless so Sora doesn't have to beat up an old lady, and from that point it's just a boss fight with Rapunzel and Flynn, finishing off their little story from the film. Flynn takes a hit for Rapunzel, Rapunzel finds the light inside of herself to save him. It's the movie. A solid middle-of-the-pack world which gives us a sense for the formula KH3 worlds follow. Our trio gets a relationship with the world's inhabitants, an organization member shows up, mini-game in the middle I didn't mention, add in allusions to past titles from Sora's memories or deep recesses of his heart thinks about, and maybe hint at something in a later game. Now Arendelle, Oh man. So like the other Kingdom Hearts games, the journeys to each Disney worlds feel like a new episode in a Disney afternoon show. Put Max in the next game tomorrow, his voice actor also plays Noel, you can save some fucking money. And just like any TV show, it can have some episodes with a lower quality than other ones. Arendelle, the world based on Frozen. I feel like anytime someone cherry picks a clip to showcase an issue with Kingdom Hearts 3, 50% of those moments come from this world. I don't think it's a complete slog like Atlantica from KH2, which my friend who played the game for the first time pointed out I mysteriously never mentioned once in my old video. However, when we reach the point of choosing what ranks where, most people I see online hold the other Disney worlds in higher regard. Similar to Kingdom of Corona, Arendelle also walks through the plot of the Disney film it mimics. Though unlike the former, Arendelle doesn't really insert our protagonist into the film narrative. Like, if we look back at the rest of the series, anytime they visit a Disney world that walks through a movie plot, we still join the story somehow. Fight Jafar with Aladdin, help Beast find himself, craft Cinderella's dress, we always did something substantial to the story. Not really in Arendelle. Sora, Donald, and Goofy play through an ice level while the plot of Frozen happens to the side of them. In my long gaming experience, if a desert level isn't my least favorite stage in a video game, it's the ice level. I think my story from over an hour ago should explain why that feeling has only gotten stronger with age. Walking through it, we arrive on Arendelle. Sora, having grown up on a beach, doesn't like the cold, especially relatable when I first played it. The three travel up the mountain where they run into a bummed out Elsa who they try to help. Unaware of what has happened to her, they try to use friendship to cheer her up, only to receive ice to the face. Heartless fight gameplay beat, Elsa runs away after they see her powers.
Read the room, kiddo.
Who are you?
Similar to Marluxia, Larxene has come to check up on the princesses of Heart living here. To stop us, Larxene throws us into a random ice tower to make us run through a portion of the world that looks different from the mountain. Other than stalling us, this serves no narrative, like no cutscene after the first one. At least it has helpful treasure chests and cool effects. Upon escaping the tower and running up the mountain once more, one of the most infamous scenes in all of Kingdom Hearts begins. In case I got a copyright strike, originally I wanted Let It Snow to play for a few seconds here. Square Enix recreated the entirety of Let It Snow from the film, with occasional cuts to Sora, Donald, and Goofy. Not even remade with the in-game engine. A full, pre-rendered recreation of the scene. Out of every single Kingdom Hearts game ever, they have never put a pre-rendered cutscene in a Disney World until now. KH3 has 4. The ending scenes of Frozen, Tangled, and Pirates, and this Let It Go scene. Personally, I don't hate it, it's kind of funny, but man, I gotta question why this happened. Apparently Nomura wanted to do this, not Disney, which only makes it funnier. Anyway, Larxene comes back, says how if Elsa accepts darkness, that'd be like really badass, pushes us off the ledge to make us ice cap minigame that's fun during the second time when they add a score system, and we get to meet Anna. Anna lets out her emotions to Sora, and scares him by almost singing all of Do You Want to Build a Snowman. She explains how Elsa tried to push her aside to protect her, which Sora interprets as a fairly flimsy connection back to the end of KH1 and the main parts of 2. Riku, while having his own reasons, pushed him aside to keep him safe, just as Elsa does to Anna. Solid grounds on its own, but after another minigame where Sora builds Olaf, the team disperses and never speak to each other again, which makes it feel more like they needed a way to mention KH1 in these Disney worlds. Moving forward, Sora, Donald, and Goofy keep getting thrown off the mountain while the others go through the story of Frozen. Anna sacrifices herself to save Elsa from a sword swing, while we, including Snowball the Iceman, fight a wolf Heartless in an arena that admittedly has a super cool cinematic. Technically, this last section goes through the same motions as the Tangle world, but since Sora doesn't have chemistry with the inhabitants of this world, it doesn't stick as hard as that world did. And I don't want to give it too much shit, it actually has my second favorite minigame and 2 of the better Disney bosses, but narratively, this is one of the weakest worlds in the series, with a level theming I'm not a fan of. However, now I can talk about the rest of the worlds. First, with Toy Box because it heavily contends for best Disney World in the series for me. Toy Box takes place sometime after the original Toy Story, maybe after Toy Story 2 since they mention evil emperors, but definitely before Toy Story 3 since the toys still live in Andy's house. No one from Toy Story 2 actually appears here, so I don't know. Truly not that important. Woody himself has clearly gone through his Toy Story 1 growth because unlike in that film where he got suspicious about Buzz, once Sora, Donald, and Goofy enter Andy's room, he welcomes them with open arms. Not for no reason though. For the past few days, many of Andy's toys and Andy have gone missing. His absence, in addition to the new dark creatures and Buzz's laser actually killing things, has made the toys desperate to figure out what has happened. While Buzz, the ever-vigilant Space Ranger, doesn't quite trust these new guys that showed up right after some monsters. Thankfully, he's the only toy that feels this way. All the rest of them trust Sora immediately because they mistook him for
Sora! Slow down there, Rex.
Yeah, so here's one of the most interesting things here. When you begin Toy Box, you don't go straight into hanging out with the toys. It begins with a batshit insane commercial for a fake game where an edgy anime boy wielding multiple weapons and crystal-related powers tries to save a devout girl with his two comrades in a luminescent lit downtown metropolis. This man's name is Zora from the fake video game Virum Rex. A simple, funny gag scene that has striking parallels with Nomura's past project, Final Fantasy Versus 13. Just by visuals, Yozora resembles Noctis with Riku's haircut, Friend 1 takes upon aspects of Ignis and Gladiolus, while Friend 2 takes those of Prompto and Arden. The woman looks like unused the character, and Yozora sits on his throne like Noctis, but with his arms out as if to say, I don't give a shit. And to make sure people don't assume Nomura just fell back on his design tendencies, they named everything in a way to prevent confusion. Yozora's name mixes the Japanese word for night with sky as if to mix Noctis and Sora's names together, while the title, Virum Rex, translates into True King, the title which Noctis in the final version of 15 attempted to claim. Or if we assume something less sportsmanshiply, Nomura may allude to a belief that 15 does not represent the true vision for Noctis' story. Overall, a surprisingly well put together gag in a Disney world. By the way, the punchline? We zoom out to see that we actually just viewed a TV commercial through the eyes of Rex, Ham, and other toys in Andy's room. Rex has grown obsessed with Virum Rex, likely escaping from the knowledge of Andy's absence, so meeting his new hero in toy form both excites him and helps with earning Woody's trust. Sora and Woody trade information where the toys seem to assume the whole organization and heartless mumbo-jumbo comes from Sora's toy backstory, but since they have information about a black hooded toy at the mall, everyone travels over there to meet our villain of the world.
Go fuck yourself.
Young Xehanort shows up to let us know that he came here on a secret organization mission to figure out how they can succeed in their plans, though he doesn't keep it very secret. Young Xehanort has completely copied the Toy Story world and transferred some of the hearts from Toy Story into this one, so we play through a cloned world with the real toys, immediately paralleling how Sora and Riku's worlds worked in Dream Drop Distance and mimicking the narrative through the toys as well. Dream Drop stressed how no matter how far Sora and Riku travel apart geographically, their hearts keep each other strong and guide them back together, just as Buzz, Woody, and the other toys' hearts guide them back to Andy as they did in Toy Story 1, 2, and yet again now. It even shows that point throughout the world. Many of the toys get lost in the mall at some point of the story for various reasons, so the party needs to find them. It emphasizes the desire of hearts of friends to reconnect together. But not only that, Toy Box goes double duty. Since no other worlds call back to it, Toy Box puts in a few of 358's ideas, mainly what constitutes a heart in someone that was never born. After all, the toys don't differentiate too far from a nobody. Simple vessels designed to achieve a task begun by their past selves or the toy's creator. Toys such as Buzz think of themselves as the real Buzz Lightyear until put into the hands of a child that may rewrite their story, just as Roxas and Xion came into their own against the organization's wishes. Now, young Xehanort abuses this idea by awakening the inanimate toys through the dark hearts of the heartless, an act only adding to Buzz's unease, leading to his desire to go back to the fake Andy's room in hopes of him returning. Though with those negative emotions, Baby Nort uses the chance to sneak a heartless in Buzz to make him evil, partially as a test to make him one of their darknesses. Obviously, that doesn't happen because Buzz next to Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, whiplashes shitloads, but it would have been funny. Either way, we get the funny meme scene out of this.
My guess is no one's ever loved you before.
Badass Woody over here, true to his character from the films, and whatever this game was, really doesn't want to deal with this shit. Darkness, hearts, bitchless boys, nah. Woody had his fun with Sora, so he feels ready to take Buzz and go home to Andy. Woody saves Buzz, Xehanort says he learned a lot here about putting hearts into vessels, whispers this to Sora,
Find the hearts joined to yours.
and sticks a heartless UFO boss on us. World has a pretty typical Cage ending where everyone connected their hearts together in friendship. Just in case you came close to forgetting, you bought a Kingdom Hearts game and not Toy Story. I don't think you'd forget here, actually. An instrumental of You've Got a Friend in Me does play through a majority of the world, so you probably won't. This world has made Sora think back on a lot, set up tons for the later part of Cage III, and mayhaps future games. Y'all might understand the importance of this once we reach the end, but I totes get why Nomura said that if he couldn't use Toy Story, he might just cancel Kingdom Hearts 3. Alright, so I've talked about 3 of the 6 Disney worlds, enough to where you for sure understand the formula they go for. Talked about my favorite, my least favorite, and one I'd put somewhere in the middle. So while I probably even like the remaining 3 more than Kingdom of Corona, I'm gonna try and, from what I know I write later, fail to weave these into the greater gameplay discussion. Basic cliff notes: Big Hero 6 calls back to Coded by asking about if Data can have a heart like with Baymax, or if a Data heart can grow dark, with a second Baymax controlled by the combat data from the film. Coded touches on these ideas, I just didn't get into it because they never mentioned that idea again unless mainly through what 358 introduced. Monster Inc. talks about the power of negative emotions versus positive emotions as a reference to Vanitas' use of the Unverse from Birth by Sleep to fight Ventus. And Pirates calls back to Pirates from Kingdom Hearts 2 by showing the power of the PS4. I remember the frame rate dipping here originally. Thankfully, I'm playing on PS5 for this video where that never happened. So gameplay time. When it comes to the 9 non-key Kingdom Hearts titles, we can classify them into 2 types of combat styles. Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, Days 3, and by extension 0.2, follow the command menu system. In these games, you use the D-pad or X button for 358 to select what move you want to use. In Kingdom Hearts 1 on PS2, we hit attack to swing, magic to open up a secondary menu to select a spell, which in fact had a tertiary menu when you picked a summon, item which did the same thing as magic but for items, and a 4th contextual slot to open chests, save, and use special moves. That final slot felt very unintuitive. It required you to make 2 separate inputs in a split second, which really did not work. Shocking that they let that happen when everything else felt smooth for the time. Square even thought of adding a quick slot menu by holding L1 for you to put your spells or items on, which stays for all command menu titles. From that description, you can probably tell Square wanted to port over the turn-based menu combat of Final Fantasy into real time, an idea we can additionally see Square testing the waters with in the original Crystal Chronicles. Even up to today, I'd still consider Kingdom Hearts 1 the most literal translation of FF's combat into a pure real-time combat. Kingdom Hearts 2 then improved it by moving all of the contextual commands to triangle since KH1 didn't use that button much. The 4th slot became how you use your drive forms, one of the few things I did talk about last time. Well, if you press to the left, you saw a whole new set of commands. Summons, which I have to come back to, party to change your party members because in KH1 you had to do that as save point, and limit, which works differently from Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy, you have access to a big dumb limit move after taking enough damage. While in Kingdom Hearts 2, you could team up with Donald, Goofy, or another guest party member to unleash a big dumb move for the cost of your remaining MP, even if you only have 1. Between drives, limits, summons, and very overpowered magic by mid-game, you could use option 1 followed by option 2 to wreck any hordes in your path. Now, admittedly, KH2 had some bad tutorials, meaning you needed to know how to use them to break it. If you've only played KH1 through the HD collections, then you know that Square retroactively added some of those improvements from KH2 back into KH1 for a better experience. 358 over 2 days, as a DS game, had to take a bit of a step back. You needed to use the D-pad to move, so to go through commands, you press X to go down, and you have no way to go directly back up. Selecting a magic spell really fucking sucked because of this. Newly emerging mods on PC have remapped things to feel closer to KH1 and 2, which feels great, but I haven't gotten too much time to test it yet. 358's main appeal came from the customization. Besides the basic attack, you only had abilities, items, equipment, or magic spells depending on what you equipped onto your panel system. This becomes especially interesting with your Keyblades that can potentially have 3 unique abilities and a unique combo. Okay, technically, of the 24-ish Keyblades, I think only about half of them have unique combos while the rest share from another. But this still differentiates Keyblades better than a majority of games where they just affect stats. A majority of KH fans, including myself, tend to prefer the command menu system. You know exactly what you have at all times, so you can slowly ease into your options until you master them, and besides 358, you don't need to spend too long in menus thinking about your setup. However, I don't want to write off the command deck system either. It has a different type of appeal that I'm still a fan of. Birth by Sleep, Recoded, Dream Drop Distance, and in a much different way Chain of Memories, though honestly we're not talking about that today, have a deck system where you select specific commands you unlock through exploration or grinding into your deck of commands, similar to a deck of cards. It's clearly evolved from Chain of Memories, which took that idea too far, too fast, while the other 3 games with this style find a middle ground so it still feels like Kingdom Hearts. With the deck commands, the developers focused on variety, meaning they had to get really creative with tons of different attacks that don't come back in Kingdom Hearts 3, so I won't go too much into all of them. If you like variety, prefer preparation over reaction speed, and don't care too much that your base combo stays pretty stagnant in BBS and Dream Drop Distance, then you may like these 3, all of which went about these a little differently with their own strengths and weaknesses. Coded had varied keyblades like 358, a fluid combo system, and limits, but had to fight DS limitations and tread through KH1 worlds again. Birth by Sleep has the most varied commands that, depending which ones you use, decided what transformations our protagonists take upon once their command gauge fills up, but since you restart the story as each character with no New Game Plus option, you only really get the best abilities for a little bit without grinding, while Dream Drop gives the best opportunities for obtaining strong abilities early thanks to a New Game Plus feature that carries over your Dream Eater companions. Most of the moves feel a little snappier than BBS, and you can trade abilities between your player characters, but the best way to level up and gain abilities comes from these mini games that a lot of people don't like. So all 3 have their strengths and weaknesses that make me kinda wish for one more deck system game for an ultimate experience, though with Missing Link's cancellation and the old handheld market becoming indistinguishable from console games, I don't see a market for alternative gameplay in this series anymore. The deck system mainly existed to ensure that a Kingdom Hearts game on handheld had enough buttons to work. A majority of 358's issues stem from trying to copy a PS2 game's combat on a system not capable of such. A lot of PSP games fell into that trap of copying a PS2 counterpart, so honestly, I'm a little shocked they realized not to try that with Birth by Sleep. Additionally, important for today, Birth by Sleep had a mechanic called shot locks, and Dream Drop Distance had flow motion. I think I talked about flow motion in the other video, but if not, it lets Riku and Sora perform insane wall jumps, rail grinds, and other gymnastics flippy dippy shit. In Dream Drop, it trivialized platforming related movement by World 1, but for a short game with a fast story, I think it helped keep the pace moving. Then shot locks are a customizable extra attack you can use through a focus meter which allows you to fire a set number of shots at one or multiple enemies. For mook fights, it works for crowd control, while during bosses, it can net you a free health bar if used right. Each of these 6 titles have much more to go into, but I've laid the groundwork for reaching what I like in KH3, so we can move on. Now, while Kingdom Hearts 3 solidly follows the command menu system as seen in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, it still tries to insert a few ideas from the other titles. Let's look through the HUD first to reach the points. On the command menu itself, Square had removed the second segment from KH2 so that we just have 4 commands again: attack, magic, items, and links, which just means summons. Disney had a weird rule about it this time, so you link with a memory of them from your heart or some shit, I don't know, leaving us with 3 missing commands: limit, party, and drive. So at first glance you may think they removed these, when actually we still have them. For the party, now that we have reached the PS4, we no longer have a need for swapping party members. The PS2 could only handle 2 party members at a time, while the PS4 can surpass that, meaning not only do we get our 3rd partner, we get 4 sometimes. Buzz and Woody, Flynn and Rapunzel, Mike and Sully. I'd call this a total upgrade. I don't think anyone would debate this. I have many runs in KH2, or even if I can swap my party members whenever, I end up not using someone like either Jax because I already beefed up Goofy and Donald by then. While the drive forms and limits, that's where it gets contentious. So limits only happen randomly or at set piece moments now. Straight up, not a fan of this. I'm guessing the team saw how busted limits could get in KH2, which was very, resulting in a super nerf. Duck Flare in KH2 can decimate a few fights, including Superbosses, while here, it just does a fairly large amount of damage whenever Donald sees fit. I don't prefer it over KH2 as a playing the game mechanic, though a part of me likes it narratively. It feels like Sora, Donald, and Goofy have grown so comfortable fighting with each other that they can pull off a team attack with no second thoughts given. Shown even more with the unison moves where Sora teams up with one of the 2 for a combined combo finisher. Very cool. I turn those off though because they normally happen when I don't want them to win bosses. Still nice to show their connection. Now for the transformations, I think I should note, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2's team did not develop develop Kingdom Hearts 3. A lot of them moved over to Versus 13 and then various other projects in Square Enix, so only a few of KH2 staff returned for KH3. Instead, Square's Osaka team, the ones behind Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop, worked on most of the development, and it shows. Sora can still use his flow motion from Dream Drop, while Riku defeating the Ventus Nightmare made it so Sora inherited Ventus's shot lock and situation commands. However, the latter two have changed significantly. In Birth by Sleep, the command gauge and shot locks function completely independent of each other. You equipped one shot lock in the shot lock slot, and the rest of your commands decided what form you change into based upon how you used them. In Kingdom Hearts 3, maybe taking from 358 and Recoded, both your forms and your shot locks depend upon the Keyblade equipped. Each Keyblade has a unique shot lock, and almost all of them have a unique transformation that you can use once you fill up your situation gauge, changing it so unlike in KH2, where you could use limits or drives in times of peril, or carefully when you see fit, making you focus on meter management, KH3 rewards you with the forms for playing well, meaning for tougher battles, you need to plan out your means of attack to efficiently reach your transformation. Additionally, if you mix in enough magic attacks, you can earn an extra magic spell one tier higher than what you have. So cast a few Thundagas and finish off the gauge to get yourself a Thundaza command that So you have a large horde of small enemies surrounding a big boy. You can viably go after the little guys first to build your situation gauge, letting you mess up the big guy easier. Or, and this takes a while, guard attacks to build your situation gauge up with counters so you can safely fight back. Only two problems with this. For one, across the board, if you don't play on critical, Kingdom Hearts 3 does not challenge you much. Until near the end, only a few choice bosses should give you trouble. A properly used shot lock and correct magic usage can drain some bosses' bars easily, while critical blasts your ass so hard that you truly should never attempt it as a first run. You absolutely get the most out of the mechanics on critical, but I already stocked so much footage into my drive after the other stuff, I did not need a whole bunch of other deaths added in for this video. Second, the gauge for reaching a situation does not have as clear of an indication as Birth by Sleep. BBS showed a full progressing bar, while KH3 uses 4 arrows that appear at 25% intervals. You get a feel for how much hits you need to fill it up eventually, but I do recall a lot of players getting tilted in the first few worlds during the time of release. However, once you get the full grasp onto it, I feel like you can strategize even more than in KH2. Here's the thing. In Birth by Sleep, if you filled up the situation gauge, you had to use it right then and there. Here, in KH3, the new situation you have sits above your command menu for about half a minute or until you decide to use it with triangle, meaning that if you gain a Faraza but haven't finished your combo, you can hold on to it until the right moment. Or if Goofy wants to use his limit, but the enemy in front of you already has low health, you can save it to use on a stronger guy. And all of these moves have tons of making it feel like the deck command system hasn't entirely died. You can even cycle through them similar to those entries. It helps to make KH3 feel grand, especially with the transformations. Keyblades as gameplay mechanics have gone all over the place in the series. You have it next to no point in using old ones in some games like 1, Birth by Sleep, or Dream Drop once you upgrade, while KH2, 358, and Coded tried to make it where every Keyblade has a viable use somewhere beyond stats. However, even in those 3, early game Keyblades fell to the wayside eventually. This kinda sucked because tons of early Keyblades could come from a favorite Disney film or just in general have a sick design. Kingdom Hearts 3 removes this issue by giving each Keyblade loads of unique features in addition to letting you upgrade Keyblades at the synthesis shop that up the stats and add 3 abilities per Keyblade, thus making it where if you unlocked a Keyblade you liked near the start, it won't devalue near the end due to level scaling. Your style of play decides the worth of each Keyblade, besides the new version of Ultima Weapon, which beats out the rest. Ultima Weapon requires you to do nearly everything offered before the final boss, so honestly, I think you should get something busted for it. For examples, I'm gonna look closer at 2 early Keyblades. One I like, Ever After from Tangled, and one I don't that still has tons of utility, especially for challenge runs, Hero's Origin from Hercules. Since it came from the tutorial level, you obtain Hero's Origin before any other Keyblade besides Kingdom Key or the special Kingdom Key clone you have depending on how you purchase the game. I have the 711 one. Once transformed, Hero's Origin turns into a shield that Sora can use offensively and defensively. As an offensive weapon, he throws it around for some cool Captain America type shit, but you really want to use it defensively. If enemies attack you while blocking, Sora can retaliate with decent damage, or if he blocks 2 hits before retaliating, he can... Defensive players can wreck shop with Hero's Origin. My big issue every time I attempt it, since you have Hero's Origin so early, enemies haven't gotten all that aggressive yet, meaning that when you go to the next world all excited to use it, you end up sitting there in defense mode more than actually attacking. Of all 3 times I have played KH3 start to finish, this experience cements in my mind that I don't really want to use it, even if I know about the utility it has later. Additionally, I don't like the shot locker finisher on it. Every transformation has a big dumb move on it that deals loads of damage at the expense of ending the transformation, which in the case of Hero's Origin lasts a little too long. I have the same issue with it as the summons in the PS1 Final Fantasy games. It just takes too long to sit through. Then the shot lock deals loads of damage, but unlike nearly every other shot lock that homes in on enemies or warps you close to them, Hero's Origin only hits enemies right next to Sora. All of this combined makes Hero's Origin very handy for those that want to play super defensively at a close range, but I kinda don't want to do that. I like using Ever After over here more. Ever After turns into a staff that lets Sora skate similar to Wisdom form, and if he performs a dodge, he can leave up to 4 after images that can gang up on one enemy to deal mondo damage. For bosses or large enemies, that can drain health with just a small bit of setup. Only thing keeping it from breaking combat is that it can't hit multiple enemies at once. For crowds, Ever After's shot lock works better. Since it does this funny mirror trick where it bounces off of set points, it can cause splash damage on enemies you didn't lock onto. So from those 2 descriptions, you might instantly think, oh, what if I use Ever After for bosses and Hero's Origin for hordes? That can make sense. And sure it does, but unlike every past game where you had to pick just 1 Keyblade to bring with you into battle, now Sora can bring 3 at a time. Kingdom Hearts 3 lets Sora swap weapons on the fly. Having 3 Keyblades at any given time ups your number of strategies and limits how much the player has to sift through menu bullshit. Spending a long time in menus became a big issue in Kingdom Hearts games. Players have so many options to play with, especially in the handheld entries, that they want to see all of it, but I see tons of players just get comfy with their current loadouts because they do not want to keep editing their moves. In Kingdom Hearts 3, you no longer need to make a hard decision on what you use. If you have one form you prefer for this boss and another form you'd prefer for the one after, you don't need to swap in a menu between moments. Maybe you come up to one enemy with the shield, notice it doesn't feel quite right, and immediately you can switch to a normal Keyblade that hasn't transformed, which, when you do this, saves your transformation for later. Not only does this add strategy to your combat, but exploration as well. Like in the other games, transformations last a certain amount of time, so if you finish a fight with half of that meter remaining, you don't need to waste it anymore. You can have 2 transformations stocked up for later to go wild with at the start of your next fight, meshing exploration with the combat better. Which brings me to the next point about Kingdom Hearts 3, it's a lot of flash without losing too much substance. So look, out of the way, if you ask me which game I prefer the combat in, Kingdom Hearts 2, no question, almost entirely due to the greater versatility of KH2's magic system. KH3 removed the oddball support magics like gravity, magnet, and reflect. Magic still functions fine in KH3, sometimes too much if you know what to do, but I ain't telling my mom about the deep complexities of it during dinner, which if you didn't know is ready.
Come on down.
The only aspect of KH3's combat I call a straight downgrade instead of an upper side grade. Getting that out of the way, I'm gonna put the technical brain aside to say, Kingdom Hearts 3 offers the most stupidly fun gameplay in the series. Kingdom Hearts 3 minimizes the number of inputs required for a given function as much as possible. KH3 does not want you stopping. Once you enter a fight and get a few combos in, you should have at least 1 situation command at the ready. Upper magic, transformations, team up commands, tons of moves that don't even slow down gameplay. Not to mention, many worlds have extra environmental mechanics Sora can interact with through flow motion. By all means, these should feel gimmicky, yet because of how cleanly you can flow into them and their usual optional nature, it never feels overwhelming. For example, you've got these snowballs in Arendelle. Once you jump on top of them, you can make the ball bigger by pushing it onto more snow, and after it gets large enough, it can one-shot anything smaller than it. You become an absolute monster by using it. We We can also find these Mazingers at Toy Box. When you first reach the main mall, you go up against a wall of Gundams piloted by Heartless who tank a ton of damage. You have more than enough capabilities to take them out carefully with your shot locks and transformations, though that takes a minute. Or if you listen to Goofy's tips, you get the idea to hop into one of the Valkyries on the side to fight on their level. And Sora doesn't need to try hard to get into them thanks to the new Air Step ability. Air Step uses shot lock and flow motion together for a quick warp to specific locations, including every enemy. It makes closing distance a non-issue if you master it. Once you spot your Ace Tavalis 0G battle frame of choice, you can pilot it near instantaneously. Your action only comes to a pause very briefly, which leads to the next point. You get more utility out of the grinding, pole spinning, and wall jumping than you could in Dream Drop. In Dream Drop, if you perform a flow motion attack and fail to hit something, you could end up doing a slow spinny move or long fall for Sora and Riku to end their animation. Now, Sora has an increased range to make sure he doesn't miss, and when you do, he stops his animation significantly faster. It keeps the flow state of gameplay more consistent than any game before, though I think the worlds themselves help with this more. Upon watching the friend mentioned earlier play KH2 for the first time, I remembered one of the biggest issues a casual playthrough provides. It has a lot of cutscenes. Not saying that it has too many minutes of cutscenes. If you buy an RPG, then of course it has tons of cutscenes, but the balance of cutscenes to gameplay, especially in the Disney worlds, can get very lopsided. Many worlds follow a break room, fight room, cutscene in the following room pattern, which I think most of the KH2 support squad forgets because we keep doing challenge runs where we skip cutscenes. Kingdom Hearts 3 gives us significantly longer stretches of real gameplay between cutscenes than the rest of the series. You have time to get intimate with the worlds you explore, whether they're linear or not. For a first example, the only linear world I haven't talked about yet, we can turn to Monstropolis. Sora, Donald, and Goofy help Mike and Sully bring Boo back to her home while fighting off Randall, Vanitas, a bunch of fire, and this goop monster with a difficulty jump higher than Xehanort from Birth by Sleep. Monstropolis is, without much exaggeration, the most linear world in the series. Straight up early dungeon Final Fantasy XIII tier. However, it definitely uses this to keep the player on track with fast combat and to show the most of Monsters Incorporated as possible. With the exception of the first one in this gag around the middle, cutscenes fly by quickly. Half of the world takes place in an outdoor area that's almost pure gameplay. Even as a Disney wallpapered hallway, I think it has the best wallpapers of worlds you might call as such. We see the welcome room, laugh floor, door transfer area that Sora gets to rail grind in, all our favorite spots from the film besides the sushi restaurant. It does lead to our gang having a slightly less intimate relationship with Mike and Sully compared to pretty much every other non-Snowball party member, but someone needs second last place. Mike and Sully have such fun personalities, despite the voice replacements not quite hitting, that they can thankfully carry the world without too much work. However, when it comes to gameplay, I can't ignore the Caribbean and San Francisco. These open up in ways Kingdom Hearts never has before, with a full city featuring next to no guidance in San Francisco's case, and the Caribbean, which I might need to start with. So the interesting thing about the Caribbean for me is that it actually does not hit anything that I consider a strength of the Disney worlds in KH3. Sora doesn't reflect on a past KH game, it follows a film plot pretty directly, and it actually has the most gimmicks out of all the worlds. Yet it might be my second favorite world, and going off what I see of other people saying, a lot of players number one. So let me explain. The Caribbean follows the story from the third film at World's End, despite never adapting the second one. Kinda funny since those two directly link together, and I'm pretty sure that by 2019, the hype for Pirates of the Caribbean had died, but I guess the age group who plays these games mostly remember seeing these in theaters. Throughout the mandatory part of the world, you deal with alternative swimming controls, a boss fight where you never really get to use your base controls, hunt a town for crabs, and make use of the world-exclusive ship combats. By and large, you don't play a typical Kingdom Hearts game when here. Like 3 mandatory horde fights and the final boss against Davy Jones. But thanks to the immense charm of the world, I enjoy the whole visit. From the beginning, we have a sense of whimsy like no other. SDG sing a little song and attempt pirate lingo with new outfits that really settles in their relationship. How perfect of a trio they have become to just go have fun with pirates when they're on their big journey. With the big punchline on the Zoo zoom out to reveal they don't have a ship. Just a shitty little raft. Afterwards, you gotta run through that big desert from the film to catch Jack's boat, which seems a tad intimidating at first, but if you ever learn the cool mechanic where you can actually grind on the ice left by Blizzard, it becomes one of my favorite set pieces in the world. It looks so cool when Sora grinds on these just to then slam down on the enemy it accidentally froze at the end. Same goes for the gimmick fight I mentioned earlier. Sora has to ride these bird thingies to hit a bigger bird, meaning he almost always has his flow motion mode active, and the real hits on the boss require a QTE, but thanks to it looking cool with an ability to get it over quickly by shooting the very obvious weak point, Brendan, you suck at this game, it goes by pretty quickly. Then after that, you find the crabs, which admittedly I don't find that fun. Pro tip, just do not try that hard, follow the path and you'll have a majority of what you need. Then, after that, you have the option to go beat Davy Jones. Watch how the movie ends, but Luxord and Vexen are there. By the way, Vexen came back at this point. He gets pissed that the box had a literal organ heart rather than the typical KH poetic heart. I enjoy that. Actually, I appreciate this whole sequence. KH3 lacks real Disney villain boss fights, so Davy Jones definitely gets bonus points from me. However, the real appeal for the Caribbean comes from what you don't actually have to do. After the crab shit, you can take the boat and explore a handful of islands across the Caribbean. This makes you feel like Sora has become a pirate. You have all these islands you don't have to explore, but if you do, you can find more treasure chests than any other world in the series, including some very good equipment for this point in the game, and crabs that improve your ship for the world's other gimmick, ship combat. Something the game wants you to do because the final fight here has a ship phase. So go around fighting Heartless, leveling up your ship, and now you feel uber powerful. So you get a neat choice on if you want to immediately beat the world or naturally grind up by discovering everything. It gives it an RPG-esque feel. Find the sword that casts snooze to have a breezier trek through the dungeon where enemies have susceptibility to sleep, which I guess kind of brings me to my defense of summons as well. Look, I've ignored these a little because in all three games, admittedly, I don't use them often. Summons in Kingdom Hearts are broken. No, I don't mean Kingdom Hearts 3, I mean summons in Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3 all have strategies that make them broken as hell, and I'm tired of pretending the ones in KH3 are any worse. Good job, Chain of Memories, you win at something. Chicken Little demolishes hordes in KH2, Bambi and Tinkerbell ensure you never run out of MP and HP respectively in KH1, while Stitch does both in KH2 with the added benefit that he stun locks enemies almost always if Sora's HP gets low. Only one thing impedes the KH2 summons, and that has to do with the game not really telling you how they work. If you check the dictionary definition of fuck around and find out, they have a picture of KH2 Genie right there. However, if you know how, you can get far with them. To double check, I did a little test in my recorded critical playthrough, which ended at level 51. KH2's most abusable aspect with summons comes from how they do not go away when you change rooms. So I tested if I could run through the entire Cavern of Remembrance with a Stitch summon out, where I almost beat the whole thing in one go. I made it to the very last encounter, but since I picked the Dream Rod, I didn't have second chance and kept getting one-shotted. I think I still kind of proved my point though. If you want to call KH3 summons broken, go for it, I agree, but you leave the ultimate chance to place down a no-you card by propping up KH2 for the same point. Then to even things out so people don't think I secretly want to bash KH2, I do find the KH2 summons more fun. As I'm about to get into, the KH3 summons all begin mini-games when you summon them. Well, when you call a summon in KH2, Sora still has full control of himself while the summon does his shit. You can combine way more strategies together with a summon in KH2, which partially makes them more broken in my opinion, but it also leads to a more cohesive combat system. Anyways, hopefully I didn't make you click off right before I defended KH2. Let's talk about who you summon in 3. You get Ariel, Stitch, and Simba, who Sora met in past worlds, Meow Wow from Dream Drop Distance, and Wreck-It Ralph, because maybe Sora played a mobile version of Fix-It Felix on his gummy phone. When you summon one of them, Sora begins a short period with limited moves to deal as much damage as possible. Ariel and Simba deal that damage with little setup. Stitch and Ralph turn more into puzzle games with how you need to place down electric triangles and guns to make them work. And Meow Wow, he jump.
No, jump good. Watch out.
Yes, all 5 can deal a lot of damage, but I'm gonna need to give them some leeway due to how you obtain them. You earn Simba 3rd near the end of Monstropolis, one of the middle worlds. Simba basically hops into frame to yell, jump, and big explosion shit tons of fire damage. For mooks susceptible to fire damage, he trivialized their encounter, which look what you have access to at the same time as Monstropolis, Arendelle, Ice Heartless galore. 80% of clips I see where someone calls Simba broken comes from people abusing it in Arendelle, a world you can theoretically play without Simba, but by going elsewhere to find Simba first, you make it easier. Oh hey, taking a different path to have a better option for a separate location. I wonder what genre of video games defines this design trend. I don't know, up to you on how you feel about this. I think it really just comes down to how much you appreciate KH as an RPG versus how much you enjoy the hack and slash gameplay. I feel like KH 1 and 3 balance these two aspects better than any other title in the series, though again, I'd still call 2 my favorite. The only aspect of summons in KH 3 that I think actually keep it as broken as the KH 2 summons relates to the cost. In KH 2, summons cost 3 drive gauges, the same meter you used for your drive forms, a gauge that you can't use an item to refill mid-battle. If you used a drive form or summon at a bad moment, you risked locking yourself out of using them again for a while. It also meant you couldn't use the other by using one. I enjoy drive forms a lot in KH 2, hence why I don't use summons very often. Kingdom Hearts 3 lets you use a summon anytime you have full MP. Some people consider that busted, yeah, though in my opinion that makes it where you can essentially only use it at the start of battle or at moments you planned for it. Kingdom Hearts 1 technically does the same thing, except it locks you out of using the same summon twice per battle, so you can't spam summons until the end when you have like 4 or 5. Now where people really abuse summons in KH 3 is with the invincibility. Every summon heals you to full health when summoned or restores half on critical, and when active, enemies cannot kill you. They can still harm you, but Sora keeps 1 HP as long as you have a summon active. For the super bosses I don't want to show yet, these help you out with surviving desperation moves. As long as you make it last long enough to find an opportune moment to potion, you should come out Gucci. A little easier thanks to Kingdom Hearts 3 adding the ability to block and use items in the air. I'm glad Sora can just float there. Fuck. Yeah, so the last real gameplay thing I didn't mention that I care about, Kingdom Hearts 3's floatiness. Ever since Birth by Sleep, KH fans criticize the Osaka team games for feeling too floaty. Floaty has become a worse F word than fuck in the other one to KH fans. Objectively, yes. Birth by Sleep onwards focuses more on air combat, which they improve by making your character fall down slower and have more options to use in the air. Whether you like this or not is completely subjective. Personally, I don't think Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop found the right balance, but since they focused on your deck commands rather than your base combo, that did not matter as much. Neither of those two had a combat system as fast as KH 1 and 2, so besides the super bosses, it did not really impede a player. Well, for KH 3, I think they made the air combat significantly more fun. And why do I think that? Okay. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, Sora had a lot of anti-airs. This led to quite a few times when Sora switched into an air combo, even if you didn't want him to. Once you knew the tech, you could control this easily, but the amount of player control could vary depending on the fight. Humanoid bosses such as the super bosses, not really a problem. Non-humanoid bosses, or hordes with variable enemy types, then sometimes you gotta just accept that you switch to an air combo. Kingdom Hearts 3 takes an almost nuclear approach to fixing this by removing nearly every difference between a ground and air combo. Out of every combo finisher in the game, the only ones that differentiate depending on Sora's foot positions can only occur during a few choice transformations, including second form and double form that imitate Sora and Roxas's movesets from past games. Now, they don't do this by making you constantly feel like Sora's in the air. I'd say that Sora feels closer to on the ground at all times. For a comparison, look at Sora perform his upgraded ground combo next to his upgraded aerial combo. Besides the initial hit, he performs nearly the same moves, because when you have a combo finisher equipped, this takes the place of your base swings, which only changed a little depending on if you started attacking in the air or on the ground in the first place. Now, I should note, the main combo I used for this playthrough, you can only use by beating the game because they added it in an update. It makes it significantly better, and you can always have it on New Game Plus, so there is a crappier combo on your first run. However, even before that, with the addition of an aerial dodge, aerial guard, and aerial item usage, this makes it so Sora's biggest change depending on grounded state relates to what moves he uses to close in on enemies and his invincibility frames. Which, don't get me wrong, when and where you have invincibility frames makes a huge fucking deal in KH3 for critical, but if we just want to compare how Sora changes in the air from the ground to the other games, then the changes get a lot more minute. Do I like this system more than KH2? Probably not. Kingdom Hearts 3 overall has a slower response when moving between magic or base attacks, Hearts that harms it more than this single sentence might make it seem. I only forgive it more because the New Game Plus combo modifiers minimize that issue significantly, and anytime I replay KH3, I do it on New Game Plus. Additionally, I have played the hell out of Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, besides a level 1 run or some dance pad challenge I haven't thought about, I've done about all I could in KH2 multiple times. Kingdom Hearts 3? I still have lots of ways to play it. Including the run for this video, I've only beaten KH3 3 times, once while skipping cutscenes. I may like 2 more, but KH3 offers me something fresh. Like, I think a lot of people get stuck on the idea that if you have 2 games but one is slightly better, then you should never touch that slightly weaker game, never engage with a new experience. I know I said this a little in my Shadow Generations video, but the fucking hostility on Twitter where people defend their favorite game by bashing on another like monkeys at a fucking football game really killed that site for me. Plus the fascism. Like, I don't know. I think due to the absolute insanity of FF16 winning the Square Enix hack and slash competition, I've come to appreciate the Disney whimsy in this series a little more, which KH3 revels in. Like, I never mentioned this, you can occasionally use some summon-esque moves based on Disney park rides by hitting enemies with a green marker on them. On critical, I equip the ability that turns these off. It ensures you always get a form change, which under certain circumstances you can miss, but hey, I still like that these rides are here. I just don't think they should come back. Actually, sorry, a few months since the original writing and first voiceovering, my opinion has changed slightly on these. Not like I suddenly fucking hate them or fucking love them or something, but like, a lot of people shit on them, and yeah, they're not my favorite, but I did finally find the one person they are made for. The friend I said who's been going through the KH games, he finally beat 3 since I did the original voiceover, and he used these attractions every time he could, which is fucking wild. I don't know anyone else who played KH3 this way. Anyways, other opinion, so there's 6 of these things, right? There's the Mountain Coaster, which is clearly based on Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, Mad Teacups, which is in the fucking name, Buster Blaster, which is based on these Buzz Lightyear rides that they have at every Disney park, Splash Run, which is based on Cali River Rapids, which is just like, you know, it's a water ride that I feel like, I see this at so many theme parks. The Magic Carousel, yeah, again, in the name, these are at every Disney park, but then the pirate ship. Okay, so I think it's like vaguely supposed to be Pirates of the Caribbean themed, right? Because, you know, pirates, they exist, and they're in every Disney park. But here's the thing, this swingy pirate ship, that is not in a Disney park. Like, maybe I'm missing something here, but I looked it up. Obviously, I've not been to any of the non-American Disney parks before, but it does not seem like Disney has any of these. So what's it doing here? Anyways, that links me back to the final Disney World for a minute, which will then link me back to the very big gameplay idea I need to talk about that I've built towards for a while. Similar to the Princess Worlds, I had not seen Big Hero 6 before playing Kingdom Hearts 3 in 2019. I initially had some interest because I did still find time to read a lot of comics during high school and college, but let's not fucking kid ourselves, not a single one of you watching this had ever heard of Big Hero 6 as a comic before, and neither had I. They used Sunfire to market it. Fucking Sunfire! Sora, Donald, and Goofy arrive at San Francisco last if you want to have the cool water moves to abuse on fire bosses. Having never seen a big city not infected by the French, Sora grows ecstatic. He needs to take as many selfies as possible to send to Riku. Well, he can do that after joining the Big Hero 6 to stop some Heartless. From there, San Francisco becomes a very fast-paced superhero movie. Sora, Donald, and Goofy immediately strike great chemistry with the BH6. While the 3 of them have saved many worlds at this point, people still treat them as wannabes at every world they go, since no one knows them. Or they gotta stack up to Mickey and Riku. However, as fellow wannabe heroes who couldn't deal with the Heartless, Big Hero 6 really want to learn from the
Keyblade Hero 3!
To gain battle data from Sora, Hero sets them up with new shades so he can send them off on an obstacle course with glowing hoops in San Francisco. This minigame shows off the absolute best of flow motion. It tests your ability to air step, grind, and swing more than anywhere else in KH3, all while showing off the amazing night-lit city of San Francisco. If y'all learned anything from my Gunvolt retrospective, I'd hope it's how I fucking love me a nighttime city level. Inject that neon into my fucking veins. The team learns a few lessons from how Sora traverses and fights against the Heartless, which I adore. After 3 and 7 nights of an adventure, Sora can show off to someone else who immediately respects his battle prowess. The team then gets to attempt matching the following day with this dinosaur Heartless mini-boss Ariel completely wrecks. It leads to the 9 of them ending their day up on the San Francisco Bridge for one of the best scenes in a Disney World. All of them eat ice cream together, with Honey Lemon having a very important discussion about Donald's magic prowess, while Hiro trauma dumps to Sora about his dead brother. Sorry if you haven't seen the movie.
Tadashi, he lives on in your hearts. And when you're not strong enough, he'll make up the difference.
This moment does 2 things. Most obviously, it helps Sora feel Roxas's heart, because don't forget, he started traveling with Donald and Goofy again to regain the power of waking. Sitting up here gives Sora the feeling Roxas had of eating ice cream with his friends, sparking the heart inside which, for Sora, made up the difference when he's not strong enough. His line here additionally portrays to us how much Sora has learned about hearts and their connections. Sora pretty much only gets to talk smart like this near the end of a given game, like in XIII and fucking never in Dream Drop. Seeing him like this puts into perspective how much he's grown throughout the series. Anyways, I'm putting a very important thought into what I still consider the gameplay segment. I'm gonna fucking hate choosing timestamps for this. After said scene, the world checks into the whole main villain plus organization member thing. In this case, a young XIII Riku, who Sora, Donald, and Goofy theorized to be Riku from the time Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, had his body, who emerges to show how he has the power of the evil data cubes from Coded. No, this does not justify the need to play Coded. Dark Riku uses these data blocks here specifically because he has rescued the lost old Baymax body from the... Just watch the fucking movie if you didn't. Well, Hiro had remade Betamax into his new body with his original data chip, the closest thing to a heart he has. Hiro still has some attachment to the Baymax he lost. He regrets losing what his brother left him, a regret Riku knows. Hence why he uses this Baymax, as well as the battle data Hiro made, a representation of Hiro's anger. Watch the movie, I swear it's top 10 modern Disney films, to fuck with them. From there you fight the evil data cubes, which almost make you almost think that the game you skipped adds deep lore. I find said boss kinda weak, but before then, you run around the whole city to rescue every Big Hero 6 member in a manner that forces Sora to use movement and magic in creative ways not seen since XIII, at times surpassing it through flow motion. Doing this makes you learn the city layout better than the on-rails Neon game from earlier, setting us up for something later. You even reuse this Daramaka from the prior minigame to save one member, rewarding you for remembering what happened earlier. After all of that, you hop on Baymax for a Baymax versus Baymax fight with just a few moves given to you by Baymax, which he usually uses during his limits. I seem to suck at this fight. You can easily just wait on the side to heal if it gets tough, though I seem to lose patience here and think I can brute force it before dying. Once you defeat Baymax, Hiro decides that he has to destroy the evil Baymax data, implying that sometimes a heart has fallen so far into darkness, you have to destroy it. Though Hiro ends up keeping the body to clone Baymax's heart into, which kinda hurts the framing that a heart can grow from data and you can't completely clone a heart. But at a certain point you gotta be realistic and remember that Tadashi wanted to make Baymax into a helpful real robot, which requires multiple of them into society. I don't know, I doubt the Big Hero 6 TV show follows up on it. Visiting this world got me to want to watch the film. I'd call that a win. Now, similar to the Pirates world, San Francisco takes the form of a big free roaming map. San Francisco consists of only 3 rooms: Hero's garage, mostly for cutscenes, the San Francisco bridge only during the intro and one optional post-game fight, and the main city we traverse during the main story that takes up most of the world. Once you beat Baymax 2, you get a chance to discover all the nooks and crannies of the city, find both the treasure chests and lucky emblems are an extra collectible in Kingdom Hearts 3 inspired by hidden Mickeys found throughout every world. Unlike a normal collectible that goes directly to your inventory, you take a photo of a lucky emblem that goes into your journal. Sometimes they place a lazy indent that you just had to notice, other times the team carefully place 2 circles above one larger circle and you need to find the right way to angle them so you get a Mickey. Personally, I enjoy them as it adds a certain amount of charm to the journey, though I must question how the face of a separate world's monarch became prevalent galaxy-wide. And while I like them, every time I start my hunt, I do eventually just pull up a guide. I recommend you do the same pretty much the moment you feel tired of hunting for them. Anyways, unlike the Pirates world, which I feel confident they designed as a side from the main plot, given that you do not need to hit a majority of the world, I'm pretty sure they made the set pieces and important spots of Big Hero 6 first and allowed you to play around in the city afterwards. I mainly think this because besides the goodies mentioned, the only things you find here are the mini games already mentioned, as well as a Fantastic 7 minigame, something in every every Disney World. I enjoy those, by the way, I just see no reason to talk long about them. I do find it fun to run around San Francisco after finishing the main story. It feels like a reward for completing it. However, it does feel lacking in something. I have motivation to explore the city to gain items for the rest of the journey, which depending on world order could just mean the final world, but I can't say I don't feel satisfied searching the layout of the level pretty quickly. I already had my fun here during the main story. It almost feels as though they used this world to test a future idea, or maybe reuse one they had to shelve. With all of that, I want to finally talk about the big point with KH3 I've slowly worked towards. Kingdom Hearts 3 clearly uses ideas initiated from Final Fantasy Versus 13. When it comes to scope, I don't think Square has ever had a more ambitious idea than Fabula Nova Crystallis. 3 games set in their own universes with a shared mythos, themes, and terminology. They planned for Agito 13 on PSP, while 13 and Versus 13 went on PS3. Those latter 2, Square wanted to develop with their brand new Crystal Tools engine, an unfinished game development engine that could make full uses of the PlayStation 3. FNC started conceptual development not long after Final Fantasy X-2 released, while a completely different team had their hands busy with updating Final Fantasy XI, another one on Final Fantasy XII, part of the 9 team worked on Crystal Chronicles, and the 8/10 team worked on smaller spin-offs or moved to KH, leaving Kazushige Nojima to begin working on ideas for Fabula Nova Crystallis. Now, I want to start by saying this about Nojima. Nojima is likely the most important writer on Final Fantasy from 7 onwards. He wrote a majority of 8, 10, 10-2, Stranger of Pikadice, had some hand in the first 3 Kingdom Hearts titles and every iteration of Final Fantasy VII. Though when I say some hand, I do mean a very important one. He helmed the entire Nibelheim scenario and created Zack to solve some plot holes other writers left around. 50% of the time when someone calls a really out there ethereal plot point Nomura bullshit, Nojima wrote it. Important for now, he helmed the initial FNC conception while everyone else had their more important projects. After he worked on it for a while with input from Yoshinori Kitase, Final Fantasy's producer, Motomo Toriyama, Final Fantasy XIII's director, Nomura, and some other staff mostly from Final Fantasy X, he passed the project on to the people who eventually worked on it. Toriyama led a team mostly from Final Fantasy X onto 13, Nomura took a team mostly fresh off of Kingdom Hearts 2, including Nojima, onto Versus 13, and Kitase planned to produce both. Nomura wanted to tell the Versus story because he spent so long on happy-go-lucky tales. He wanted to craft something darker, closer to the real world than not only Kingdom Hearts, but anything in Final Fantasy at the time. In a certain sense, 13 represented the light and perhaps the curse of taking upon the Warrior of Light role, while Versus 13 planned to star those that praise the dark. I'd assume to eventually lead the dark to light. As the 3 games continued development, many of Versus staff had to shift over to Vanilla 13, while Nomura himself shifted focus onto this amount of games on screen during this period. Games started requiring way more than developers expected during the jump to HD systems, which left Versus on the wayside at many points during the 4-year span between the initial reveal and regular 13's release. Because of all the diverted focus from the staff whenever they came back to Versus, they could never keep a consistent workflow and vision, made even worse by the middling fan reception of 13, decision to make sequels to 13, and internal knowledge of the upcoming PS4. So with the choice to change Versus 13 into Final Fantasy 15, it basically became a new game. Versus 13's initial trailer and concept no longer guided production. It changed to a small little video of bullet points they could toss out or pick at for ideas, which mostly went to the tail end of 15. Nomura, Kitase, and Nojima all essentially fell completely off of the project as they moved on to the 7 Remake series. Given those 3's age, I feel this has made the 7 Remake series feel like the big final evolution of the Final Fantasy 7, 8, 10, 13 series line of production, but that's a completely different subject. Square pretty much said Nomura had to focus squarely on Kingdom Hearts and FF7, ending his direct involvement with Versus 13. Now, recently, I finally played Final Fantasy 15. Out of every mainline Final Fantasy, it was the only one I had never put even 1 hour into. Now, I still haven't beaten 10-1, 12 for the MMOs, but hey, give me money and maybe I'll retrospect a mainline FF for once. While my main reason for making this video comes from needing an analytical boost after my hiatus, playing 15 got me to actually want to make this video. Truthfully, I'd rank 15 very low on my mainline FF tier list. Easy bottom 5, but I enjoyed it a lot lot, and it sparked some inspiration in me, mainly in seeing how it maintained Nomura's initial ideas from versus how Nomura repurposed them for KH3. Getting the most obvious ideas shared between the two out first, both Final Fantasy XV and Kingdom Hearts 3 keep the mechanics of warping to a distant location with your blade and instantaneous weapon switching. However, they go about both ideas very differently. In Kingdom Hearts 3, Sora only equips 3 keyblades that he swaps between almost instantaneously, with only a small pause during a combo, and all of his magic still equipped. This makes it so the core of Sora never changes, but you can alter specifics depending on what you choose. Final Fantasy XV gives Noctis 4 weapon slots that he normally takes a fucking eternity to swap to, which does include his magic, meaning Noctis only has 4 offensive moves at a time. Though in 15, you can open the menu to change your loadout at any time during combat, meaning if you start a fight with nothing you want, you can fix it. For sure, the biggest change comes from how Noctis changes significantly depending on his weapon without a transformation like Sora needs. Holding a spear immediately gives you a different combat feel from using a greatsword. As a slower paced game from KH, FF15 focuses more on making these weapons RPG-y. Certain enemies have weaknesses to specific weapon types, some weapons work better for hitting a single enemy rather than multiples. It essentially requires you to use other weapons to beat the game without extreme hardship. While Kingdom Hearts 3 never does this. If you want, you can stick with the first 3 keyblades as long as you want. You play a less fun game that way, but in theory, you can do this with more ease than you could in 15. In terms of comparing it to versus 13, they both feel closer in their own ways. 15 has the weapon variety we saw Noctis wield, while KH3 has a more natural feel to weapon switching. Then for the warp strikes, these two could not make the ideas any more distinct. In KH3, Sora enters a first-person perspective, and the player needs to choose which warpable point you want to go to, with a very large amount of waypoints offered. Final Fantasy 15 limits the player choice a lot here. Technically, you can freely select which of the more limited points to warp to, but due to the game's strange baby's first action game speed, I seem to not always warp to where I wanted to go. You hold the warp button, and Noctis goes directly toward the enemy he's locked onto for an attack, whichever waypoint lines up closest to the center of your camera, or sometimes it just takes a little guess on where you wanted to go. Personally, I prefer how KH3 went about it. I feel as if I have more control over the warp, which that initial versus 13 trailer seemed to promise. Though maybe more important, you can airstep outside of battle in Kingdom Hearts 3 to reduce travel time. Kingdom Hearts 3 knew these open Disney worlds could take a minute to traverse, so they make it as easy as possible from the get-go. 15's narrative puts a lot of weight onto the road trip aspect, which I do think it excels at, but that leads to some of the most tedious overworld running in any Final Fantasy game. Anyways, besides those 2 points, I can see a few other minor shared ideas. Versus showed off Noctis getting inside of mechs like Sora with the Yatawans, which 15 never really did enough of. Just a few turrets that I probably don't have the patience to record footage for. Plus, Noctis in the original trailer seems to use fire magic similar to Sora in KH2, which Sora can only use with a few form changes, but I think if I start noting similarities in too much detail, I risk just saying what FF and KH have always shared. The bigger aspect I want to talk about for a while is the city. Out of everything Versus 13 used to show the power of the PS3, I don't think they emphasized anything as heavily as the city of Insomnia. Every trailer and key art needed it in the background. I know I looked forward to playing in Insomnia more than anywhere else, yet in the most updated Final Fantasy 15 video game, you barely go there. Heavy spoilers for FF15 for the next bit here. You only go to Insomnia during the very end of the game, where the main villain has turned it to ruin. Actually, you got double ruined because of the Kingsglaive movie, but the less I say about that, the better. I do not feel as though the main campaign of 15 ever delivered the Night City promise of Versus 13 from nearly any perspective. Now, the DLC chapter, episode Arden, does come a little closer to pulling it off. Here you run through Insomnia, have a strange little warp maneuver, fight enemies, unlock a summon, see a big party celebrating their king, quite a few of the points from Versus 13. However, 2 things hold it back. First of all, it takes place entirely in the daytime. I know that sounds minor, but the nighttime aesthetic really set the tone of the entire promise of Versus. In one interview I read, an interviewer asked Nomura what makes Versus darker than the rest of Final Fantasy, and he instantly gave a joke answer, well, the game will mostly take place at nighttime. Pretty funny, but that also brings up my question on if the night represented something. I'd theorize a Warriors of Dark type narrative where they save the balance but receive no fanfare, in contrast to 13 vanilla, though I did make that up right now, don't repeat it elsewhere. It also just creates a totally different vibe. You look at this compared to that, and you know it should look different. Additionally, this DLC episode stars a character not playable in the main campaign, meaning unlike unlike the other 3 DLC episodes that give you bonuses to bring to the main story for their respective character, Arden does not. You have a huge map with tons of little goodies to find, but since it doesn't affect the main campaign and Arden gets pretty jacked within a short amount of time, I went to the boss after beating the major fights without much desire to continue. Somewhat of an inverse of San Francisco. Absolutely love the parts during the main campaign, and the optional parts connect back to it well with good items to find, but since I already saw the coolest parts of the city in the main story, I mainly just want to explore for the bonuses. It may seem weird for me to add city levels to the comparisons to Versus 13 when city levels have appeared in a litany of Sonic games, actual tongue slip meant to say video games, but I swear this comes back when we finish. Now with me saying all that about Versus, am I trying to say that Nomura fiendishly turned Kingdom Hearts 3 into his secret Versus 13 replacement vehicle? No, absolutely not. A statement that, while it ignores a few too many other trends that Square Enix as a whole, and especially Kingdom Hearts, had started heading towards. However, I cannot ignore the similarities in mechanics. Whether intentional or not, I feel confident that working on Versus 13 did influence choices made with Kingdom Hearts 3, even beyond Virum Rex. We have more to discuss with this subject, however, it does require us to return to talking about the main narrative Kingdom Hearts 3 for a while. So in terms of what happens in the Disney worlds, I've gone over pretty much everything besides the one I'm going to use to segue to the KH cast shenanigans. We reviewed ideas from Finding Yourself, kinda like Roxas did in KH2 at Olympus, 358 and Dream Drop's various ideas in Toy Box, Chain of Memories at Corona, kinda sorta Sora's feelings of seclusion from Riku in KH1 during Arendelle, coded at San Francisco, the badassery of cool graphics and pirates, and the power of negative emotions versus positive ones at Monsters to repeat the idea of Ventus versus Vanitas. We've hit at least a loose idea of some core idea from the past titles, in the process learning the identities of nearly every real Organization 13 member. Obviously Xehanort in the background all game, then Xigbar, and some Seeker of Darkness with his self-cessed body-first boyfriend Xemnas, friendless bitch young Xehanort, Marluxia and Larxene that make me fear the Union Cross video, and some Seeker of Darkness's alleged boy toy Riku, Luke Sword, and Vanitas we all meet in the various worlds, leaving just Saïx without a world, who we know joined the organization from Dream Drop, and 2 other members that the Warriors of Light never learn about until the final world. However, let's focus back on Vanitas. I think out of every world in KH3, Monstropolis and Toy Box chose what lesson goes to what world better than any other. No other Disney film represents the power of happy emotions beating out negativity than Monsters, Inc. You can't sub another film in here. Near the end, Sora finally meets the real Vanitas for the first time. Remember, this moment from Dream Drop only had a ghost Vanitas that I always forget happened. They didn't need this. Vanitas tells us that he could only reappear in the real flesh today because of the children's screams that the Unversed gathered at the laugh floor. Though more importantly, Vanitas finally tells Sora that his heart houses Ventus's heart. Obviously, Vanitas is a total dick about it. He wants to finally become whole again, so he abuses some birth by sleep mechanics to stun lock Sora. But thankfully, Donald and Goofy have Sora's back like always. Plus, Mike can slowly do this.
Solve it, quick!
What fucking G's. Encountering Vanitas here plays an important role in beginning Ventus's awakening and awareing Sora of how much responsibility he has with the whole power of waking thing. Lots of people seem to like reminding him this. We see the effects of this immediately with Sora wanting to skip the rest of the Disney worlds and head right to the realm of darkness to save Aqua. After all, Sora doesn't remember his 5-minute encounter with Aqua as a 4-year-old, so we can only assume this excitement comes from Ven's heart. And just to make sure no one has any confusion left, the same post-world cutscene has Ienzo finally calling to let Sora know that they had figured out Sora has 3 hearts inside of him. Obviously including Roxas, who had a low volume alarm go off at San Francisco, Ventus, who we just learned about, and a 3rd heart. Sora has no clue how the 3rd one happened. I guess we need to ignore Sora for a bit to talk about the interlude scenes. Now, a lot of videos I've seen argue that these scenes either break pacing, don't add much to Kingdom Hearts 3, they should have made them larger, or they only exist to not let you forget about the rest of the cast. If you feel that way about most of these points, then I don't think anything I say can change your mind. But personally, I think a few of these points get exaggerated because when people try to summarize or discuss the game, you can't naturally bring these up with the rest as well. You have to discuss them separately unless you go beat by beat linearly. Because with the exception of the Ventus one I mentioned, these do not have much to do with Sora's Disney adventure / personal reflective journey that I swear comes together by the end. I think this disconnect furthers the opinion where a lot of players come out saying either these scenes confuse the narrative or that the Disney worlds have little importance because these show the build up to the final encounter more clearly than Sora's journey. I'm gonna go character by character in no particular order, starting with Kairi and Lee.
Call me Axel from now on.
Or Axel again, apparently. Axel and Kairi only received 2 scenes, essentially their intro and their call to action. In the former, we get a vague idea about how their training has gone fairly well. Both can summon Keyblades at will now, and they get along much better than they did prior. Though more questionably, Axel keeps getting flashbanged by Kairi's face.
Don't hold back, Lee. Promise? Please don't hold back, Axel. Promise.
90% of players may have a small idea on what his visions may imply, though Axel didn't memorize whatever's going on, so we gotta pretend not to get it for the funny of the video. Then in the second scene, Kairi finally puts on her new outfit to hype us up for the end, while Axel doesn't put his on because
This is how you pick me out of a crowd.
not in this series, asshole. Our red-haired duo share a moment where they let each other know their upcoming worries. Kairi says she wants to find a way to free Naminé for herself, and Axel admits his new worry about Ventus, a boy he's only met once back in Birth by Sleep. In Axel's case, it drives home the feelings of loneliness he's struggled with. We already knew he resented losing Saïx, Roxas, third and fourth character, and now we know that he misses Ventus as well. Adding a little to Ventus as well, honestly. They always wanted to paint parallels between Sora and Ventus, such as leaving a lasting impression on those he meets, but none of the Disney characters he met ever mentioned him in other games. Like, yeah, it's cause he mostly met people Sora didn't, and the ones he did appeared before the team wrote Birth by Sleep. It just still kinda makes it look like PETA here fucking forgot about one of the few outsiders that randomly stepped into his realm. And then having Kairi care about Naminé, kinda just copying how Sora cares about freeing Roxas. Kairi content has hit a very low bar at the moment, so I'll take it. These 2 scenes, I definitely agree, only exist for the sake of reminding the player they exist, though I did come very close to praising their placement. The first one happens after Twilight Town, a world closely associated with Axel, Roxas, and Xion. So yeah, show Axel after that. Really cool. And I thought the second one played after finishing San Francisco, the world where Sora felt a spark of Roxas inside of him, when in actuality, it just plays after whichever world you visit second last. So it can thematically fit with the Disney worlds, as long as you forego having Ariel early. Moving back to Riku and Mickey, after their initial failure in the Realm of Darkness, the duo stopped by Radiant Garden to do some sleuthing about Xehanort and Aqua's final moments before disappearing into the Realm of Darkness, which in literary terms means they reviewed Xehanort's plan and finally deduced that Xehanort stole Terra's body, since Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, and Xemnas look younger than Xehanort. Actually, the writing team very nicely explained Dream Drop's time travel in some simpler terms here than they did in Dream Drop, giving us some more clarity that as long as you have strong magic capabilities, you can transfer your heart to somewhere a body waits for you. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, could only stay put bodiless since he became a heartless, beings that lack bodies. Their next scene, still at Radiant Garden, Jiminy has Sora call Riku for any ideas on where they can put Roxas's heart. So Riku brings up the idea of placing Roxas's heart into a replica, which Sora didn't think of since the trio don't remember Chain of Memories. A scene mainly serving the purpose of making sure all 5 of them shared their gained information together, which I dig. Riku and Mickey kept secrets from the main trio for all of KH2, so their openness with SDG feels nice. The 5 of them have a shared goal and know they can trust each other. I guess that puts us with the organization next. These boys and Larxene have way more going on for them. Now, as mentioned before, we already know 11 of the organization members thanks to visiting the Disney worlds. However, they have 2 reserve members as well, Vexen and Demyx. For a reason they never entirely make clear, Xehanort doesn't really want to use these 2 as vessels. For Vexen, it seems as though Xehanort doesn't want to prepare him as a vessel because Vexen has rejoined the organization for the purpose of furthering his research of the replica program he had in Chain of Memories and 358. He needs Vexen to make a replica of someone stronger from the past. While for Demyx,
What? You're not smart?
Well, you heard what Marley said. I don't have to be smart.
Or capable, or likable, or attractive. A cereal bowl would make a better vessel.
yeah, I see why he got benched. Demyx and Vexen become pretty big mysteries. Vexen doesn't seem all that interested in Xehanort's plan, while Demyx doesn't seem interested in being in this game. Especially weird when Vexen woke up with the other apprentices as a human in Dream Drop. He didn't immediately change back into a nobody. We see him in the background back in 3D. Demyx's main big moment. He doesn't really do much all game, but he shows up in one scene where Xemnas speaks to Marluxia, Larxene, Demyx, and Luxord about their important role. We've always known that the first 8 of the original organization members studied under Ansem the Wise, only for a little bit in Saïx and Axel's case, but what about numbers 9 through 12? Well, Xemnas says it's because
you 4 are going to reveal your greatest secret, the ancient Keyblade legacy that slumbers within you.
Huh?
For Marluxia and Larxene, he refers to Union Cross. I am not going into it today. After someone has said the line shown, the scene ends. We have no clue what they talked about, and as such, absolutely everything related to Demyx and Luxord gets put off until, I assume, Kingdom Hearts 4, because these interlude scenes start up the Kingdom Hearts 4 mystery, and many people dislike this on principle alone. Oh, they marketed Kingdom Hearts 3 as the end of the series, got thrown around so much, which I find funny because they never did that. It ends the Dark Seeker saga. Either way, I plan to come back to these topics at the tail end of the video, because as you can probably assume, lots of it depends on the ending of the game. Next, we need to check in with Aqua. However, before saying what she does in Kingdom Hearts 3, I want to go back to 0.2 for a minute. Upon rewatching my last video, I think I gave 0.2 less time than it deserved. Probably because I never actually fully decided if I'd talked about it or not. Like, I think I went back and forth internally, apparently externally when I finished the third part, and then just did the entirety of it after I finished the Dream Drop portion. So I rushed through it. I've probably talked about every single Disney World in this video for longer than I talked about 0.2. Oh, I need to keep in mind with 0.2. It came from a weird spot. In the last video, I called it a KH3 tech demo multiple times because in the final form we received, that describes it best, though it did not begin that way. Originally, Nomura and Osaka team wanted to make a Birth by Sleep Volume 2, an idea reflected in a secret ending I didn't talk about in Birth by Sleep. Said scene showed Aqua in the Realm of Darkness approaching Cinderella's castle, Riku holding Kairi in London, Diz staring at the sleepy Sora, Riku secretly watching Roxas during 358, and Kairi with the Twilight Town gang in front of the mansion. You unlocked this after finishing the secret episode of Birth by Sleep, which again I skipped talking about. I initially planned to go over it with 0.2 since said secret episode's canonicity has gone up for debate. However, due to my haphazard way of going over 0.2, I just forgot. 0.2 basically supersedes it anyways. That secret cutscene ended by teasing BBS Volume 2, a project that for one reason or another did not materialize. Square Enix has never confirmed why, so if I had to place a bet on it, the team probably realized that they couldn't justify calling it Birth by Sleep when their only possible Birth by Sleep hero to use has a very limited amount of rooms she can traverse in. A full-size game with just Aqua could not happen with where she ended in Birth by Sleep. However, the KH team has a very good track record of not letting their work and ideas go to waste. Almost every cut idea from past KH games comes back in one form or another later. I believe in you, King Louie. So BBS Volumes 2, more interesting ideas got put into 0.2 as the bonus game. Well, actually, they thought of putting it at the start of KH3 at one point as well, which I think could have caused some pacing issues, so I'm glad they made the call to bundle it into 2.8. In the last video, I went over the general events, but I think I failed to talk about where 0.2 actually succeeds, giving Aqua more depth. Like, sorry because I know she has her big fans, if I rank the main 6 playable characters in the series, I probably put Aqua second to the bottom. In Birth by Sleep itself, she got saddled with cleanup duty for Terra and Ventus's mishaps, and I know for some people they like her doing that, but maybe helping my brother and cousin through their messes ever since middle school made me not want to play a video game where my escapism feels too real. Despite my feelings, that role she had plays into 0.2. By the time of the big battle in Birth by Sleep, she had to regain trust in Terra's abilities and reaffirmed her friendship with the trio. It gave her confidence that as soon as she finished the Xehanort business at the Keyblade Graveyard, the three of them could go home and talk about how Ventus and Terra would be the weirdest brothers again. And once everything went wrong, she still felt as though she did her best saving Terra. As far as she knew, she only failed to save Ventus. However, her time in the Realm of Darkness has told her over and over that she ain't worth shit. Not only does she see that Princess's worlds fall into darkness, those worlds she tried to protect from the Unverse now fight back against her. Mirrors at Dwarf Woodlands confuse her, and Thorns and Enchanted Dominion try to tie her down. Hell, the mirror got Master Aqua facing the personification of her own trauma. I said in the last video that she found the power to keep going, but upon replay, I don't think she could have done that without Mickey. She reached an absolute breaking point that only her new hope in the next generation eased. It gave her some newfound hope, but any slight nudge could lead her back to darkness. Anyways, guess who gets nudged in Kingdom Hearts 3? Aqua ends up at the Dark Margin where she meets Ansem the Wise. After the big explosion in KH2, he ended up in the Realm of Darkness as well. Honestly, I think that this kind of undercuts his tragic story of hate leading to his demise, though I probably could have given him a pass if Christopher Lee still played him. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, comes by to question Ansem Ansem the Wise about a certain amnesiac girl that used to live in the Radiant Guardian Castle. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, implies that some of the experiments they tested happened on her. Interestingly, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, does not imply one way or the other that this has any relation to Master Xehanort's plan. Both this and Xemnas' gathering of the 4 organization members related to the Keyblade's legacy seems like personal goals for the 2 parts of Xehanort. So like Xemnas', this goal doesn't come to a full conclusion in Kingdom Hearts 3. However, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, does have a little scuffle with the 2, and I do mean little. Ansem the Wise can't fight for shit, so he just gets kidnapped, while Aqua, Keybladeless from 0.2's ending and barely holding on to any strength, falls back into the Dark Realm's ocean, finally succumbing to darkness. Following Ansem Squared, the duo arrive at the Twilight Town mansion. Seeker of Darkness has convinced himself that the Wise hid the girl somewhere only he could know, and hopes to find the answer hidden inside the mansion.
Hey, loser!
My god, I wish they didn't spoil this scene in the trailers. Hayner and Alette finally do something in this series. I will not disrespect Pence. He has already deemed us worthy of his power in the past by saving Ansem the Wise from his former apprentice. Speaking of apprentices, our boy Vex. Yeah, no, I don't want to call him my boy. He's still a freak. The Kingdom Hearts character Vexen helps Ansem the Wise out because he secretly only joined the real Organization 13 in hopes of saving his former master. Truthfully, I did not see this coming. Like, it fits with his backstory. As the oldest apprentice of Ansem, he definitely grew the closest to him, but as I said in Birth by Sleep, he has the most villainous design to ever villain in a video game. As far as evil scientist in a Square Enix game goes, he only ranks a little under Hojo in the please stay 20 meters away from my kids scale. You can say don't judge a book by its cover, but I read his book in Chain of Memories and it seemed like an asshole to me. Either way, he teams up with his best buddy Demyx.
We're not friends. I can count the number of times you and I have hung out on one hand. Less than one hand. I didn't even know you in the old life.
To help Ansem the Wise atone for his sins against Roxas and Naminé, which I think I never wrote. They just bring Ansem the Wise back to the Xeion and they have a moment, whatever. Next we return to Miku. Our dripped out duo go back to the Realm of Darkness to yet again fail to the Dark Tide that beat them prior. Despite their new kicks, it still kicks their ass. Likely because the Dark Tide has power added to it by...
You're too late.
Yep, Aqua has fallen entirely to darkness. After 12-ish years losing all of her friends and seeing Mickey hang out with a different Keyblade Master, she finally gave up. With all this darkness bottled inside of her, she stole Mickey's Keyblade, traps the mouse for leaving her here for the extra year and a half or so since 0.2, and starts a battle with Riku. At which point, it swaps back to Sora, and I think I should talk a little more about when these take place. Again, we observe each scene in between Sora's Disney World adventures. However, I think we need to suspend our disbelief on exactly when these last few occur in relation to Sora's journey. We only have a vague idea of how long Sora spends in each Disney World during every game in the series, but unquestionably, he spends a few days in either of the final worlds during KH3. Riku and Mickey get captured before you enter the last world of your choice, so I can only assume they mean to imply this happens near the end of your final world visit. Additionally, Vexen can potentially save Ansem the Wise, then dick around in Pirates with Luke's sword if you go Big Hero 6 first, so in that scenario, I guess he just assumed Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, didn't notice him and he could keep coasting on his villainously villainous looks. Anyways, after you finish your final world, Chip and Dale let SDG know that while you spent the past 8 days playing pirates, Riku has had to protect his best friend Mickey from Aqua's rage. Of course, Sora wants to save Riku as quickly as possible, you know, if they knew how to reach the Realm of Darkness.
May my heart be our guiding key. It'll show us the way.
Our trio ends up finding themselves back at Destiny Island, and here they find Ericus's Keyblade. I guess Selphie put it somewhere else in the time between to make some blog posts about it. With Ericus's blade, Sora figures he can head to the Realm of Darkness to save Riku.
Let's go! Not you guys.
Oh! I really love this moment. Sora plans to go at it alone, while Donald and Goofy want to join him. They fear for Sora heading to danger on his own, while Sora doesn't fear the same about Donald and Goofy. Instead, he wants to ensure that someone can stay out to protect the worlds or save him if he also fails. It's a really nice way of showing their relationship. Despite lacking Keyblades, Sora still believes in the duo after supporting him through his journey. We swap back inside, and we have a fight against Darkwa as Riku. Aqua gives us another event-type boss, though she has a unique way to end the fight.
I made it!
Again, a really cool moment. Sora makes his way to save Riku, where they use this connected Keyblade attack from Dream Drop. After which, Sora has his turn against Aqua, which I'll get this out of the way now, has some issues in my opinion. A lot of people kind of dislike this part of KH3, mainly because they built it up a lot in the trailers. Everyone went fucking insane at this little cut during one of the last few trailers. And by fucking insane, I mean people drew an overwhelming amount of evil Aqua fan art. Even today, go to any site with fan art, look for Aqua, and it shouldn't take long to find the evil version. As an epilogue to Aqua's loss of hope we saw in 0.2, I think it does her character some justice. It's just that they put this inside of KH3 itself, where it doesn't have much build-up. It almost seems as if they wrote the idea for Aqua's story really early, like before they cut 0.2 into a separate game. If you began Kingdom Hearts 3 as Aqua, not see her until she falls to darkness, which happened at hour 12 in my rushed playthrough, it probably could have hit harder. When KH3 initially came out, a few weeks had passed between my 0.2 and KH3 playthroughs, meaning all of my recent KH runs had blend together. 0.2 didn't strike me as the newest game in the series. However, this time around, when I only had a single day gap between my 0.2 and KH3 runs, I got the point of what they wanted with Aqua's story a little better. Aqua, at the end of 0.2, regained her last bit of hope by hearing about Sora and Riku, the two boys she saw a decade ago. So now, those two boys bring her back in the literal sense. Though two little bullet points I'll still agree with haters on. This goes for Kingdom Hearts in general since Birth by Sleep. The marketing team has done a dog shit job with not spoiling stuff. Dream Drop and KH3's marketing could make you think 90% of their games take place during the last 2 hours. Marketing made it look like Xehanort might force Aqua into the real Organization 13, when she hasn't even gotten Norted, just slurped the darkness juice. And note in the intro, Xehanort didn't have yellow eyes until he smoked his first dark joint. Yellow eyes does not mean Xehanort. More important than that, Aqua offers maybe the easiest boss in the game. I mean, hilariously easy even on critical. I think it hurts her more because nearly every humanoid boss in the series has gained a hard variant somewhere, while Aqua doesn't. Despite those 2 points, I have come around on this encounter with Aqua. With Aqua's defeat, Mickey and Riku have fulfilled their goal. Aqua has, for the first time in 12 years, finally seen light, setting her apart from NovaZone fans. I also think this scene, as well as many of what we have left, comes off stronger if you have followed the series since it began. To someone binging the series today, they likely only played one full game between Aqua falling to the realm of darkness and this point of KH3. However, Birth by Sleep came out 9 years before Kingdom Hearts 3, and the 2.5 collection came out on PS3 5 years before KH3. For Aqua fans, her getting out of the realm of darkness became equivalent to Volnut getting off the moon, a reality we had to accept because new releases had halted so heavily. Seeing Aqua make it out felt rewarding, especially when she then rewards the 5 with a cool gift.
Just like a genie!
Aqua takes Sora, Donald, and Goofy to a cool pre-rendered cutscene featuring Castle Oblivion, a location SDG slightly remembers, though it doesn't mean much to them. Aqua turns Castle Oblivion back into the Land of Departure's castle, letting them save Ventus.
Why? Your heart never found its way home?
That was a neat trick. No wonder no one could find him.
Ugh, not this fucking again. Vanitas followed Aqua because what the fuck else does he have to do these days, which led him to his other half. Vanitas wants to fuse back together with Ventus, though he can't do that while he slumbers. To make sure he doesn't figure out how to fix him, Aqua does some real DBZ, no, I must fight alone type shit to keep Vanitas from doing anything wrong to Ven. And you actually get to play as her here, which goes kinda hard, almost entirely because the fight is easy. Like, I imagine this is not on purpose. In Birth by Sleep, Vanitas can get really fucking annoying during any of his fights if you go in wrong. So beating the shit out of him with Aqua's OP ass magic from 0.2 fucks kinda hard, except Vanitas still kinda wins.
Bitch, did you not just cast Reflect?
Aqua has not recovered enough to deal with Vanitas yet. Seeing Aqua in her weakened state, Sora's heart reconnects with Ventus's that had started awakening earlier, which helps him use the power of waking. Some people say this comes out of nowhere and diminishes the importance of the Disney worlds, which I disagree with. We've already had 2 direct scenes of him almost awakening hearts, and the rest of the Disney worlds had him reflect on his past journeys, maybe reawakening those memories. With Ventus back awake, Vanitas does not feel like attempting a 1 versus 5, so he promises to catch them later at the Keyblade Graveyard, where he can safely 13v9 them. Fucking asshole, can't play fair.
Good morning, Ven.
God, this line is so fucking weird. Why is she looking at him like that? It's gotta be a translation thing. Now that the main gang saved Ven and Aqua, they regroup at Yensid's tower with Riku and Mickey, who recovered after their darkness journey. Plus, Kairi and Lee came by because Yensid decided they trained enough and can come join the Guardians of Light now. I feel very confident that nothing bad can happen to these two. After all, they get to have happy reunion moments. Ventus recognizes Lee, Aqua recognizes Kairi, Kairi doesn't recognize Aqua. Wait, that's right, she never fixed the amnesia. Does Kairi still fucking have amnesia? Did they not go over this? Maybe in the next game when it focuses on her. Thankfully, Jiminy Cricket found time to stop by his Apple sweatshop while I didn't mention him to pick up a gummy phone for everyone with every NovaZone Kingdom Hearts video inside to catch them up to speed. I guess this made Yensid feel a little emotional too, because he lets everyone go spend one more night together before the final war, letting us see some truly gripping heart-to-heart scenes. For Aqua and Ven, we see the two of them staring at the starry night sky thinking of Terra, clearly calling back to birth by sleep.
I remember dreaming a lot. Of you and Terra. Of Sora and his friends too, I think. Oh, and I saw these weird animal creatures.
Sadly, this could be a Union Cross reference. Over with Riku, we finally get one little plot point revealed to us. Ever since he got his haircut, Riku has had a few strange comments, mainly about giving his old Keyblade to the other him. Additionally, before going to fight Aqua, he saw a younger, darker version of himself. When I initially reached that point, I assumed that Riku just recalled back to the darkest days of his adventures, times when darkness took hold of him, as it had to Aqua. Lol, nope. Riku replica from Chain of Memories, pretty much the only character everyone before KH3 thought actually died besides Ericus, fell to the realm of darkness and fused with Riku's heart when saving him there. Now, beyond this being the most deeply unserious plot point they have ever taken seriously, I do enjoy some aspects of it. While they probably could have accomplished this less literally, it provides another way to look at Riku's growth over the series. Riku can see someone attempt to be his past self, and that past self poser can see that maybe another version of himself surpassed what he tried to be. As cocky as KH1 and Chain of Memories Riku came off, he really did know jack shit. Hell, he thought there couldn't be two Keyblade no Yushas, and Mickey proved that wrong immediately. Seeing Riku interact with a objectively weaker version of himself and still respecting him makes the older Riku feel very mature. Repliku additionally hints to something I can track back to later. We should look over to Sora and Kairi, who finally, after I'd wager almost 2 years, maybe more for Kairi since she went to the time chamber, finally share their Paopu fruit.
Kairi, I'll keep you safe.
Let me keep you safe.
Now for me, the most interesting of these moments occur at Twilight Town.
Just where are we supposed to be looking?
No, not you two. They just still can't fucking find the box they want. Up on the clock tower, we can see Axel enjoying some sea salt ice cream. Okay, maybe not some. Fat ass over here bought 3 fucking ice cream bars. One for himself, one for Roxas, and one for...
Hey! You can't eat all this.
No, not you, asshole. Despite fighting on opposite sides, Sykes has come by to speak with his former best friend to say some potential final words to him. Ever since 358, they've hinted at some ulterior motives the two have had for joining the organization. Sykes seemed open to stopping Marluxia's insurrection because he had one of his own planned out. As he says here, Sykes and Axel actually became Ansem the Wise's apprentices for one reason: to save a girl Ansem performed experiments on, presumably the same girl Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, wanted to find. While Axel fell into his routine of performing icky jobs for Xemnas, then getting buddy-buddy with Roxas and third stick of sea salt ice cream, Sykes never stopped thinking about that girl. His motivation to save her has motivated him to get stronger. Strong enough to beat up Axel.
I'll clobber you tomorrow.
I expect no less.
Man, this scene shows their relationship better than anywhere else in the series. Sykes looks so jealous about Axel's new purpose, while Axel just does not understand Sykes' vague little comments. The two turn their impending conflict into a far more childish skirmish. Instead of a grand war between the strongest in the galaxy, it's two confused adolescents that miss the days of seeing eye to eye, which quite frankly leads into the final Keyblade War perfectly.
It's time. The Keyblade graveyard is up ahead.
Someone's coming.
Legend has it that darkness once covered the world. When the darkness falls, will we be found worthy of the precious light the legend speaks of?
Xehanort, and Vanitas for some reason come face to face with our heroes, monologuing as a formal declaration that the new Keyblade War has begun. Their monologue doesn't say much we haven't heard, just saying how they want to cover the world in darkness to see what happens because last time darkness won, it renewed the world in light. Truthfully, more of a taunt than anything. Real taunters don't hide behind their edgy anime profile pics though, jackass. It's not all taunts here though, because to begin combat, Xea to the 4th sticks a shit ton of heartless nobodies and okay, you have a point this time, Dark Boy, but you ain't got much longer. Funnily enough, despite looking like a shit ton of enemies, you only fight a still not ignorable handful at a time. Personally, I like how the ones on the side seem to have a lower frame rate than everything else. It kind of gives them a little more of a creepy look. They pull this trick a few times throughout KH3, and I dig it every time. At this point, you finally unlock Glide. It doesn't provide as big of an upgrade as it did in other titles since Flow Motion already provides you with tons of movement options, but it does kinda clue the player in on how they could theoretically stop now to do 100% cleanup. Most importantly, finding the 7 Orichalcum Pluses, which basically means complete the major minigames and find this random chest in the Caribbean. Minigames meaning snap nearly every hidden Mickey, complete the Flantastic 7 minigames, significantly more fun than Mushroom 13 by the way, slowly open a guide to go through Frozen Slider, save scum until the postcard gives you one, additionally find this one in the final level that you actually can't reach yet, but I moved to this subject already, and beat the main boss of the gummy ships. Man, I fucking love the gummy ships in KH3. I wanted to add an entire gummy ship respect thread in here, but I'm on page 103 and I have so much left. Oh, this is page 105 now, that's funny. With all of these items, you can craft the newest version of Ultima Weapon. Now, as y'all recall, Kingdom Hearts 3 puts transformations onto your Keyblades. So Ultima Weapon gets the new equivalent to the final form, which gets way more whack than final form ever did. Sora floats around, he attacks not just with the Keyblades in hand, but a shit ton of swords that follow him. He guards with those swords, his dodge roll becomes a teleport, and not to mention the damage on this thing. Ultima Form's combo hits a fuck ton of times, while the form's shot lock and form ending attacks provide essentially screen nukes. Besides a few choice moments during Superbosses, you have no reason not to use this. You can debate if that undermines the point of KH3 making every Keyblade more unique, but since speedrunners have found game-breaking shit to do with early game blades, and it takes this much work to get the Ultima Weapon, I think they balance the trade-off enough.
Terra!
Ven!
Not
Terra.
We come face to face with our first warrior of darkness, Terra Xehanort. Since Xemnas and Ansem's demise brought back Xehanort, it only makes sense that Terra's body returned as well. After all, the duo come just as much from Terra as they did from Xehanort. So before Terra's heart took back over his body, Xehanort made sure that he put more Xehanort in him, which just also means that he has a shit ton of power. A quick reminder, during Birth by Sleep, we never fought a full power Terranorts. Now our gang does. If we power scale this, Terranort should be Xehanort's strongest form, pre-Keyblade, fake Kingdom Hearts, or Door to Darkness hacks. He bashes through the Heroes of Light. Clearly, Master Xehanort did not want to let Mickey's team do the video game thing of fighting upwards weakest to strongest. It'll take everything just to stop this first foe.
No! Donald! No!
Oh my god, this move is so fucking ridiculous. Zenithflare has only appeared 2 other times up to this point. Once in a super spoiler to Bravely Default, and again in Final Fantasy XVI.
Against motherfucking Bahamut.
Now, that does not necessarily make Donald as strong as Bahamut, especially when it knocks him out. However, it does put into perspective the gravity of this situation. Terra Xehanort took out 1/3 of the Warriors of Light, when they still have so much more to fight against.
This can't be real.
Oh yeah, turns out Xehanort also had a demon tide right behind him, which does not help the hero's confidence. The demon tide immediately takes down the Warriors of Light one by one. Not knocked out, not removing them from the battlefield. The demon tide straight up kills the heroes. Sora absolutely loses it, seeing Donald, Goofy, even Kairi die right in front of him. Poor Aqua, she fought the demon tide over and over in the realm of darkness. You can see the PTSD in her. Sora, the most extreme example of someone who believes in strength through friendship, has lost all of his faith in himself.
Sora, you don't believe that. I know you don't.
Riku, after seeing Sora grow, connect with others, save the world time after they left their island, tries to protect his best friend from the darkness, knowing full well he can't survive this, but maybe it could spark something inside of Sora. So then they die here. Xehanort has won. And no, I'm not exaggerating for a funny. Absolutely everyone died. Oh my god, you're shitting me. So we have one cutscene breaking up Sora's story. Young mysterious boy in white, said that some light comes from the past. Apparently he means XIII here. I'm like 99% sure he only shows up as a knowledge check. XIII confirms for Sora that his friends did in fact 100% die. Use the word die, and then goes back to poetic words that mean the same. Well, Sora got turned into this funny, transparent version of himself, meaning that he exists between life and death. Before he can find a way to save his friends, he needs to put himself back together. After Sora talks to some random hearts from long ago, another he makes a promise to, and nominates for a minute, he gives a temporary goodbye to his new friend so he can find his old friends.
Could I get a hint how to save the others?
Seriously?
XIII instructs Sora to save himself and everyone else the same way he restored Ventus's heart, by using the power of waking. Now, do not make any mistakes due to some of the more poetic language. Sora has decided to use his newly regained power of waking to bring everyone back from the dead. As soon as he finishes his cutscene, Sora starts jumping to various worlds he visited to bring his friends back to life. As in, he fights a Grim Reaper-themed Heartless who has the hearts of each of Sora's buddies. However, once he rescues all of his friends except Kairi, young Xehanort comes by to give what most players by this point assume a normal Kingdom Hearts villain darkness speech taunt. One that this time seems to have a bit of truth to it.
What do you think the power of waking is? It's for traversing hearts to reach worlds, not for traversing worlds to reach hearts. There's a high price to pay for wielding such power foolishly.
So up until now, Sora never made too large of a sacrifice. He removed his heart from his body to save Kairi, went to sleep to regain his memories, and I guess the data Sora killed himself to save Jiminy's journal, but nothing Sora has given up lasted a significant amount of time. Part of Sora's appeal comes from how his belief in friendship and the connection between hearts beats out any adversity coming his way. He believed in Donald, Goofy, Kairi, Naminé, and the King to pull himself back up. Now Sora has to give something up to potentially save his friends. A theme we saw during the Disney World visits. Sora witnessed Elsa, Hira, Rapunzel, Will Turner, and Sully all give up something for who they care about. Sora, seeing this, understanding how their struggles mimic those of his own journeys, or that of his friends, has inspired him to make sacrifices of his own to save them. Now what that sacrifice means, we'll come back to that. Just wait.
Kairi! I found you!
The others are ahead. Come on.
After destroying the laws of nature, Sora has taken everyone back in time to right after the big Heartless swarm from earlier. Sora has created an alternate reality, a fact that may turn more relevant in KH4. Continuing back onto their path, the Warriors of Light meet up with Xehanort again, who, unlike last time, they know he hasn't changed. What the fuck can they do here, actually?
Oh, fuck!
Actual badass over here. Naminé's heart made a connection to Lingering Will to call him over here. After all, if we had to call on anyone to stop Xehanort, then a suit of armor filled with unbridled hatred for him with a majority of his combat prowess probably stands the best chance. It blew my fucking mind when this happened. Most of the series doesn't consider Superbosses, including Sora's fight with Lingering Will, very canon, I think? So I assumed they couldn't share the screen together. But nah, he comes right when we need him to, taking Xehanort to fight somewhere off screen while we need to take out... Oh fucking god, the demon died again. Though this time, they lay in how scary this thing looks. It already killed everyone before. They can't take it easy. Unless you grind a little too much. Sora, Donald, and Goofy come close to besting the beast, but need a little more strength.
Need some help?
I don't know you!
A multitude of Keyblades from the graveyard all form into a giant flock to assist Sora, possibly because Sora connected with both Chirithy and a few hearts of the past during his time between life and death. Hearts that never found closure, hence why they couldn't die. Closure which they find now by helping Sora defeat the big heartless tornado. And these aren't just any old Keyblades. No. As Sora skates on top of them, your situation command changes to have a list of actual Union Cross players. Their names next to each triangle press. Honestly, when it comes to giving back to fans of the series, this method feels really good. Yeah, you could become another name during the 4-hour credits of a Kickstarter game that forgot to give you your free copy, but why not turn you into a weapon to defeat the powers of evil instead?
We're almost finished.
So already we've had some back-to-back hype moments, and man, that does not slow down for a while, because up next, Dark Riku from when Xehanort controlled him, Mickey clarifies for us to make sure no one gets confused, so I must as well, and Xigbar create a big dark ghost Xehanort that creates a shit ton of Heartless. Man, I know I'm stopping for cutscenes a lot here, but too much badassery happens for me to skip it. After sitting atop his tower, I think standing up like once, Yen Sid comes forth to reveal his power, pulling some real Moses shit by parting the Heartless Waters. He gives the Guardians of Light the chance they need to head towards the Guardians of Darkness, with Donald and Goofy staying behind to protect the Sorcerer.
Now we forge it. The ultimate key. The Keyblade.
With that, all 20 pieces have come together. 13 darknesses, 7 lights. As they clash weapons, the Keyblade can manifest, and Xehanort can summon the true Kingdom Hearts. Xehanort creates a maze, I guess he had a lot of free time to figure out that while Sora adventured with Buzz and Woody, to isolate everyone into thematically appropriate battles. Riku against Dark Riku and some Seeker of Darkness and Xigbar, Mickey with the 4 members from the old organization, Vanitas and Xehanort trade blows with Ventus and Aqua, while Lee and Kairi hold their own against Saïx and the mysterious other member. Continuing on from earlier, these fights are pure fucking fan service. If you bought Kingdom Hearts 3 and did not play the games before, these scenes likely mean nothing. When KH3 came out, I saw that take a lot from especially the company reviewers who had the assignment to review the game in a short amount of time, which I get. I bet tons of those guys played KH1 and 2, and when the IGN boss said, hey, get this review out in 2 weeks, they did not have time to do all the homework needed. Like, even I decided to forego a replay of Birth by Sleep in 358, because by my math, replaying those would delay this video by at least an extra week and a half. However, for fans, a lot of people enjoyed this more than anything else in the game. Going by reverse order of coolness, let's help Mickey first. This fight probably has the weakest reasoning for pairing up, since of these characters, Mickey only met Xemnas, who fucks off midway into the fight, giving Luxord more power. Power he immediately uses to catch Mickey into his Pokecard. Perhaps this fight can grow more important later on, because as I reminded y'all, we still don't have the whole story on Luxord and Demyx's deal. Xemnas trusted Luxord with his power, and at the end of the fight, he grants Sora a wild card that he claims could turn the tables. This doesn't happen in KH3. Sora just promises to play a game with him again once they're both guys. I'll come back to Luxord a little bit later. Let's just defeat Marluxia and Larxene first.
Oh, So now it all comes back to me.
That's good. You're gonna be recompleted.
Shut the fuck up!
These are Union Cross references. Truthfully, I can't go into this fight without KH4 Union Cross, so I'll talk more about it in a potential Union Cross video. Let's go help Riku, where similar to Xemnas, Ansem also fucks off really quickly. And now I should note, all of these characters have battle strategies somewhat based on their prior battles. So XIII makes clones of herself, Xigbar shoots all his arrows, Saïx will have his berserk state, etc. But since you fight them all at once, each individual fight has really low HP, and they have wide openings for when to hit back. Upon release, almost everyone agreed that Square missed an opportunity to give these characters proper boss fights, especially when they have clearly put a lot into redesigning these 12 fuckos. For reasons I'll get to, I see no reason to complain about it today though. After defeating Dark Riku, we get, I'm not gonna lie, probably the weakest big reveal in the game. It turns out we have not fought the dark version of Riku from Kingdom Hearts 1. By the rules of time travel, if that person came to the present, then he would require Riku's body, something the real organization couldn't acquire. No, since Monstro and Dream Drop, we have encountered the past version of Riku replica from Chain of Memories, transported into a new replica body. By itself, kinda lame. However, after realizing this, the modern Riku replica heart inside of Riku leaves normal Riku to remove Riku replica's past self from the new replica Riku body. After seeing the redeemed hero Riku of the present, Riku replica decides he can't live up to him. The best he can do is open up a replica body previously used by Riku replica from the past for the person he cares about most to use. Oh fuck, forgot about you. Xigbar, of course, goes down without much issue.
So, this is your power.
Where he says something pretty whack.
If I had a Keyblade, it'd be different.
Like you're actually worthy to use one.
Oh. I am worthy.
So, according to Xigbar, at this exact moment, he has only followed Xehanort around because Xehanort promised him his Keyblade after this all ends, whether Xehanort wins or not. It leaves a weird, bittersweet feeling as he jumps off the edge to fall into darkness. Xigbar, Marluxia, Lurksine, and probably not Luxord, I think he just wants to put some chips on a risky space, don't truly believe in Master Xehanort's plot. Xehanort just knows what interests them. In the case of Marluxia and Lurksine, they have nothing better to do because of amnesia, and the moment that goes away, they realize how fucking stupid they acted. Now with Xigbar especially, you know what, I can wait, half the viewers already know his deal. Over with Aqua and Ventus, we have another 1-2 of one I liked and one I kinda don't. So let me say the one I don't because I have waited ever since the old video to save this. Xehanort and Vanitas have already appeared a few times in KH3, so they waste no time starting the fight. Meaning I can just get to saying this, I do not like Vanitas. Once you beat Vanitas, his mask falls off, reveals the Sora face again, not as weighty after already doing that in Birth by Sleep, but hey, Sora didn't expect that, and then he gives a rant about how much he wants darkness to him in the end. Vanitas claims he represents the darkness cast by Ventus and Sora. He looks like Sora because he completed Ventus and Vanitas came from Ventus.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
Vanitas is capital D Arcness. That's a Union Cross reference. Besides as a plot device to create the Unversed and forge the Keyblade in Birth by Sleep, I do not feel as though Vanitas has provided anything of value to the series. He doesn't even really work that well as a dark version of Sora because they don't have much in common besides the face. Instead, the best showing of Sora's darkness has come from pure gameplay mechanics. The anti-form from KH2, occurring after he abuses drive forms too much, perhaps implies darkness caused by a greed for power, works better than Vanitas. Anti-form additionally happens less often after unlocking final form, implying that completing himself prevents that darkness. And then the rage form in KH3, a form that you sometimes have the option to turn on when Sora reaches critical health. A significantly better mechanic since you have full control of when it starts, when it ends, and it heals you, showing Sora's possibility to tap into darkness when he reaches his most desperate. Vanitas does not provide anything of the such for Sora. Even with Ventus, he's more of Ventus's literal darkness than a look into an alternative path he could take. I just have never fucking liked this character, I'm sorry. Thankfully, we have something cool on the other side here. the lingering will had already weakened Terra substantially, so during this fight, his strength levels out closer to scale with him at Radiant Garden. However, Xehanort still regains full control. Unlike his prior fight in Birth by Sleep where Terra fought to maintain the body, Xehanort comes close enough to kill Sora, Ventus, and Aqua until... Yeah, Xehanort's stand, the one I gave the name Owner of a Lonely Heart, glad people like my stand name for it, actually owns a lonely heart. After Xehanort took over Terra's body, he placed his heart inside of this container. Every time you fight a version of Xehanort with this monster, you have actually fought Terra. Even more wild, I think the writers already knew they might do this back in Dream Drop, because Riku raised his Keyblade to the Guardian, maybe to indicate that he could feel the truth inside. Seeing Xehanort use his body to kill both Ventus and Aqua has pushed him over the edge to make things right. Seeing Terra finally save his friends from Xehanort for sure makes up for that guy. I wish I could say I was done with him.
Terra, now!
Leaving us with just one fight left, and oh boy, KH3 gives us the absolute best and worst of these fights in this one. Starting with the good. Kairi gets to fight alongside us for the first time in the series. Yeah, one of the original main characters, and she never had one of these health bar icons until right now. Fucking Demyx got one before her. Then after fighting Cyax and Cyax's new bestie for a minute, Xemnas comes by to finish the job of killing Axel. Even though we haven't seen them on screen together much, Xemnas still, he's pretty fucking angry at Axel.
Is this supposed to be a Keyblade? Or is it some sort of...
Yeah, so remember how I said I more so tolerate Axel having a Keyblade than hate it now? Mainly because of this. It seems like even the writers came to realize that giving one to Axel in the way they did had too little build up. Maybe he doesn't deserve this though.
Who are you? Don't do this. It's all right. You can stop now. It's all right.
Xion.
Oh shit! Turns out Cyax's friend was Xion. I am sure everyone watching is totally 100% surprised by this. It seems like Sora getting close to Xion's strangely out of character body restored her heart and memories, because now, is she all Gucci? Weird that she doesn't get the glowy thing like Ventus and...
Hands off my friends.
It cannot be.
To make up for Axel losing his Keyblade, Ansem, Vexen, and Yanzo sent down a new replica body for Roxas's heart to use, so now it's 4 against 2. After finally getting to fight alongside Sora, Xemnas steals Kairi to make this into a 3 against 1. Those past 9 minutes are fucking wild. Whoa, finally, fight with Kairi. Damn, Axel, you stand up for yourself. So true, Xemnas, he did not train hard enough. You well-written girl, you're back. Roxas, you and your re-orchestrated theme have reintroduced the hype. Not well-written Utada Hikaru. You don't get to do what you said. Like, man, it's a really good thing that Cyax has an interesting attack pattern with Roxas's theme playing, because Kairi getting taken certainly doesn't help the build-up she's had so far. Additionally, after beating Cyax, he finally just fucking talks to Axel. I know, a KH villain's biggest fear, admitting that he felt upset with Axel for abandoning the girl they wanted to save and got jealous of him hanging out with Xion and Roxas. That's not really news to someone that has played the games and has any kind of media literacy, but seeing a character presented as stoic and reserved as Cyax finally admit this really strikes a chord. How everyone, even those you assume to have a hard shell, can reach a feeble state. Xion gets through a lot lot faster. After both of these last two fights, we actually see a big reunion cry session, and in other places I might say that it's some kind of self-indulgent moment we don't need to see. Just showing our heroes in a weak baby emotion state when the bald old guy still preps to peg a new young boy, but I don't feel that way. Similar to what I said with Aqua in the Realm of Darkness, their little crybaby moments feels like a moment of relief from their difficult storylines. Sora walks away so they can show their happiness to the only people they can trust, their best friends and the fans of the series. No more fighting between them, especially nice in the case of the Days trio, since they barely got to hang out with each other in the last third of their own game. Maybe it's a little rushed, but I don't mind that too much after the whole journey reminded us of their struggles, especially when it leaves more than enough time to focus on our main five. With the rest of the real Organization 13 dealt with, Sora can catch up with Mickey and Riku to fight against the Xehanorts. Up at the top of the rock pillars, Xehanort shows that due to the clashing of guardians, 9 keys have come to form, 1 for each guardian defeated. As soon as he has 13 keys forged of light and darkness, he can summon Kingdom Hearts. Now, does this mean that in the timeline where Xehanort killed everyone early, he had to make his vessels kill each other a bit? Sucks for Darkness over here. The dude who killed everyone stands next to him, so he's probably first. Xehanort Prime forces Sora, Riku, and Mickey to fight his alternative selves by using the kidnapped Kairi as leverage, leading to one of the coolest non-DLC fights in Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, just purely off the concept alone, this goes hard as fuck. You fight the final boss from all 3 of Sora's journeys he can remember, while paired up with the other 2 original Keyblade wielders in the series, something not even Kingdom Hearts 2 did since Mickey got locked out with Kairi. And if I hadn't busted myself out with Ultima Weapon and some level grinding, this fight can cause some trouble. The trio Norts all have movesets mostly reminiscent of their Dream Drop Distance incarnations, which can lead to some surprise attacks during times you focus on someone else, something that the other fights didn't really do much of. Fighting these 3 here and now gives the past villains a proper conclusion. They don't feel quite as sidelined as some villains. Lord knows Final Fantasy has a bad fucking habit of sidelining someone when the big real villain comes by. We even get true final words from each of the Xehanorts. Xemnas admits that he finally felt something for the first time in years. He felt lonely after betraying his companions, the ones he remembered studying with under Ansem, maybe even recalling Aqua and Ventus from Terra's memories. Yet since Xemnas has more original memories than the other organization members, he also doesn't want to feel this. It scares him.
It must take incredible strength.
While with Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, he has his final words with Riku. Ansem praises Riku for his strength, believing that Riku has surpassed the power of darkness. Riku found darkness and then looked for more, while Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, never sought anything else, leading to his failure.
There is more to seek. So go forth now and seek it.
Oh god, then this fucko. Funnily enough, Ansem and Xemnas show some respect towards the heroes. They know that after losing, they can't stop their hearts from returning to the time right before their original deaths. Their strength never surpassed Sora. Young Xehanort doesn't have to think that way. Unlike Xemnas and Ansem, who die here just to go back in time to die again, young Xehanort gets to go back to live out his clearly very long life. So instead, he laughs at Sora, not only for knowing of all the time he has left in the world, but for knowing the little Sora has left. He gave Sora that warning about using the power of waking, and we might see how that plays out
Goodbye,
later.
Sora. Your time in this world is...
Only problem, now Xehanort has 12 Keyblades. He does not need much more to attain the power of Kingdom Hearts. Xehanort fucking kills Kairi. Her heart lives in the present and she isn't a nobody. Unlike most of the defeated villains that either get to go back to their human body like the Nobodies, Terranort who reverted to Terra, or go back in time like the Xehanorts, Kairi actually dies right here, right now. No more fucking saw blades that send you to the Shadow Realm bullshit. And obviously, Sora gets pissed off over this. Same deal with the entire fucking fan base. Like, by God, what a waste. If I can complain about one thing with Kingdom Hearts as a whole, they did Basically, Kairi completely dirty. She did not properly appear in Days, Coded, Dream Drop, sidelined to the hyperbolic time chamber for all of 3, marketing implied she may finally get to fight with the gang, and she only got half of a fight against Saïx before Xemnas whisked her away to die. Like, I can't say she serves no point as a character. She motivates Sora throughout KH1, vague memories of her helped him through Chain of Memories, and his desire to protect her pushed him through his struggles during all of KH3, but none of that impacts Kairi. That impacts Sora's character. And it sucks to say this because if we talk about games predominantly aimed towards boys, the Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts series has done a pretty good job at pulling in female audiences and diversifying the genders of the protagonists ever since Final Fantasy IV. And if you want, you can pretend the FF1 and 3 characters are girls if you like them muscular and hairy. Every writer on the Kingdom Hearts series has written women well at least once, whether that happened in Final Fantasy or in KH like with Xion or Aqua, but Kairi, fuck man, she deserves so much better. Insane that Versus 13 looked to have a strong female lead, and both spiritual successors to it have strong women everywhere except the female lead. And it sucks to say this because unlike Vanitas, who I complained about because I never liked him, I'm upset with Kairi because I do like her. I want the best for her, and maybe I feel that because I've gotten into Sora's shoes so much. He cares about her, as such, I do too. At the very least, this moment goes hard for every character besides Kairi, who we're gonna ignore for the next while. Xehanort summons the real Kingdom Hearts, which we finally see for the first time while a new rendition of the song from Final World in KH1 plays in the back. Sure, it sucks for Kairi that Xehanort killed her, but this does let Sora witness the ruthlessness of Xehanort. Because remember, Sora has not seen Xehanort himself until a few hours ago. Actually, until reaching the top of these pillars, Sora has never said a word to him, yet Xehanort has put into place the pieces for 3 different evil plots that led his life for the past 2 or so years. Debatably 5+, but I think Com and 3D have to share with 2 and 3. Xehanort is basically the ultimate mastermind of video games, only rivaled by Wesker from Resident Evil. Not saying Xehanort is the best villain in video games, but you can't deny his extreme schizophrenia. I know lots of people complain that his plan gets a little too convoluted, but I think that mainly comes from how many contingencies he had. He fumbled the Ventus Vanitas plan so hard that he made up 3 extra plans in hopes to make one work, and technically, if Sora didn't have uber power of waking Hax powers, he did win. Speaking of, he's winning right fucking now. Sora and Riku fail to attack Xehanort with their Keyblades, then Mickey, the Mad Lad, casts Ultima, a spell never shown in its Final Fantasy type form yet, only for Xehanort to stop them.
Now, the Keyblade War will finally reach its conclusion.
Finally, Donald, Goofy, the Birth by Sleep, and 358 casts catch up to the action, as Xehanort floats toward Kingdom Hearts. All the Keyblade wielders band their power together to temporarily pause Xehanort and Kingdom Hearts, which turns Xehanort into a strange portal into his own memories. However, unless someone jumps in fast to fight Xehanort, he can return to Kingdom Hearts. As such, Sora volunteers to go at it alone.
You can't forget about us.
3 half pints together again.
And holy shit, this is one of the best parts of the game. Right here, when Sora starts walking towards Xehanort, Donald and Goofy decide to join him, and I love that. Between Dream Drop, most of Coded, and this final part of KH3, I worry Donald and Goofy might get shafted. Once the real Square Enix type shit happened, they tend to get benched in each game, but nah. Here they come to join their boy Sora in the true big final battle at Scala ad Kylum, the place where Ericus and Xehanort once trained. And I think here I want to finally scroll back to what I called the true heart of KH3, Donald and Goofy's relationship with Sora. Every time I've met a Disney or Final Fantasy character in Kingdom Hearts, I never forget that Cloud comes from FF7 or that Ariel comes from The Little Mermaid. But Donald and Goofy somehow defeat that. I know, they're the 2nd and 3rd most Disney you can get, yet when I look at Donald and Goofy inside of Kingdom Hearts, I see Donald and Goofy from Kingdom Hearts, my magic and physical support characters that stick by my side. And truly, no game in the series shows their connection to Sora as well as KH3. Every world you go to, the trio comment comment on it more, banter with each other about plans, and even team up during some minigames. Oh, one of the funniest, in Arendelle. During the start, Sora doesn't like going to an icy place for the first time. Then while running around, he starts to enjoy it more than Donald and Goofy. However, after falling off the mountain multiple times, they have this exchange.
Good thing snow's so soft. We could do this 100 times.
No, let's not.
Oh, you sure you don't want to go again?
No, thank you!
All three of them get so sick of going up and down the mountain that they come to agree they want to leave soon. Goofy only cares the least because he has a fun ice sliding minigame here. In fact, actually, after you beat the world, if you talk to Goofy in this room, he clearly has some excitement at the idea of going down the mountain again. Similarly, all three love returning to the Pirates of the Caribbean world, despite having a crummy raft to start. Just doing pirate stuff together fills the trio with joy. Moments like these made me realize how much I miss the trio together. Whenever discussion of the wait for Kingdom Hearts 3 came up, you'd have two different opinions. People who said they waited 13 years since Kingdom Hearts 2, and people who said they waited 7 years since Dream Drop Distance. If we say literal story wait time, then yeah, it's 7. But none of those games between 2 and 3 had Donald and Goofy by your side the whole time. The duo that comforts and supports Sora in his journey. You place yourself into Sora's shoes in Kingdom Hearts 1. You become a boy that dreams to see worlds other than your own. And once you see those worlds, you have a mix of fear and excitement. But Donald and Goofy keep you safe, especially as a connection to you, the player, the one who likely grew up with these two. Donald and Goofy provide a needed grounding to the player just as much as they do to Sora. They support him, and sometimes Sora supports them back, like when going to Disney Castle in Kingdom Hearts 2, or debatably helping Donald's Uncle Scrooge with his restaurant here in Cage 3. And it definitely helps that Disney has treated Donald and Goofy better than they have Mickey. Like, just in general, Mickey has had to double as a company mascot as well as cartoon character, so they never take risks with the character. While Donald and Goofy both have entire universes and side characters separate from Mickey. Until that moment when Sora goes to save Riku and Mickey, the trio never separated outside of minigames. Cage 1 and 2 both had multiple fights without Donald and Goofy, while in Cage 3, I believe Sora only fights 3 bosses on his own. Darkwa, the Grim Reaper, and debatably Big Bird at the Caribbean. In lore, they say that Donald and Goofy protect the ship. Sora gains strength through his friends, and even if Riku believes Sora has power beyond that, he wants Donald and Goofy joining him for this fight against Xehanort. I say this to make the point, we did not wait 13 years for a new Kingdom Hearts game. We waited 13 years for a new Sora, Donald, and Goofy adventure. And if Kingdom Hearts 3 delivers on anything not seen since Cage 2, then it is offering an adventure starring those three filled with Disney magic. Hence why I absolutely love their regroup with Sora at this moment. No matter where he goes, they want to follow. In this case, to the actual final battle of the Darkseeker saga. Within the next hour, Sora, Donald, Goofy, and Xehanort, the same set who ended Kingdom Hearts 1, will finish the Keyblade War. But unlike then, when they just had to fight Xehanort's Heartless, now they need to fight Xehanort in addition to his 12 clones, sporting these ominous warrior masks and the weapons used by each of the real Organization 13 members. Now, they also all share 1 health bar, so maybe I should not have used this break to finally grind my critical save up to level 99. This part goes really hard if you don't grind up like that. Like, technically, if you use Ultimate Form's Shotlock when all 12 appear on screen, you can legit one-shot them. Xehanort absorbs the energy of those 12 to reach his full geriatric power, essentially all 13 Dark Warriors put together. Xehanort here uses many tricks only capable of himself. He twists the world in multiple directions, summons pillars of fire, and can teleport Sora where he desires. It makes you wonder if Xehanort can perform such feats because of his power, or because we technically fight him in a world made of his memory. During just this phase, he forces the trio to fight him in 3 locations, once on land, once in the water, and again in the air. Sora needs to show mastery of every environment to defeat Xehanort.
Do you think you have won?
This is the first phase. SGG follows Xehanort to the top of Scarlet and Kylem's castle to find that he has acquired the Keyblade, resulting in an even crazier fight against the bald, armorless Xehanort. The Master warps constantly, creates pillars of light, only possible with the light of Kingdom Hearts itself, and most interestingly, he can remove the light from Sora, thus causing the only forced time where you need to use Rage Form. As a life form of pure darkness, Sora can no longer attack the Master of Darkness Xehanort until he regains his light, resulting then in this badass shot of Rage Sora in front of Kingdom Hearts, regaining his light in front of the source of light, in the process changing Xehanort into a pure dark life form, where he can do some move that, if I didn't go into this at level 99, can decimate you.
It ends here and now.
When I first hit this moment, I was flabbergasted. Like, what did I do wrong? I see no HUD, so I didn't normal die, right? As I thought about that, I heard a noise from my always low volume PS4 controller. Oh shit, start mashing X until triangle comes up, and Donald and Goofy come in to save Sora. With their powers combined, they stop Xehanort for real. Despite defeating Xehanort, the Mad Master claims that his plan has already progressed to the point where they can't prevent Kingdom Hearts from devouring the world in darkness. Here, the game starts adding a layer of moral nuance to Xehanort that sort of never really showed in the plain text until now. Xehanort's true motivation for spreading the world with darkness comes from his earlier isolation on Destiny Islands. He grew up there with seemingly no one his age to confide in. Sure, Sora and Riku grew up on the same island, but even once they grew that itch to see other worlds, their happy memories with each other and Kairi grounded them to Destiny Islands. Xehanort saw it as a prison, and in KH1, Riku seemed to believe the same. However, by the time when Ansem forced Riku to say as such in KH1, I think Riku had actually grown past that belief. Any prison surrounding Riku was of his own making, which Sora took him out of, a person Riku associates with Destiny Islands. Now, as we see from his reports in Birth by Sleep, Xehanort never had a person like that. He did not find any camaraderie until he escaped his island to Scala Ed Kylum, where he met Ericus. Finding friends outside of his island and studying text about the age of fairy tales only led him to resent it further. Xehanort wants to reconnect the worlds, but he only knows how to do this by first enveloping it all in darkness. The longer Xehanort fell to darkness, the more it turned into a lust for power.
A real leader knows that destiny is beyond his control and accepts that.
You make me think of an old friend.
Look! Oh.
Everyone comes by to prove Xehanort wrong, because the rest of the Guardians of Light stopped Kingdom Hearts on the other side. See that in the DLC, putting Xehanort's plot to rest for real. Additionally, and man, people did not like this part, Ericus pops out of Terra's heart to show that he had actually hid himself there upon his defeat in Birth by Sleep. Now, the scene itself poses it more like Ericus won by having a plan better than Xehanort's, but I think we need to also place it back into the context of everything leading up to this point to get what works here. Xehanort has planned his dark evil plan for years, has put it in place with every possibility in mind, while Ericus, ever the warrior of light, has placed his hopes in his ideology that light overcomes darkness. No matter what Xehanort does, Ericus knows that a source of light will stop him. No matter how strong evil becomes, the people, the friends, the force of good prevails, only accentuated by showing a pathetic Xehanort. Again, something people had issue with. I guess a lot of players wanted a big dumb explosion like Xemnas and Ansem received. And yeah, I think this ending sorely lacks a giant monster phase Square has grown known for, thank you XIII, but that's not the point. We need to remember that powerful evil is still human. You can defeat it. Xehanort even reaches the point when he knows that he lost. Sora, Donald, and Goofy, the most common people of this group, never had a predetermined fate to save the worlds or receive proper training by anyone, defeated Xehanort. It's clear Xehanort feels even more pathetic from this. With that, Ericus and Xehanort ascend to the afterlife, while Sora uses the Keyblade and the power of friendship to reseal Kingdom Hearts. Now that they have, for realsies, actually killed Xehanort and the organization, the gang has one tiny issue remaining. Kairi still died. Everyone else thinks they can find a way to bring her back by asking Master Xehanort for help, while Sora does not want to waste time. Kairi died, and Sora knows what he has to do. He needs to use the power of waking one more time to bring her back, even if he himself doesn't return. And so he does just that. Use the power of waking, the power to revive the dead, to get Kairi back, while everyone else returns to their homes for their happy endings. For the Disney boys, including Jiminy, they return home to Disney Castle for a fireworks show, which you can see at Tokyo Disneyland, to celebrate. The Birth by Sleep trio created a proper burial for Ericus at the Land of Departure, plus Ventus reunites with the Chirithy from earlier. This is sadly a Union Cross reference. Over at Radiant Garden, Ienzo, Ansem the Wise, and his assistants put Namine's heart into the replica body used by Repliku, giving him the pleasure of saving her as desired. Finally, the Days trio get to eat sea salt ice cream on top of the tower again, but joined by Isa, Hainer, Pence, and Olette. Those three scenes mean the characters focused on in Chain of Memories, Birth by Sleep, and 358 have reached a full closure. To celebrate as such, everyone meets up at Destiny Islands for a big party filled with fan service. Riku racing with Terra, Ventus playing Frisbee with Lee and Isa, Xion showing Namine a seashell while Namine probably thinks, damn bitch, you really do have no life experience. Donald creates a sand sculpture of himself, and I think Aqua just mistook Roxas for Ven over here. All the main Kingdom Hearts original characters plus Mickey get time to shine here. Very literally in the case of Sora and Kairi on their tree, letting us see that Sora did what he promised, saved Kairi. See you in Kingdom Hearts 4, everybody. This is the final shot you see before the credits. Sora does not live through the ending. We see every character, including the Disney ones during the credits, have a happy ending, while Sora, just as young Xehanort and Chirithy warned, disappeared from his world due to his abuse of the power of waking. This left me absolutely stunned. I did not expect a nice, perfectly wrapped bow by the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. I read Nomura's interviews, and that curbed any thought of such. But Sora dying? Yeah, no, that wasn't on my bingo card. I had the most bittersweet feeling after finishing Kingdom Hearts 3, the same one I had after finishing Kingdom Hearts 1. Many people hated this, mostly those that expected the game to finish the story. Similar to most other complaints I see thrown towards Kingdom Hearts 3, I can't stop myself from comparing it back to KH1 or 2 that did the same thing. KH1, the start of a long-running series that they had no clue if it could continue, ended on a cliffhanger. The only difference is that KH1 had an open-ended conclusion, while Kingdom Hearts 3 has more of a to be continued. We know to wait for more, and at the very least, a majority of characters have conclusions. Mainly just Sora and Kairi from KH3 did not get their perfect conclusions. I think a lot of players went into Kingdom Hearts 3 expecting some kind of wrap-up to their childhood, a huge sequel to their favorite childhood game that can lay said story to rest. I can't call Kingdom Hearts 3 that. It continues the narrative from prior Kingdom Hearts games in the same way as always, a mixture of Disney with Final Fantasy based mechanics and themes. In my opinion, the perfect mixture of those two aspects, but the occlusion of real Final Fantasy characters, something I'll get to, is a legitimately fair complaint. If you did not like Kingdom Hearts 3 upon release, I really think you should try it again with a more open mind, especially if I can counter any of your complaints with showing a clip from Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2. However, most of y'all know Kingdom Hearts 3 does not end with Xehanort's defeat. We have two secret endings that not even the reviewers saw until release. Nomura, the madman, hid these behind the Day 1 update. Returning to the Keyblade graveyard, a hooded man picks up Xehanort's Keyblade just for all of the foretellers from Key, Sans Ava, to appear out of a portal.
Is that you, Lucio? You look different.
Haven't heard that name in a long while.
Holy fuck. This absolutely stunned me. Every game up until now, Xigbar has given the impression he knows more than he has let on, calling the Keyblade masters of old better than Sora, seeing Ventus in place of Xion, calling himself not just any old dude, tons of hints for his reveal. After Birth by Sleep, most people assumed that he knew more because Xehanort teamed up with Braig before anyone else. Not the case. Rather than simply passing the Master's Keyblade down to his line of successors, Lucio has jumped into new bodies whenever his old one one weakens. To clarify, Luxu already had Braig's body well before we met him in Birth by Sleep. Crazily enough, not a single hint he gave from before directly refers to Birth by Sleep any more than it does to Union Cross, yes, sadly, even this one. Now, I do not believe that the writers planned for his character to go this route from the very beginning, but the ability to wrap every word he has said together with literally zero real holes is commendable. Nomura has called Xigbar one of his favorites, so I'm sure he at least always planned something big for the character. It makes returning to any game featuring him before so much more wild. Also, Luxu does have the black box again, so we get one little look at Maleficent and Pete getting cucked on the corner. There was like 3 or 4 other scenes I never mentioned of them searching for the box because it added that little. Main villain for most of the first game, everybody. Then for the second post-credit scene, this definitely fits the mold of a usual Kingdom Hearts post-credit scene. No dialogue, intense music, and direction to show perhaps more of an idea than a solid foundation for the next journey. In Kingdom Hearts 3's case, Sora wakes up confused in a real-ass Shibuya-looking city, letting players know that he at least did not die, just fell to another world. Additionally, we see 3 other characters here. Riku has found his way to the city, likely in search of Sora, which means he should have a more central role in the next game. The Master of Masters standing atop this building, letting us see that he still has a role in the series in addition to his apprentices, and most confusingly, Yozora. Not a toy, not a game cover, straight up Yozora from the Virum Rex game within game, featuring about 6 or 7 piano notes sounding similar to Somnus, the main theme of Final Fantasy XV, originally written for Versus 13, that slowly morphs into Dearly Beloved. We need to talk about the postgame and DLC. So in the original Kingdom Hearts 3, very little new content opens up upon beating Xehanort. Despite the notably absent Colosseum, KH3 probably has the most side content for you to dabble in. But with a few exceptions, you can partake in all of it before fighting Xehanort. For those exceptions, after an update a few months later, you obtain new combo modifiers for beating Xehanort, in addition to the Oblivion Keyblade for beating the story on Critical, both of which carry over in New Game Plus, in addition to 13 battle gates with special fights. These fights then reward rare synth materials and Kingdom Hearts 3's secret reports written by multiple different authors rather than just one like in KH1, 2, or Birth by Sleep. For the battle gates, these can test your skills if you go at them at the reasonable beat the game level, which I don't do because this one at Olympus also has a fun trick for grinding that got my critical Sora from level mid 50 something to level 99 in under 30 minutes by abusing Ultima Weapon screen nukes, Thundaza, and Ratatouille's bonus EXP food, so I kinda destroyed them in this footage. By the way, I now realize I promised to come back to the food subject. Only real thing I wanted to mention is that I have to theorize that Versus also had some food stat mechanic in mind, because FF15 has it as well. Tell me in the comments if
this might be a good spot to find some ingredients.
That's it!
What's up, Iggy?
I've come up with a new recipe.
Is more annoying. Anyways, one of these battle gates had KH3's only super boss at release. On screen you can see they did not build him for a level 99 Ultima wielding Sora at all. Literally no one liked this fight. Even the KH2 final mix version of Sephiroth where you could abuse limit form does not go down this easily at level 99. Additionally, this dude is just a big heartless with 2 swords. He looks cool, I guess, but he has no lore behind him. Even players who liked Kingdom Hearts 3 agreed the lack of super bosses was probably the game's biggest fault at release. Now, for the reports you get, you can separate them into 3 types. 5 go into the story of the girls Saix, Axel, and Ansem Seeker of Darkness couldn't find. 4 go more into detail about how Vexen and Ienzo use replicas for the organization members, Roxas and Naminé, plus telling us that Saix personally brought Vexen on board to betray Xehanort after finding his old notes about Xion, since everyone forgetting her after 358 doesn't remove written records of her. Xigbar wrote about some of the events of Union Cross and his time between eras in the final 3, and 1 repeats some of young Xehanort's thoughts I talked about. The middle set really just exists to clarify points about the replicas in ways not that interesting to hear a man on the internet recite, so let's look at the more discussable 2 sets. For the girl at Ansem Castle, we learn a few aspects of her, though it never flat out says her name. That girl had amnesia. Most of what we learn came from what she herself wrote, including that she recalls the Keyblade for friends and the phrase, "May my heart Xehanort be my guiding key, cluing us in that she comes from the time of the Key series, which itself explains why a man with an eye patch took her away. We can guess that if her memories returned, she must know something that could harm Lushu's plans. Xehanort, amnesiac himself at the time, wrote that he figured she must have come from a different era due to her odd arrival in the middle of town, mention of what I said before, and phrases Xehanort says evoke a bygone era, whatever that could mean. Maybe most interestingly, Xehanort's research on darkness in the heart seemed to have sped up due to her arrival at the castle. Xehanort wanted to see if he could cure his own amnesia by testing on her first, seeing himself in her. Now, does this add anything to Xehanort or even Ansem Seeker of Darkness? Honestly, not really in my opinion. He ends his portion of the journals by declaring he'll conduct the experiments upon himself after her disappearance. Go back to his motivations in Kingdom Hearts 1, and none of them during the main story or in his reports particularly stem from this girl. Sayex's writings on the girl paints a more sympathetic picture of the human Isa, one who respected Ansem the Wise as a ruler, but still had a desire to save the girl he met inside of his castle. It reflects his later appearances where he respects Xemnas while still having his own plans at all times. Now for her identity, everything in the reports point towards her as either Ava or Scold. I feel more inclined to believe Scold due to the line, she departed her home world with others. A line which references a development that happens in Union Cross a few months after Kingdom Hearts 3's final update. Which also kinda cool that this single line tells us about a plot development that hadn't happened yet. Speaking of Union Cross, Lushu's shit. Lushu's reports do not in any way pretend as if they belong to Kingdom Hearts 3. These are 100% Union Cross reports. Lushu writes about the start of Union Cross as in the adventures of the characters within right after the Keyblade War, the end of Union Cross with hints as to what happens to the Union Cross cast in his second report, and finally, he writes about how after changing to new bodies over and over, he sees his master's Keyblade make its way to a boy who he believes could cause a new Keyblade War, which seems to have been needed to reunite the Foretellers. Most importantly, it confirms that Lushu has followed Xehanort ever since he left his island to study the Keyblade. More on that in Dark Road. If you can't tell by now, besides the reports about the replicas, these exist to have players theorize about the upcoming Kingdom Hearts plotline, the Lost Masters arc, a story arc where our main heroes from the Dark Seeker saga come into contact with the Foretellers from Union Cross. I'll talk about that more at the very end, but first I think I should get to the final chapter of Kingdom Hearts 3 for today. So upon Kingdom Hearts 3's initial release, I fully agreed with a few of the issues people had with it, which I somewhat fought against today. Most importantly, the lack of a really difficult fight and the ending feeling just a little too cliffhangery. Yeah, every KH story ends with a cliffhanger, but Sora just going felt a little weird. So come a few months later, they added in a few minor changes, some bugs, prettied up some cutscenes, new abilities, but mainly quality of life additions to ease the process of 100%ing Jiminy's smartphone and critical mode, which as I have mentioned, can kick your fucking ass. Though midway through 2019, Square Enix announced a very large update, Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind, a DLC package that essentially acted as the replacement for the final mix releases because you don't need to completely re-release the game on PS4 just because you have some updates. Hey, why is Persona 5 footage on screen? Remind added a photo diorama mode, extra story content, cheat options to make the game either extremely difficult or extremely easy, plus the Keyblades and abilities mentioned earlier, with more minor changes not worth mentioning. Now, while Remind initially cost $30, and it does go on sale very often, they give every player all of the updates which affect the main campaign for free, which I'd call a fair trade-off. Think of it like if your NTSC copy of KH2 on PS2 suddenly had Limit Form and Aerial Dive, but no data organization. Meaning that if two people play KH3 from a fresh save file today, then whether or not they have Remind or not causes no additional changes to their main experience. KH fans had a lot of hope for Remind. After KH3, the Union Cross story picked up substantially, so everyone wondered if Remind might connect the two stories together. And yeah, a little more, but looking at it all in retrospect, I think KH3 and the secret reports connected Darkseeker to Key more than I had noticed last time I played the whole campaign. So technically, Remind separates the new story content into 3 parts. Remind, the part with real story development, Limit Cut, which adds in the new data organization fights, and Secret Episode, which is a fucking secret, stop asking about it! Remind follows Sora as he uses the power of waking to save Kairi after he defeated Xehanort. But if you thought KH3 started with a strange string of cutscenes before the narrative proper, then you better buckle up, buddy. If you include both the pre-title screen credits with reused footage, the intro credits with new CG cutscenes, the dive into the heart, and only count the game as started when you can first open the menu, it takes 30 minutes during KH3's main campaign. For the beginning of a game with KH3's magnitude, a little excessive, but not that wild. Remind, which you can only play with a completed save file, takes the same amount of time to reach the part when you can first control Sora, including 6 almost entirely unrelated cutscenes taking place at different locations in time and space. They're kinda cool though, so let's talk. First one picks up after the final scene in Olympus, the one where Xigbar starts saying,
"May your heart..."
before getting cut off. Now we see his full sentence.
"May your heart be your guiding key."
Never would have guessed. As Lucio watches Maleficent and Pete to make sure they never find the black box, Luke's sword warps to Olympus to ask a question to Lucio. Why did Xemnas ask him to search for a black box if it has nothing to do with their goal of summoning Kingdom Hearts? And I just want to show this scene real quick.
It's unlikely he would hold such an interest in this mysterious box. Which means the order was issued by Xemnas, or the one who informed me of my task, you.
As if. It must have been Xemnas.
My inquiries suggested otherwise.
Oh man, you asked him.
Yeah, you dumb fucking idiot. They got nothing better to do on those pillars. Luke's sword figures out that Xigbar has something to hide and kinda hints that Luke's sword knows more than what we believe. Essentially, a confirmation that Luke's sword story will continue in Kingdom Hearts 4 because he fucks off from here on out. Now, we get to catch back up with Sora. Just a simple recreation of the post-war scene before we continue on from there.
Yeah. It wards off darkness.
Why are you here? Okay, so real quick, we jump back to 70 some odd years in the past to Xehanort dicking around at the Keyblade graveyard. After feeling curious for the past while, he started traversing through the realm of darkness thanks to a nice little gift by his new best friend.
Oh, I've never heard that one before. A Keyblade wielder willing to side with the darkness?
Why are you here? New fun implication. It seems as though the Master of Masters gave Xehanort that last little push he needed to accept the darkness. Not only did he give him the black coat which wards off darkness, he then told him he should ditch the cloak because accepting darkness is like really badass. I don't think this needs to go here. It mainly exists to promote the nearly announced Dark Road, which takes place partially before and partially after this. Now, technically, everything the Master of Master goaded Xehanort into believing, Xehanort already had an idea about before now. It just still slightly diminishes Xehanort's own ambition by implying that the new big new villain led him into his old master's plan. I said that I liked how his end painted him as pathetic. Sometimes the true evil in life comes from misguided old men stuck in their ways that have allowed hatred to consume them. I guess you could say that these old men learned bad lessons from the older men before them. Just as Sora, the Guardian of Light, has darkness inside him, Xehanort, the Guardian of Darkness, has a light that dimmed. And that does humanize Xehanort right before a game he needs to lead. I just kinda think that they should have kept the story in Dark Road, because besides fighting him, the rest of Remind doesn't focus on Xehanort. Okay, one more scene with a minute. A boring little exchange of Xehanort, Xigbar, and Syx plotting about how to go about obtaining the 13 Darknesses. It has more reason to exist than the last one in that it explains some plot points about replicas and time travel a little more concisely than the main campaign ever did, except the main audience buying this DLC probably mainly consists of turbo-obsessed weirdos that already picked apart the main story, including the secret reports. Really, these just give me the same vibes of those final mix-only scenes from KH2 that also broke the pace. Thankfully, now Sora's story actually continues.
Chirithy!
Back so soon?
Unlike young Xehanort, who used all the funny vague words, Chirithy here makes it very clear to Sora that by using the power of waking to restore dead people to the living, he should lose all his powers and end up in a world not of his own. Which I guess they already gave us a nice save for why Sora will go back to level 1 in Kingdom Hearts 4. To do this, Sora travels back in time through the hearts of the Guardians of Light to connect with their hearts in an attempt to resurrect Kairi, which leads to two things. For one, lots of retreading through the final world. As in, if a familiar looking cutscene starts, mainly from Sora's perspective, then you can probably hit the skip button. Alternatively, it fills the final climax with even more fan service. Since Sora dives into the hearts of other Guardians of Light, we can see their perspective from periods when Sora had to take care of other business. Meaning we get to see Lingering Will finish his fight with Terra Xehanort, Aqua and Ventus attempt to save Terra before Sora shows up, nothing changes with Mickey and the org members, mash that skip button, and how could I forget Square Enix blessing us with some quality
Demix time!
Not only that, you get a chance to play as Riku, Aqua, and Roxas during their respective fights. And since these three don't have all the jacked out abilities Sora could have, picking them can make these fights a lot tougher than their original main story counterparts. I don't feel the need to go super into detail on all these moments because it really just gives us a slightly enhanced do-over of scenes I already talked about. They all get a fantastic clappy clap for improving their scenarios, except I will give an extra fantastic jumpy jump to the Saïx fight. I think they realized that they needed to give Roxas a little extra time to shine due to his extreme popularity and coming from the most popular game in the series. I especially love the special situation command the 358 trio can do here, which didn't trigger during my fight. After some more cutscene rehashing, Sora makes his way to Skyla and Kylam slightly before Sodufi arrived, at which we get to see some clear evidence that maybe Remind partially existed to get some additions they had to cut for time constraints. Yeah, so while KH3 took a long time to come out, Square Enix and Disney did eventually say, bro, you got a deadline, hit it or quit it. And that led to a few cuts, most evidently at Skyla and Kylam. Before release, Nomura hyped up the big city that they put in early trailers, and those flashbacks with Ericus and Xehanort build mystery for the location. Then when we arrive here in base KH3, we hear the hottest fucking banger of the series, only to immediately jump into a boss fight with an entirely different, not as epic theme. We ignore a fairly large, fully 3D modeled map with multiple songs in the main campaign. No way did they plan for that letdown. So Remind remedies that wrong by putting a scavenger hunt in Skyla and Kylam, solve puzzles, fight enemies, and run around to find the pieces of Kairi's heart to restore her to life. Skyla and Kylam does not span the distance of any other KH3 world, though it fights that a little by packing everything tightly. A design choice probably for the better. We also get to see more interactable stage mechanics. Not the deepest in the world, but hopefully this can mean that KH4 might bring that aspect back a little more when only KH1 had it in a large fashion.
That's 5. How many more?
There are 2 more.
Huh? Oh.
After finding 5 pieces of Kairi, Sora just can't seem to find the final 2. Though Xehanort, noticing that this Sora comes from somewhere else, brings it to him that he has to give up because the Sora from before has caught up to him. Since Sora can't find any more in Skyla, he comes up with the idea to jump through Guardian Hearts again, letting us see what the rest of the cast faced while Sora fought Xehanort, letting us play a QTE fight as every single Keyblade wielder against the 12 Xehanort clones. I have some mixed feelings on it. Seeing everyone work together goes hard. Even more than before, we have pure fan service with obvious pairings like Aqua, Xion, and Mickey using their magic to shield everyone, Terra and Riku crossing Keyblades with a celebratory blade bump, Aqua and Axel pulling off an ice and fire magic combination, Xion and Ventus tennis balling a Xehanort clone towards Roxas for him to use his limit break from 358, loads of fan service. I considered this the best part when I played it upon release. Maybe not so for my recent playthrough though, because I died here 3 times and it loses some luster when you have no way to speed it up. Just don't fuck it up and you'll love it. Hype factor alone makes it a peak moment. With an absolutely hilarious moment from after the fight, which simultaneously is hype as hell. At the end of the main QTE battle, the Xehanort clones sent every Keyblade wielder into these Keyblade portals except Mickey. The oldest, most experienced Keyblade wielder has failed his friends. The person who led them into danger has survived where they haven't.
I can't give up.
As all seems lost, Mickey fucking Mouse gets up with his last ounce of strength to defeat the enemies, limping along in a way we've never seen of him in the series so far. Actually, not just the Kingdom Hearts series, but Disney overall. We seldom see Mickey Mouse this weak in serious scenarios. A physical representation of happy childhood memories struggles in a straight-up MGS4 microwave type scenario. I love this moment. I feel like I should find it silly, yet the music, the enemies, the struggle makes me emotional.
We are, all of us, together!
Mickey slashes through the Xehanort clones with a giant beam of light, defeating the clones and helping Sora complete a connection with the king to complete Kairi's heart. Sora then takes his 7 pieces of Kairi's heart to begin connecting every Guardians together, in a short minigame that takes the connections between hearts to its most logical extreme. Sora uses the Keyblade to connect a countless amount of keyholes, which I interpreted as meaning the hearts of every person he has ever connected with. It gives us one of my favorite visuals in the series. It feels as if Sora has stopped to fully look back, connecting every journey, every person he met together to save Kairi, the friend that initially inspired him to leave his island. Kingdom Hearts 3 made Sora think back on his adventures. Think about how much he has grown. Sora finally has the chance to use his power, a power which, even at his lowest, Riku still believed Sora could use, the power to reconnect this Kingdom of Hearts.
Kairi!
Sora!
With that power, Sora brings Kairi back to life for what I can best describe as her consolation prize battle. You get to pick between playing as Sora or Kairi for one last battle against a new phase of Xehanort. After a year of fans constantly joking about how wasted she felt in KH3, you get a chance to play as her. She has her own combos, dodge, situation commands, and they didn't have a past game to look at like with the other 3. Having said that, on Critical, Xehanort takes some fucking work as Kairi. He decimates you with loads of fireballs, pillars that you need perfect timing to dodge in the air, and meteors raining down from the sky. So difficult that they give him a goddamn checkpoint for his second phase. Only tip I can give, Kairi's dodge has a shockingly high amount of invincibility frames. Abuse the hell out of it. But once you finally beat him, possibly by swapping to Sora because your wife wanted to go to bed, everyone returns back down to the Keyblade graveyard to stop Xehanort in the outside world, as Sora, Donald, and Goofy finish him at Scala at Kylan.
My friends are my power!
After that, Sora, Kairi, and Chirithy secretly watch through all the ending scenes to wrap up some loose ends. They bring Chirithy to witness fireworks at Disney Castle so he can have a happy moment with Sora, reunite Chirithy with Ventus to explain how he got there, Sora and Kairi eat ice cream atop the clock tower, and release Naminé's heart into the replica body XIII made. From there, it catches back up to the main campaign's ending. Sora still goes bye-bye, ending the Remind chapter of the DLC. All in all, but I love the additions. Since it rehashes some content, I did enjoy it more upon release when a year had passed, but even now I appreciate the do-overs. The non-Sora cast gets some more time in the spotlight, you can actually see Kairi fight, and witnessing Sora's last few moments speaks a lot about him. He uses that time to make sure everyone else has a happy ending before himself. Seeing him bring everything together at the end just makes me like him so much more as a protagonist. Like, fuck man, I don't want to see him go. I know we get him again in Cage 4, but it's been so many years with only one new set of photos. Hopefully a second reveal of sorts by the time this goes up. When Sora told Donald and Goofy he had to continue alone in the base game, that tore me up. Sora has grown without giving up what made him the lovable goofball we saw in Kingdom Hearts 1. I just hope that when we reunite with him in the strange realistic city, we don't see him give up what we liked about him. Everyone else apparently wants to reunite with Sora as well. In the second part of the Remind DLC, we have Limit Cut, a boss rush mode where we fight against data recreations of every real Organization 13 member. Though unlike Cage 2's Superbosses, Limit Cut has some story to contextualize the fights. Limit Cut picks up some short time after Sora disappeared. We follow Riku as he stops by the Land of Departure to talk to Terra. Riku expects to learn something from the person that inspired his journeys, while Terra simply wants to congratulate Riku for becoming a master.
You expected more?
Yes.
Riku gives a quick goodbye to the Birth by Sleep trio as they enter the Realm of Darkness to hunt for Sora. Then cut to 1 year later, where Riku meets up with Squall, Sid, Aerith, and the Yuffie Station 5 saleswoman to discuss what everyone has tried. The FF gang here has searched for information by combing through all of the data about Sora's past journeys. In their journals, in addition to Ansem the Wise's data, Mickey, Donald, and Goofy have revisited every world Sora once visited to find clues. The Twilight Town gang have studied all of Roxas and Shionne's memories. Of course, we already saw the Birth by Sleep gang went to the Realm of Darkness. It really sucks for Kairi here. After finally getting one playable fight, she had Ansem and his apprentices put her to sleep for the past whole year to try studying her heart for a connection to Sora. Like, at least with the Birth by Sleep trio, we can maybe assume they exit the Realm of Darkness to take breaks like Riku and Mickey did. After all, they gotta feed Chirithy. With Kairi, they straight up say she has slept soundly for a whole year. No fucking winning for her. Either way, Sid recreated all of the real Organization 13's data and Sora's to study if they have the answers. But the Organization data has some tough encryption on it, so he needs the data Sora to fight all 13 of them in hopes that they have information on how to help Sora, meaning Superbosses. Though before I talk about that, let's discuss the Final Fantasy characters for a minute. So probably one of Kingdom Hearts 3's biggest controversies relate to the lack of Final Fantasy characters. Back when Kingdom Hearts began, everyone discussing it or trying to recommend it normally started by calling it a Disney and Final Fantasy crossover, a statement which, especially for Kingdom Hearts 1, I don't disagree with. When KH1 first came out, it still needed a good hook line, and just calling it a crossover worked well. Disney and Final Fantasy just came off of a really good string of productions, and as I touched on both in this video and the old one, KH1's gameplay came from turning Final Fantasy's active time battle menu-based combat into a full 3D action-adventure game. In no realm can you say that Kingdom Hearts lacks Final Fantasy elements in gameplay. Additionally, the story of Warriors of Light finding out how to defeat the forces of evil, while not strictly Final Fantasy, is very integral to Final Fantasy. By the time KH3 came out, 8 of the 15 mainline FFs had that story if you squint your eyes a little. Same goes for balancing the powers of light with darkness. Cecil, Riku, Terra, Leon FF2, Clive, and if you mean metaphorically, Kain, Cloud, and Squall all struggle with their own internal darkness as they try to atone. No, scratch that. Did Leon from 2 ever atone? I think he just fucked off. I don't know. Unless I decide to make a video on it, I have no plans to play FF2 ever again. Kingdom Hearts has Final Fantasy deeply baked into the DNA of the series. But that's not what people usually mean when they say Kingdom Hearts 3 lacks Final Fantasy. Ever since 358, this series have downplayed the roles of the real Final Fantasy characters. Kingdom Hearts 3 only had Moogles. No Final Fantasy Fantasy characters anywhere else unless you count minor references. And many players did not appreciate this. I did not appreciate this. In KH 1 and parts of KH 2, Leon guided Sora. Leon has an integral role in Sora's journey, yet never appeared in KH 3. I think he should have snuck his way in somewhere. In fact, a lot of the Kingdom Hearts 3 staff wanted them to return. Mainly, Nomura made the choice to cut them in an attempt to focus on the Kingdom Hearts 3 cast because he believed that the series doesn't need Final Fantasy anymore. Now, do I disagree with his statement? No, I do not. I get what he means. Kingdom Hearts 3 had a tumultuous development cycle, and it had a shit ton of original characters that needed a conclusion. A cast so large that they did not need to throw in anyone else. KH doesn't truly need Final Fantasy characters to function. Square Enix originally used them as a crutch to have more characters quickly. However, I do think the fan outcry was correct on this one, because while Kingdom Hearts does not need Final Fantasy characters, these guys have appeared in the series since inception. Everyone remembers gaining guidance from Leon, seeing them come together for the Battle of 1,000 Heartless, and getting fucked in the ass by Sephiroth. Fans enjoy seeing them in Kingdom Hearts, and that fan outcry makes it way more likely that they may come back in Kingdom Hearts 4. Hell, I don't think they would have put them in the Rebind DLC if fans didn't complain. Tons of players looked forward to seeing what happened to Cloud and Sephiroth after their fight in KH2, and 3 doesn't follow up on that. For that one in particular, personally, I got over it, but almost entirely because of the 7 remake trilogy. I fucking love Rebirth, but I'm a-okay with having a little less Cloud elsewhere. To make my thoughts more concise, I do not care too much that the Final Fantasy characters did not have appearances in KH3, so long as Kingdom Hearts 4 does not ignore them. To the Superbosses now. As I said, you fight the 13 real Organization 13 members, meaning Vanitas, Marluxia, Larxene, Luxord, Xigbar, Saïx, Dark Riku, Young Xehanort, Terra Xehanort, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, and Xemnas initially, plus Xion and Master Xehanort afterwards. All of them with attack patterns based on their Keyblade Graveyard fights, only made significantly harder. Now, since you never had a 1v1 with any of these guys besides Saïx, you essentially have no knowledge going in. In Kingdom Hearts 2, some data organization fights really only change stats. When watching the friend I mentioned go through KH2 for the first time, he beat Data Marluxia in one try since he already mastered his absent silhouette version. We do not have that in Kingdom Hearts 3. Everyone has gained serious buffs and multiple new moves compared to their main campaign variants, which effectively turns them into brand new fights. Now, I don't plan to go into every detail of them. Enough people have done that, so instead I'll just run down a few parts I like. First of all, these battles have significantly less gimmicks than the ones in KH2. No more getting sucked into a book, no more attack power bullshit. Besides Luxord, who still has a bunch of playing cards, every fight makes a more proper use of Sora's innate moveset. No matter how you play, you need to become a master at dodging, blocking, countering, and probably start learning the ins and outs of air stepping and the situation gauge numbers to beat these bosses. Let me use Marluxia as a first example. At the start, you need to avoid his scythe slashes up until he does his weird scythe transformation bullshit. During most of these attacks, you can guard his hits, with the exception of anything where he glows red. These require a dodge. If you try to block it, he hits you and you lose the chance to hit back. Though even at the chance to hit back, you need to make sure that you can close distance quickly, meaning either dodge the correct direction or immediately go for the air step. Hopefully this fight can give you an idea that if an enemy looks to pause even slightly, start readying the air step. Actually, I recommend prepping the air step during the period when they ready their last move of a combo, because then your invincibility frames end right as their vulnerability opens up. This strategy gets you pretty far for many of the bosses, so now you just gotta know when they open up. For Marluxia, he has lots of armored phases, including ones where he calls forth the floor hazards that protect him, and another where he casts Doom on Sora. Not the KH Doom that only goes down when he hits you, Final Fantasy Doom that goes down over time. So you can't just constantly guard until he opens up. You have to fight aggressively, making pattern recognition and memorization very important. Quite a few bosses, including Master Xehanort, always perform the same attacks so long as you perform the same attacks. Meaning to win, you gotta do the one thing gamers fucking hate: basic counting. For Superbosses, I kinda love all of this. Kinda just randomly saying why these fuck hard. One of my favorite parts of these comes from the Flash. Kingdom Hearts 2 put a lot of the flashiest parts of a fight behind a QTE, while Base KH3 made the flashier parts into environmental attacks. Goopy here turns the whole land arena into goop, Xehanort sends multiple different fireballs at the player, and Wolfie hounds Sora with tiny wolves. It plays into KH3's focus on movement abilities and spectacle, but downplays the snappy hack-and-slash elements people enjoyed from KH2. Remind's fights find a great balance. Almost every Remind fight has insane set-piece moments, especially during desperation moves, that Sora has complete control over. Now, these can look extremely scary, so it's important to stay as calm as possible to ensure safety. Like, a lot of people consider Xemnas one of the best fights here, and I get why. Xemnas in KH3 mixes together some aspects from 2, like the funny thorns with his mirrors from Dream Drop that he barely used in KH2, but changes them in cool ways where the thorns just push you back to the floor, while the mirrors hurt you unless you take them down as quickly as possible with a well-timed thunder, or if you don't have any MP, attack after an air step. Back in KH2's data.org, you just had to deal with some shit, or you only had one way to deal with it. I feel like KH3 has less of that one real option bullshit from KH2, like Wisdom Fire to beat Demyx's Water Bros. In my runs of these bosses, I abused the hell out of air step, while my friend who played the DLC after me never used it. You have lots of options here. Once Xemnas reaches his desperation move, he redoes the big dumb 1000 lasers move he used in KH2. However, since KH3 has a few mid-fight cinematics, you need to manually block all the red lasers and dodge the blue lasers. Thankfully, Remind changed KH3 blocking so Sora has an automatic 360, which he lacked in the main campaign. Additionally, Xemnas performs the same order of lasers every time, so even if you have the most extreme color blindness, you can still get out of this with trial and error. Not to say it completely rips away the fast reaction time focused aspect from KH2. If you have fast eyes, you can figure out desperation moves on your first try, and outside of those, bosses can still swap between a few different moves, or at the very least, the memorization becomes next to impossible near the end. I ended up fully memorizing pretty much every desperation move for the harder bosses. Even changed my Keyblade a few times to have resistances to status effects because I didn't 100% the main campaign on this save file, especially for Xion because holy shit, she can fuck you up. Xion has both some moves that stun Sora and moves that cut down your max HP temporarily. You can actually only protect from stun by having the Nano Gear Keyblade equipped, so I ended up adding that into my setup. Use Ultima Weapon for more damage, swap to Nano Gear during her DM where she has the highest chance to stun me, and stock the form transformation for later because transformations restore the max health, and Nano Gear's form ending attack drains her armor bar pretty well without wasting something I want to save for her real health bar. And you don't need to fight her this way. Honestly, on my last few attempts, I started guarding her stun causing moves pretty damn consistently, so I probably could have dropped Nano Gear if I wanted to. I just felt a lot safer having it on me. Or you can just abuse the summons, I guess. Either way, I fucking dig the Kingdom Hearts 3 data organization. I think maybe KH2's has better peaks with Roxas or Xemnas, but as a whole 13, I like KH3's more. Maybe it's another case where I've just played KH2's data organization enough times and the meta for KH2 has optimized shit so heavily that most people know the tricks, but even if that is the case, I still found KH3's data organization loads of fun, and I'm glad I redid it on Critical. I had only fought them on Proud before now, and my opinion of each fight has changed pretty substantially. For anyone curious, here's my tier list for them based on difficulty, and here's another one based on how much I like them. After beating all 13 of them, Sid finds the big reveal of nothing. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. After their disappointment, the Fairy Godmother, a character who I never mentioned gave you the summons back in KH1, drops in to ask Riku a big question. Riku has been having these strange dreams lately. Dreams about looking for Sora in a big city while someone stared at him from the rooftops, clearly referring to the post-credits teaser. Yen, Sid, and Fairy Godmother believe that looking inside of Riku's dreams could lead them to Sora, a plot point picked up on in Melody of Memory, where Fairy Godmother looks through the dreams of Riku and Kairi. Truly, if you can't beat the data.org, then you don't miss much. Just one little scene that playing the next game explains. And since we have reached the tail end of Remind, I guess I can pose the next question. Do you need to play Remind to say that you completed Kingdom Hearts 3? Maybe a weird topic to move into, but it's something I was thinking about. Now, my gut instinct is yes. Every release after the initial one has Remind included, but just saying that wasn't good enough for me. Kingdom Hearts 3 has an ending, the Remind DLC ends in the same spot, and everything we see afterwards does not narratively continue Kingdom Hearts 3's Dark Seeker saga, which ended with 3. It sets up the next one. When I put some reasons down on paper, I want to say you don't need to play it for a complete Kingdom Hearts 3 experience. It doesn't really complete KH3's narrative, but it does fix some of the issues it had. Kairi and Roxas get playable fights, it shows how Kairi comes back, we explore Scala ad Kylum, the Superbosses. It has a lot going on here to entice those on the fence with Kingdom Hearts 3. For a comparison, tons of Sonic fans yelled about how anyone who hated Sonic Frontiers should replay it after all the updates. And I get the frustration, but Final Horizons and the other DLC still has the same core issues as the base game. Sega made it to appeal to the majority of Sonic fans that liked Frontiers rather than the minority that didn't. But Remind, it has a little reward to every type of Kingdom Hearts fan. Fans who love these side casts get to play as them. Those that love Sora's personal journey see him put his oversized foot down. Anyone begging for harder bosses got the new data org, and they lay down some more setup for Kingdom Hearts 4. I guess if you value a post-game challenge or plan to keep following Kingdom Hearts, you need to play Remind. If not, then you can stop after the main ending. Just know that it leaves a few threads feeling a bit less satisfying. Speaking of setting up for Kingdom Hearts 4, we still have the third part of Remind, where we take part in potentially the most insane thing Kingdom Hearts has ever done. Never mentioned this, load screens in KH3 normally have these fake Instagram posts with text, hashtags, and whatnot. It adds a little extra flavor to the minds of our cast, mainly the primary trio, Riku, Mickey, and Pence. I bring this up now, mainly because I forgot earlier, but also because Secret Episode begins with an ominous Gumstergam post, a dark version of the Tekken stage where KH3 began with no username and text reading, "I'll save you no matter what. #oath. Someone coming here right after Limit Cut may assume Riku might post this, yet we have seen Riku post before. It should have his profile picture, leaving players in mystery. Afterwards, we have a chance to alter our equipment, not a good sign, and then see Sora again. The first time seeing him after the main campaign. Obviously confused, Sora shouts out for someone else.
Hey! Is anyone out there?
Hey.
Huh? Hey, aren't you?
Sora meets Yozora from Virum Rex, who somehow knows Sora. Sora says that this particular heart he made a promise to from way earlier told Sora about Yozora.
Maybe you are real after all.
Are you done?
Yozora questions how Sora recognizes him as Yozora and says that what Sora sees does not reflect his true form, meaning that we have met someone else resembling Yozora, or the design that we have recognized as Yozora might not actually look like him. Yozora decides he needs to save Sora.
What?
His idea of saving abides by E102 Gamma's definition. Yozora morphs the floor into the mural representing Sora's heart, then the surroundings change into the version of Shibuya seen in the secret ending for the hardest boss fight in all of Kingdom Hearts. And for me, a heavy contender for the hardest boss in a Square Enix game. And I've played most of Square Enix's bigger action games, none of them gave me the difficulty Yozora did. Yozora has so many moves requiring split-second reactions that tell us much about a character who doesn't exist. His swords, he doesn't just slash at you, he can also manifest them to follow you in mid-air, kinda reminding me of that wireframe boss from X2. His lasers also come in tons of flavors. Some stick by him, others manifest next to you, and occasionally they come in a blue variant that, like Xemnas, you have to dodge rather than block. And that doesn't include his gun. His gun has an absorbing attachment that actively removes HP, MP, and items, including the Moogle coin, and an auto-revive item Sora can have one of during all of KH3, and his Keyblade. If he takes the Keyblade, you can't do shit besides run. Because he doesn't just take the items, he can use them too. So if he takes the Kupo coin, Yozora comes back with full health if you finally beat him. Unless you master dodging his item stealing, which I guess you have to do anyways, it may prove worthwhile to just not bring a Kupo coin. And the triangles. Shockingly, when you die the first time, you see a bad ending, where Yozora freezes Sora in crystal and Yozora disappears to where he came from, the back seat of a regal-looking car. Sora's crystallization, a clear reference back to Final Fantasy XIII and Fabula Nova Crystallis, where Lassie transformed to crystal after fulfilling their purpose, and the latter a reference to Versus 13's trailer shot for shot. Now, I will be honest, I have never beaten Yozora. I know I gave tons of reasons for why I didn't want to make this video until now, but I think internally this also made me postpone it. I have a full platinum trophy in Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, and I had it in the base for KH3. I felt confident talking about the former two. Yet for 3, this motherfucker makes me feel like a poser, a total complete lamer because I can't beat this wannabe Noctis. And so I decided I had to beat him before posting this. And he only gets crazier as it goes on. Just like Xehanort and Xion, Yozora can fucking lower your maximum HP with the right moves. Thankfully, this didn't scare me as much as with the former two since I grinded on them so long, but I still couldn't treat it lightly, especially once we get to his desperation move. Yozora alters the arena to have this dome around it with a big Kirby 64 looking die in the center. Blue lasers get more frequent, he can shoot you up into the sky, sends the fucking mecha from his game at you, and even clones himself. Not to mention, the moment he finishes, the die turns into a sucky thing that limits your movement as he dashes towards you. By the way, sometimes he chooses to just start the fight with his DM. I mean, holy fucking shit, what is this man? It took me, not kidding here, 6 fucking hours just to finally beat him.
Yeah! Fuck you, Zach or Cody! Jesus Christ!
Now, after finally beating him, I can pretend like I'm seeing this cutscene for the first time and didn't look it up online 5 years ago. We see close to the same thing, but now Sora wins the fight, Yozora fades away, and Sora stares off to the sky. Though when we pick back up with Yozora, we see him back in his car with an extra shot ripped out of Versus 13 featuring Yozora's taxi driver, voiced by the same person that voices Luxord in both English and Japanese, followed by Sora and Yozora simultaneously saying,
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Like, is any of this for real? Or not? None of this makes sense to me.
Jesus Christ, what a boss. I mean, what a DLC. Or actually, that's the end of KH3, so what a game, really. After writing about KH3 this long, it's a little weird getting to the end. So let me talk about KH3 as a whole again, and then my own little theories about the future. It's funny looking back on KH3 today. When it came out, many people gave it shit for not living up to their expectations, which I guess I get the argument for from some people. KH3 had to follow up on the gameplay and story from multiple titles originally released on 5 or 7 different systems, depending on how you want to count it. That spread the fanbase location super thin. You know, like, very fucking few Crash Bandicoot fans started somewhere other than the PS1 or maybe PS2. Besides a few Twin Sanity truthers on their Xboxes, any company pretending like they might make a new Crash Bandicoot knows they gotta prioritize getting that game on PC and PlayStation before anything else. Or even Final Fantasy, FF went multi-platform years ago. All 3 13 titles and 15 had simultaneous releases on PlayStation and Xbox Xbox, and pretty soon you'll have the ability to play every mainline game except 11, 14, 15, and the 13 trilogy on all 3 major platforms. And with the Switch 2's seemingly immediate popularity, I can see that changing to just 11 and 16 missing pretty soon. But still, most people planning to play Final Fantasy get it on PlayStation or PC. But KH, I got so many comments on the old video about people who started with Days or Dream Drop because they owned those consoles and never had a PS2, or of course the people who played on PS2 and never played another until KH3. Kingdom Hearts 3 had a lot of people to appeal to. Even if they played the collection later on, they had their ideas of what constitutes Kingdom Hearts from their first exposure to it. Not just one type of fan didn't see the appeal in 3, a broad range of them didn't. Now, at least for me, someone who grew up with a majority of the series, someone who has beaten every entry once or more by the time of KH3's launch, re-experienced the entire story right before it came out, I absolutely loved Kingdom Hearts 3. Joining Sora, Donald, and Goofy's journey together in the same way I remembered kept a smile on my face. Reuniting with every character cursed by circumstance in their own game rewarded me, and seeing Sora go from his emotional weakest after failing in Dream Drop to a Keyblade wielder that's realized his unique power completed something in me that the game then ripped away. In a way, KH3 did the same thing as KH1's ending and KH2's secret ending. A type of satisfaction mixed with emptiness that very few games can achieve. Maybe as a coping mechanism, I even wrote out a characters without resolution.txt file. I'll put it on screen for funsies, but half of it consists of Union Cross characters and Winnie the Pooh, who I never talked about in any of these videos. I know at this point people might think KH3 is my favorite game in the series, but it's still KH2. I just have a lot to say about KH3 because it's an interesting subject. A subject that I also love immensely. Like I said way earlier, you don't need to pick a game and never play the other one. You don't need to treat a video game like a sports team, especially not games in the same series. Maybe what I said makes it sound like I enjoyed Kingdom Hearts 3 due to the nostalgia I had for the original games, and if that's what you want to think, then sure. I'd prefer to like it for my own emotions rather than for an arbitrary reason that you deem makes a game worthy of enjoyment. But I don't just enjoy KH3 due to my nostalgia for the originals. I also cherish the time I initially played it during that snowy week in a shitty college town. Texting friends about it as we progressed, theorizing with them afterwards and during the hype for Remind, getting my brother to play it the following year, making videos about the series the year after that. I gained nothing from those videos while making them, maybe 1,000 views each. But KH3 lit something in me that had me wanting to share this series with others in a way that I hadn't really seen. And for as many personal issues that I have with my old videos, I still love hearing people comment about how it helped them reconnect with a childhood favorite, or even got them to start the series. Really, that's why I make a lot of these videos, just to share what I love and see if I can connect it with others. Of course, my videos have not caught up to the newest games, though truthfully, that does not matter much for what I have to say. Given the recent news about Missing Link, I'd appear tone deaf if I left it for the Union Cross video, which I can now very confidently say I do not want to make my next project. I've worked on this for half a year, guys. I need a 1 video break minimum. I guess real quick, to give away 90% of Melody of Memory, that story ends with Fairy Godmother transporting Riku to the universe Sora has gone to, now known as Quadratum, which exists outside of the realm of light, darkness, or between, ruling out any of those as Sora's location. So Mickey goes to Scala Ad Kylum to do research, Donald and Goofy let the other main characters know they can stop their search that they partook in during Remind, and Kairi goes to train under Aqua. So when it comes to our heroes, we have no clue who may have a significant role in KH4 besides Sora, Riku, Kairi, the Disney Trio, and Aqua a little bit. For all we know, everyone else might keep their conclusions from KH3. From the interviews Nomura has given so far, it seems unlikely that Roxas, Xion, and Terra might have significant roles in Kingdom Hearts 4, though at least appearing to some minor extent seems likely. He said that the team has searched for a way to strike the right balance between original characters, Final Fantasy characters, and new characters. Which, you know, it sucks to think that we might not get any more of some fan favorite characters, though I can let it slide since I feel Remind gave them a high note to end at. Before I get more into what I see happening, let's let's talk about the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. So when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, everyone mostly expected to see a few spin-offs between Kingdom Hearts 3 and 4. We saw 7-ish titles between KH2 and KH3. Going straight to 4 seemed impossible. And we were half right. Union Cross kept going with Dark Road slapped onto it, and Melody of Memory released, but those were such low-budget spin-offs that we didn't expect a Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer so soon. As in, Melody of Memory came out a few months before my Kingdom Hearts 1 video, and Kingdom Hearts 4 had a trailer a few days before I released the Dream Drop video. In the trailer, Sora wakes up in a Tokyo-esque apartment with a brand new realistic art style to find Strelitzia, a character from Union Cross who died shortly before the Keyblade War. She only appeared afterwards in flashbacks during the Union Cross section, hence why I didn't bring her up today. In this city, Sora sees a heavily redesigned dark side wreak havoc on a significant number of citizens, prompting him to fight back with flow motion, a grapple hook that seems to replace air stepping, and a drill! Pan then to two figures in black hoods watching over them. One I have no clue the identity of, possibly a new character, while the other takes a stance the Master of Masters often took, making me assume him. However, the announcer, assuming it's meant to be one of these two, does not sound like the Japanese Master of Masters voice actor to me. Though keep in mind, he could just do a different voice. Voice actors tend to do that. Cut to one last scene of Donald and Goofy walking through a dark room looking for help, getting shocked by a blue flame. Presumably, they want to find a way to save Sora, so they went to Hades, the Lord of the Dead, to gain information on how to find their dead friend. Now then, there's a lot to unpack with that trailer, but how about we go over that through what we learned in Kingdom Hearts 3. It seems as though Kingdom Hearts 4, despite not having as many games of build-up, already has a lot of narratives to follow. Let's start with ones related mainly to Union Cross, because those I have to mainly save for that video. In one post-credits scene I failed to mention, we cut back to young Xehanort and Ericus as they boot up a new version of their game. This time it has 7 darkness and a number of lights that presumably is not 7. It cuts away before we find out. Due to the ornaments on each piece, as well as Union Cross expanding on it later, we can assume the future 7 darknesses likely consists of the Master of Masters and his 6 apprentices, perhaps with someone else substituting in for Ava. Due to the events of Union Cross, I don't fully believe all 7 of them to have antagonistic roles. Perhaps heroes using darkness, similar to Riku, though boss fights with each of them seems inevitable. For the other Union Cross plot point, that has to do with Strelitzia here. Her appearance clues us in that however time works in Quadratum must flow differently from where Sora comes from, because she should have died of old age by now. Also, Strelitzia's brother is Marluxia's human self, and she had a friendship with Larxine's human self. How the fuck those two got to the modern day goes in the Union Cross video, because I want to move away from those parts, just expect to see them in Kingdom Hearts 4. For Sora himself, I think we should prepare for him to have his most different challenge yet. Every game before he had someone else he needed to save, but at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 4, he really just has himself to worry about. His ultimate goal is gonna involve getting home after ending up in this large city, which itself ties back to Versus 13. Ever since the Azora fight and this trailer, people have theorized that Kingdom Hearts 4 is secretly a new Versus 13, and I don't think we'll get anything like that. While pure speculation on my part, I think Versus could only exist in the form we saw as a companion piece to regular 13. Versus likely represented the opposing side of normal 13 in the FNC project. Since FNC pretty objectively failed as a unique project, becoming essentially a normal trilogy of games plus whatever the fuck Type 0 was, I never finished it, I can't see KH4 taking too much from Versus. Not to say I foresee none of the Versus DNA in KH4. KH4 seems to follow up on 2 key phrases. Sora's
like, is any of this for real or not?
As well as the phrase, a fantasy based on reality, from the marketing used with Versus. A phrase, while still used for 15, I feel did not describe that title very well. In fact, out of the mainline FFs, it probably fits 8 the best. I get the feeling that these 2 ideas have weighed over Nomura for a long time, as if he needs to get these concepts into a real project as soon as he can, because as he himself has admitted, he only has a few more years until retirement. Japan's standard age of retirement is 60, and Nomura has his 55th birthday in a few days. He hasn't outright said, "I'm done after KH4 and 7 reanimated out of Jimmy's head," but he has floated the idea fairly seriously that he tires of making the biggest games ever, implying to me that he plans to retire at or near the standard age. Evidenced more from when they first revealed KH4, they marketed it as the start of the Lost Master arc. However, Nomura has also stated that he wrote KH4 to have a real ending. Whether that means a Kingdom Hearts style ending that still has a major cliffhanger or a real ass end to Tetsuya Nomura's Kingdom Hearts remains unknown. We see this even more with Final Fantasy, because while he still had a significant role in it, he took a large step back on 7 Rebirth to let some of the newer staff at Square Enix take over. And Stranger of Paradise, a game he came up with the concept for, he passed all the work off to mostly Koei Tecmo staff. Now, I absolutely love both of those games, so I can see the Kitase side of Final Fantasy still breathe life after that group retires. While Kingdom Hearts itself, he has tested the waters with stepping back with lesser success. Of course, Kingdom Hearts is not an indie game. Lots of people work together to make it happen. Nojima wrote those first 3, which will likely help with properly representing his Final Fantasy characters. Tomoko Kanamaki, the writer of the KH novels, wrote 358, which likely gave it the emotional character introspection not seen elsewhere in the series. And Tai Yasue, the co-director of all the Osaka Team games in the series, has handled a majority of the day-to-day decisions in the series, especially those relating to gameplay. I know writers of game and film analysis always point towards the key frontman to blame or praise for a production success to the point of ignoring the collaboration, but with Kingdom Hearts balancing the multiple interweaving plot points made by unconnecting teams, Nomura has played a very key role in keeping them together. Kingdom Hearts 3's gameplay and storyline clearly spun more off from Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop's development than the other spin-offs, so Nomura and the few people from those other titles probably did some heavy lifting to push elements from those other games in, mainly the Key series, which, to my knowledge, Nomura tried to step back a lot from when other projects took focus. He also always stressed about how Dark Road was the Union Cross team's project, making it seem as if that and the follow-up title Missing Link might test if he could pass the series off to others. However, Dark Road stayed on mobile phones and suffered from extreme COVID delays, while Missing Link suffered a complete cancellation, a development I personally don't mind. While further discussion can wait for an appropriate video, Union Cross had an ending I kinda liked and has entered a strange limbo due to the nature of mobile games, so I think Missing Link risked landing in the same boat a few years down the line, especially as Square Enix has seemingly noticed how badly their gacha mobile games perform outside of Asia. I expect that Missing Our Link probably has delayed Kingdom Hearts 4 for longer, but I am okay with that if it means we receive a more accessible story. It just still also leaves the viability of Kingdom Hearts without Nomura up for speculation. I can only hope that when Nomura retires, which keep in mind could still happen at more like 61 or 62 to give us a KH5, it occurs after he finishes Sora and Riku's story. And as for that, I do not ever try to pass myself off as a theory or speculation type channel. I did that once with 7 Remake and I got proven kinda wrong with Rebirth, hence why I refuse to make videos on those again until they finish. But for KH4, I do need to throw my hat in the ring a little. It has to balance a lot of stories. The Master of Masters from Key, a story of life beyond death, Yazora, reality versus unreality, the girl, Luxord, who I didn't even write here, I fucking forgot him, and most importantly, Sora's return home. All of these already have some setup from KH3. I brought up the girl as much as I can without Union Cross. I have no clue what they do with Yazora himself, so I can just wait on that. And my bet for Luxord, he's definitely doing something, and the voice actor, as I said, in English and Japanese, voiced Yazora's driver. I do not know if this is a purposeful thing by Nomura in both languages because he has a plan, or if they reused the voice actor for the one line, then the American dubbing team made the decision, hey, we don't know if he means something here, let's just play it safe and reuse the same guy. Anyways, when it comes to the story of life beyond death, I almost wonder if they may bring back the Xehanort 1 timeline to the equation. Sora made it to Quadratum by sacrificing himself through the power of waking. Riku used the power of waking in Melody of Memory to get there. Well, maybe Donald, Goofy, and whoever else the team wants to send there could arrive through learning that they died here in KH3. A lot of the cast died pretty anticlimactically for it to mean nothing, so that could retroactively give it worth. Then for the idea of unreality, I think, maybe not super obviously, it could play back into Sora as a player avatar. In Kingdom Hearts 3, Sora has the hearts of Roxas, Xion, and Ventus inside of him, giving him vague feelings of games he didn't appear in, plus then jumped through the hearts of other heroes during Remind, which in my new reading today, after I already made the rest of this video, can connect more with us the player. We have connected with Roxas, Aqua, Terra, and all of them in other games, so Sora gains that reconnection with us. Perhaps, just as Virum Rex exists in fiction in Sora's reality, Sora might see his reality as fiction in Quadratum, placing him further into our shoes. Hopefully without some heavy-handed, yes, Sora, you were a video game this whole time bullshit that ruins 20+ years of stories. Though I guess my big worry is with how disconnected some of this seems at the moment. Union Cross stayed fairly separate from the Dark Seeker saga besides a few of the scenes in KH3, and the Virum Rex story appeals to my interests a lot more than Mom's plotline, but I guess we can only theorize about how they could connect. If all goes to plan, this video should go online at the time of a few Japanese gaming events, where hopefully we can see more of Kingdom Hearts 4. Either way, thanks for making it to the end, and hopefully we can see Sora, Donald, Goofy, and the rest of the gang real soon.